Yeah, my chat has a good point. If I set my background to a picture of a forest, will that help?
No.
The only thing that
fuck.
will do damage here is Dev.
Oh, is it me?
There's a
just me?
small walking disaster he is.
Am I? I mean, I've heard that.
Bringing communism with him wherever he goes.
Listen, that communist thinks I'm a fascist now, by the way, Arch, after that debate.
What the fuck?
I would imagine. I hope so.
But like a communist thinks even other communists are fascists if they're a little bit more right than them. So that's normal. I mean, you're not really breaking the ice here.
Do we need to show a picture of your bookshelf again, Dev, with Mein Kampf displayed proudly at the head of it?
But does he like have a special edition gilded version of Mein Kampf?
I believe it's bound in the skin of the last Jew. I can't say that on YouTube.
Did you know that there is a thing called the Holy Prepuce?
No, what's that?
You know that Jesus was Jewish, right? So like Jewish people, they have their foreskin cut off when they're young, right?
Yep.
So that is called the Holy Prepuce. It is the actual foreskin of Jesus. And apparently at one point in human history, there were 4 of them where different churches claimed they have the original one.
Good.
But were they all lying, or did they split Jesus's foreskin into 4 pieces?
Well, I assume they were lying because like there was no place where like they put the Jesus foreskin on a piece of on a table and they then chopped it off and gave it to 4 different churches. So I assume they were lying.
On the other hand,
is it like the Dragon Balls, where if you collect all 4 pieces of Jesus's foreskin, you get extra powers?
He comes back again.
Yeah, that's second coming.
That's how he actually comes back?
Yeah.
There was actually a period of booming trade in fake relics, and that's why so many churches claim to have knuckle bones or toes or hands or feet of various saints.
Yeah. Or like artifacts. You know, there's like the spear that pierced Jesus' side and all that shit. Yeah.
Yep.
If they use foreskin for facial creams to make you more youthful, if you use Jesus's foreskin in your facial cream, does that like eternal youth you?
No, if anything, I would imagine that would reverse age you. You would just pop out of existence.
Oh, that's kind of depressing.
It is Jesus' foreskin, after all.
Can we ask about Muhammad's foreskin?
Not on YouTube, I don't think.
Is that still illegal?
Also, I'm pretty sure that they don't take foreskins and make it into facial cream. They make it into those like ring snacks.
Ring snacks. I have heard the rumor that
fried cheese
the
snacks.
pork rinds.
At every factory where they make potato chips, a man staples every one with his dick.
What the fuck?
Just for fun.
Fuck?
So I imagine it gets painful after a while. I mean, all that salt and stuff.
Arch, are we live?
Yes, and slightly off the point, but such is life.
Why didn't you use the greetings and salutations thing then?
We got distracted by foreskin.
Well, actually, we're speaking of ancient rituals here, and it's a super quick topic. I just want to point out, in 200 years, after our civilization has long collapsed, either due to, if we're being pessimistic, nuclear war, or optimistic, civil war, there are going to be historians picking through the ashes. There's going to be tribal societies of, like, village chiefs, and every few years they will enact the government shutdown. They will have no idea why. They will have no consequence of a shutdown or a government. But they will know that back in the ancient days, the government of the USA did it all the time, and thus it has become tradition, because it must have been important.
When's the last time the US shut down the government?
The last time they needed to pass a budget was the last time they shut down the government.
Yeah?
It was a few years. It was during Trump, right?
Yep.
Happened during Trump, happened during Obama. Like, it's happened a fair amount. Recently.
Yeah, it's when the Antifa protests and the BLM protests stopped.
That's true. Their funding ended.
Yeah. No, unironically, like I'm not making it up. Like you can look at it. Like there was a time period when they were like doing the White House siege and other bullshit, you know. And all of a sudden, it's like all these protests stop, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, the government shut down. Oh, the funding went right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So all the glowies vanished. They aren't getting paid anymore.
Yeah. Unironically, like it's what happened.
This happens like every time in America, and I think America is the only country where this happened. No other place on Earth, Canada, Norway, England, Romania, Japan, nowhere else do they go like, ah, shit, we ran out of money. Now what?
I just think it's really childish for them to do that instead of actually figuring out something with the bill.
Well, it's the same with the raising the debt ceiling, which will be another tribal tradition in the new Americas, I am imagining. Which is just raised every few years.
Yeah, like, why did they even have it to begin with?
Well, because the initial government was like, okay, we can't borrow any more than this. If we do, we're going to collapse. And then they spent more money than they had. And now they simply just do it every single time.
So why not just remove the ceiling then?
Because that would... See, there's a difference between surrendering and, you know, just doing a little bit of it. You know, it's like Devin getting pegged, right? He can tell himself that it's a fetish of Dev's.
Yeah.
And that's far better than simply admitting that he's his wife's property. Not a girlfriend, a coexister, or whatever.
I hate that meme spread outside of my community, and now it's infecting yours. Okay, so here's the thing with the at least with the debt ceiling, right? Is that no other country has a debt limit. They can just borrow or print more money, or like, you know, make more, like sell more bonds or something, right?
Yeah, because other countries can get invaded by the United States if they don't pay. So,
well, it's also that with the debt ceiling, it's just that if you have a debt ceiling and you have to vote to raise it, that means that you can then start trading favors for the vote to raise it. So like the guy in power doesn't want the government to shut down. So the guys who are out of power will say, okay, here, we'll vote to raise the debt ceiling so that your government can keep going, but in exchange, you got to give us something. So even though you could just abolish it and make everything better and more efficient, it's become too useful of a political tool in the short term.
Look at him justifying communism. How can he stand there, Kirsche?
I'm just explaining why I don't like it either, V.
Listen to that fascist crap. I don't know how you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know why the shutdown is happening right now. I'm going to be honest.
It's the same reason as usual. The Republicans are going, please, can we not spend all of the money in the universe? And the Democrats going, no, free healthcare.
Are they actually trying to just, like, pass a free healthcare thing right now, though? That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's just the usual increase in spending that happens every year. In part due to inflation, because the number of money you need to do what you did last year has increased. This is also one of the beauties of the lie, where government goes like, we're spending more money on this than ever, which is technically true, but the money is worth less, so they're actually spending less.
Good lord. I just, like, I'm trying to, like, look and see what it's even about, and everything is just, like, them fighting. I was just like, you're not gonna let us shut down, and it's like, well, I don't want to shut down, and everyone's like, well, we're gonna shut down, but it's like, nobody's talking about what they're actually arguing about.
Citizenship.
Because this is just a ritual we need to go through. That's all it is.
Part of it shutdown actually mean? It's like so like everyone associated with the government doesn't get paid. Like that means even the postal office.
Yes, but they still have to do their jobs. That's the funny part.
Yeah, it's like we'll pay you later. But you got to keep working. It's one of those things, right?
Oh, and then you get paid like afterwards. Like, did you get paid for the time you didn't work?
I think you do. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they get back pay.
So what I'm looking up is that the reason there's a shutdown is because the two parties can't come to an agreement on Ukrainian relief funds.
Ah.
How much money should go to Ukraine?
The latest
Literally
enormous
nothing.
hole.
Stop giving them money.
All of it. But it needs money, Kirsche.
I was like, Ukraine is in that weird position where it's like, well, do you want to be a Russian vassal state or a United States vassal state? Because that's your only options here.
Well, but
you're going to be indebted to one of them.
The United States vassal state is a lot simpler. By the way, like there's this transgender individual that's like a spokesperson, like a sergeant or something for Ukraine.
Really?
Have you seen that person?
No, I have not.
No.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I don't know why, but they're always like cross-eyed and looking mean at me. And I'm like,
wait,
maybe
is that the person that was like sitting next to a Ukrainian soldier who had his leg blown off and they were just looking really fucking...
Yes,
okay, I know who you're talking about.
They literally went on Twitter and they presented the war crime. And it was like, this is a good thing. And people were like, no, it's not. And they were like bewildered. They were like jaw-dropped. Like, what do you mean you don't think it's a good thing? And I'm like, if Romania ever gets invaded by Russia, like, please, for the love of God, do not speak on behalf of Romanians. Like, do not post stuff on Twitter. Like, whatever you do, just don't.
I haven't seen that though, but you got to send it to me because it kind of sounds funny.
No, I will say, I can show it, dude. Yeah. they're always like crossed and mean looking towards the camera, and I'm thinking like, dude, just add the kitten over there to improve the atmosphere.
So here's the thing. I mean, if you have to choose between being a Russian vassal or an American vassal, I think the American vassal is probably the better choice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But you're already being
pretty
invaded by the other vassalizing partner, so...
Yeah.
Speaking of, this news actually just broke 2 minutes ago, literally. The money has been found to fund the government until November, so 1 month at the time at the moment.
I'm glad they found the money, just like the jet.
They will now be cutting aid to Ukraine, however, so they're not going to be passing the full aid budget that they wanted.
I posted the video, Arch. You play Command and Conquer Generals, right?
Oh,
you know when you play with the GDL, they have like that news announcer. If they ever make Command and Conquer General 2, I wish this lady to be playing that character, because like it's perfect.
People are saying that this person got fired for making threats. So
did they?
Right. Yeah.
No,
What
but
seems par
it
for the
was my
course?
weekly entertainment.
Here.
I don't know. I have a more isolationist position, so I don't like giving aid to a lot of places. Just my opinion, man.
Oh,
But
what's your
you give-
opinion on the
you give
U.S.
that-
aid to North Korea?
Why would I give aid to North Korea?
Do you
Did
have a
they actually
choice?
give aid to North Korea?
Yes,
I think
yes.
the video,
They
actually.
they send them vast quantities of foodstuff because without foodstuff, the North Koreans would run out of food because they spend all of their money on their military.
Well, then let
You know
them
what's
starve.
funny?
That's for their government to figure out. That's not my problem. I'm not part of North Korea.
So there's like a weird situation here, right? Where I mean, the Americans sent money to the fucking Soviets. Like they were so stupid about some of this stuff. Like, but at the same time, you have a situation where if America stops sending money, somebody else is going to start sending money, and then
Yeah, it's
that
soft
is
power
gonna
pretty
be-
much. So
yeah.
the reason they do this is because like if a country does, Trump actually did this. Like when Pakistan wasn't playing ball, Trump said like we're going to cut your funding. But what's really interesting is that the United Kingdom is paying money to India in aid, and India has a bigger economy than the United Kingdom.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? Is that just like just copium from the British Empire
I have
days?
no
Like, we're
fucking
sorry.
idea. I do not know. But it's like when you see it, it's so bewildering. It's like, but why though?
Well, it's because it's a bigger economy, yes, but can you measure a guess at India's population?
No, I get what you're saying, but it's like me giving money to Pokimane, you know? It doesn't make any sense. Like, she's a millionaire, I'm not, and I'm like giving her money in order to help her out.
Yes,
Well, the money is
but
for
if
bribery,
Pokemon,
right? So they like take your side in global arguments.
sort of yes, but this argument here isn't that you're giving money to Pokimane, who's a millionaire, is that you give money to 1.2 billion Pokimanes living off the income of one.
I would like to see 1.2
I
billion
have
of
lost.
Pokimanes. I'm not gonna lie. That would be a...
Yeah.
I too
What
do,
do
would
they
do
do
think it
all
would be
day,
fun.
Arch? Like what do you think they do all day? Like if you have 1.2 billion Pokemon.
I imagine their primary pastime would be yet further deflating the value of tits and ass on the internet.
Yeah, I dug something up here, Arch. I want to know if you've seen
We're
this.
digging.
Yes. I'm a chronic digger, it turns out.
Meanwhile, North Korea enshrined it within their constitution that they're going to keep building
you-
nukes.
Are you a dirty little digger?
Yeah, probably. Here, Arch, pull that up.
Let's see, what is this?
The headline in the tweet is a little bit inflammatory, but basically what's going on is one of the Democratic representatives decided to pull the fire alarm in the Capitol while the vote was going on to keep the government open, because he specifically wanted the government to shut down.
They do that in
Why?
the European Union as well. That's not something new. He's stealing our shit.
I was like, why is he obsessed with nuclear arms? It's not like he's actually going to get to use them at any point in time.
Well, there might be a peasant revolt.
I mean, nuking your own
Nuclear-
country would be really silly. And if he nukes any other country in the world, like North Korea is just going to not exist
Heresy's
anymore.
the question. Fire is the answer.
It's more like if they can create nukes, they can give it to another country.
It also prevents them from being invaded in turn. That's the primary usage of a nuke.
I mean, I guess that's fair. We can't really.
That's why
into
Ukraine is currently in their current
boundary.
predicament. All right.
So, what was the thing about Bambi, Arch?
Well, first and foremost,
Bambi?
there's a fair few little welcoming wishes for Kirsche here, so let's do those in the super chat first, and then we'll move on to Bambi and the Fursuits Vee.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Right, Nani?
Wait, we just went through a topic in like 18 minutes. Usually it takes us an hour and a half.
Yeah, this was a short one, like I said.
Shit.
There was
Oh.
nothing to argue with you about, Dev. Like,
Yeah.
you
V, let's
didn't say
fight over
anything.
something.
Yeah.
What do you wanna fight over today?
says, welcome Kirsche, don't forget, you need to ram them with your car. They glow, so they're easy to see.
That's true.
I object, the only one who glows here is Dev, as he blinks red on
Wait,
occasion.
Kirsche drives the
Oh, do
car.
I?
Yeah, I just bought a new one.
Do you know how to parallel park?
No.
That's a dumb question.
I'm a woman. What kind of question is that?
What
It's not
what
that
car did you
fucking
get?
hard. Like, look, you orient yourself laterally next to the other car, right? And then you spin the wheel clockwise.
Mhm.
Well, actually, I'm not.
Look,
no,
I
'cause
get
made
panic
mistakes.
attacks when I
Fire
drive. You
is
can't expect me to do
Fire
anything
is the
fancy
answer.
like parallel parking.
So how do you park then?
Just normally when I do drive, which is very rarely, because again, I have panic attacks.
No, but like there's different ways of parking, right? So you can like parallel park, you can front park, you can
Well, you
back
front
park.
park.
Like,
That's just the easiest way to do it.
You just drive through the two slots, and then you on the other side you just drive out.
and
Yeah,
what do you do like if there's no front parking space?
I don't drive often enough for that to be a problem.
Oh, I see.
So what car do you have then? What'd you pick up?
I actually decided that I shouldn't talk about what new car I bought
Oh,
because yeah, there have been a few Twitch streamers, and there was a video of one girl this year, where she had a fan who like went 700 miles or some shit to light her car on fire. So I was like,
oh my god.
Get the fuck-
Dedication.
what kind of new car I
I
have?
mean, look, if someone were to drive that far away to set my car on fire, he deserves it. Like Jesus Christ wants him there.
I mean, I understand that though, because like there's a local Antifa cell in my city. They discovered that I live
Of
here, and
course
they've
there
been
is.
trying to find me for like 3 years, right? It's been kind of shitty, to be honest.
Wait, why?
I do
well,
have a
because-
picture of Dev's car in case Antifa is watching. Here we go.
Oh no! Don't post it. Well, because like they think I'm alt right, I guess, or
I have
I'm
lost.
somehow evil. I don't fucking know. They're Antifa, right? But here's the thing. I did at least reveal that I got a Buick because I guess I'm an old man. That's just how
That
it is.
car looks like a penis.
That's
I
not
have-
my
I have
actual car,
lost.
Arch.
It is now.
God damn it.
Oh my god, it does look like a penis. What the fuck, Dev?
No! Don't make this the new lore.
This is your car. This is the lore in my head now.
It's like the car of a pizza delivery guy. You
Dev-
think like
Dev
Monday
drives a
Matt drives
penis?
something like that when he goes with Uber Eats?
One of the main reasons he chose this particular model is because it has a rather unique roofing solution, you see, as Dev needs to open up the entire car roof to fit in.
What
Oh,
the
wait,
heck?
did you guys see that Mundane Matt is accusing Brianna Wu of being a trans exclusionary radical feminist?
Yes.
I saw that.
Oh,
That was
there's-
not on my bingo card for this year. That took me by surprise.
Yeah,
And it was
Monday
because
Matt.
Brianna Wu said that like the pronoun people were taking shit too far, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Mundane Matt took umbrage with that. He took
Yeah,
it
it's-
personally.
Man, 10 years ago, Gamergate, they're on complete opposite sides. Now Mundane Matt is punching at her from the left, which I never thought
Yes.
would be fucking
Yes.
possible. Like, my god.
Mundane
Mundane Matt
Matt is
Well,
has
it's
one of
like
the-
as soon as you don't entirely believe in the dogma of the cult, you immediately get ousted, and now you're a far right Nazi.
Yeah. I mean, well,
You think like maybe
Mundane Matt.
Mundane Matt? Hold on. There's a
Okay,
possibility.
go ahead.
What if Mundane Matt doesn't know
Doesn't know what.
that Brianna Wu is transgender?
It's trans?
Yeah.
There's no
what
way
if
he
does-
doesn't
There's
know.
no way he doesn't know.
Maybe he
There's
Yeah, there's
doesn't know.
literally no way.
No, like maybe he doesn't know is what I'm saying. It's like there's no other explanation.
I mean, even if somehow he managed to get all the way through Gamergate, which there's no way he did, without knowing who Brianna Wu is,
No, he
there's no
knows
way that
who-
you look at Brianna Wu and just don't know, right?
Does Monday Matt have glasses?
Service guarantees citizenship.
Well, I mean, there was that tweet that Monday Matt put out. I think it was actually around January 6th, where he was like, "I'm sorry for my part in Gamergate because I caused the
Heresy's the
January
question.
6th insurrection."
Fire
It's like,
Yes,
shut
I
the
saw
fuck up.
that. The
Shut
fucking
up,
mastermind.
Monday Matt.
No, look, that's my headcanon. Monday Matt uploading a video about Zoe Quinn to January 6th.
It's like the
What the
dominoes
fuck?
falling.
Yes.
Everyone turn
Man.
quiet. This is good. This is an opportunity for me to sneak in more super chat reading.
I was in the middle of
And
drinking
try
some
and
water.
get past
Listen,
it. No,
I'm- oh.
listen, Dev. Continue drinking water. Slurp, slurp.
I
Heresy's
can't
the
say anything
question.
edgier. Or
Fire
You're treating
is
him
the
like a
answer.
dog?
yeah.
Sol on the Lich says,
sense.
cherries for the ketchup fuck. Kirsche for the Kirsche throne. And Luke Jones, favorite VTuber on my favorite podcast. Let's go. Thumbs up. Indeed.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Charlie says, hey launch and co. Glad to see Fox Tamagotchi here. Been watching your streams for Wildcut, Merchantile here, and look forward to tangents. That's true.
I am big
demonstrate that one.
Tomagotchi. I drink so much water now, dude.
And Alex Hoffman says, let's go Arch. Dev, that was a good debate. That was child molestation, was what Dev committed there. I can put it no other way.
Are you basically saying that I raped him in that debate? Is that
You
what's
did.
going on?
I mean, he said it himself. He was like 19 or something. The man was a child, and you hurt him, Dev. You hurt him in ways that should not possibly happen.
Listen, he wanted clout for debating the evil alt-righter SFO, so I gave him the clout.
There you go.
What the fuck?
Like, Dev, I have hurt some people in debates myself. I caused some person's moderators to disavow and quit his channel after one debate, but what you did to that man was indescribable. He cried himself to sleep, Dev, and I want you to know that. It was a very
I
generous
appreciate
that.
$80 donation as well. Thank you very much.
Isn't that a good thing if you make someone cry themselves to sleep?
Yeah, he was like this
Service guarantees
19-year-old
citizenship.
socialist who thinks he has everything figured out because he's 19 years old and he's a socialist. And I was like, no, you
He,
don't.
he was minor coded.
Minor code.
He was. He even had like a tiny bit of fuzz
I
on
have lost.
his face as it was like, I'm an adult now. No.
Not yet.
That
He
was
actually reminded me of me
quite
when I
evil.
was 19. When I was like 17, 18, I was definitely a communist.
Heresy's the
Reminds
question.
me
Was,
of,
yes.
me.
Fire is the answer.
Was
yeah,
Arch,
no,
goddammit.
yeah. This explains many things, Dev. Go on.
God damn
I don't
it,
think I
Arch,
was
man.
ever a communist at any point in time. I was just,
You know what
they
Dev
were
said?
always
No,
dumb.
listen, Kirsche, listen, right? Like imagine this. Close your eyes and imagine. Dev comes in front of
okay.
you, right? Like he's in front of you and he says this with a poker face. I think everyone had a communist face when they were young.
No, I
Well,
think
most
that was
people do,
just
yeah.
you, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
No, literally. Maybe it's because he's Canadian.
Maybe
Yeah,
I don't know. Like maybe it's because of the way I grew up, but I was just like, man, I don't want fucking freeloaders. If I'm gonna have to make money, to fucking keep it, dude.
Yeah,
You're American,
exactly.
right, Kirsch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be just a Canadian thing then, because pretty much everyone I knew had a let's make things better by taking from the rich and giving it to the poor phase when I was growing up. And then
I guess
once I
being
became
Canadian,
an
that
adult,
makes sense. You guys also think killing yourself is actual healthcare.
listen, here I'm actually very pro-MAID
I have
when it comes to
lost.
Canada because it means that more people will kill themselves than make more room for me.
I hope
I'm
it
also
benefits
pro
the
I'm not
in
gonna
Canadians
do
Canada
it.
because that
Dev.
means
Like,
less
I
Canadians.
genuinely hope that you know when you're going to need healthcare, it's
Heresy's
going
the
to be a
question.
long waiting list,
Fire
but they
is
can
the
also
answer.
say, hey, you know, if you want, we can sneak you in front so you can get the best mates treatment that Canada has to offer.
Now you know what? I'm going to stay alive as long as possible and suck up as much government money as possible solely out of spite.
I don't think you can suck more than you put in, Dev.
Watch me.
Are you sure about that? I feel like he sucks pretty good.
You can find this debate, by the way, on Dev's channel, Short Fat Otaku, and I do recommend it. It's quite mean.
Service guarantees
you.
citizenship.
Right,
Canada had
that's,
enough of the day of the rake jokes, and they just did it to themselves.
Pretty much, yeah. Honestly, Canada's like a pretty cucked country. I think that's why it's pretty common for youngsters
Heresy's
here to
the
have a
question.
communist phase.
Fire is the
Because it is
answer.
something that lots of people here report. But most of them grow out of it, like I did, you know?
But the damage was done, Dev.
No,
You
no,
voted.
V. I voted?
You
Is
vote
voting
it.
communist now?
No, but if you're a communist and you go to vote, you vote with the fucking communist mindset and you do damage them.
I voted conservative.
God, he's trying to infiltrate the Conservative Party now.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
being
no.
subversive. See, like the communists can't help themselves.
That's most of the greetings out of the way, though, so I guess we can talk a bit about Bambi, which is getting a live-action remake. It was rumored during summer. It is now officially confirmed Bambi will be getting a live-action remake. Specifically, live-action. So not animations, not 3D like they did with The Lion King. This will be a live-action remake of Bambi, which...
Can we just stop?
No.
No.
Like, can we just stop remaking old films,
No.
live action or otherwise? Like, it's not necessary. I get everyone in current year, like, has no creativity, so they can't create
Yeah.
things of their own. But it's, I'm so fucking
Heresy's
tired,
the
man.
question. Fire
No.
is the answer.
Like, how are they supposed to make money if they can't recreate? I mean, they're not.
Precisely.
Disney is now the junk food of entertainment. You know, when you go to McDonald's, you know exactly what you're getting. Like, they have the formula, and there is like, it's not like a master chef behind the counter
Service
that's going to
guarantees
create your shit.
citizenship.
No, they know exactly how the formula works, and that's Disney right now. Like, they have the formula of Bambi, and now they need to ruin it.
Yes.
So
And
are
they're
they gonna
gonna do
make
it very
Bambi
well.
like a strong, independent woman who kills the
No, no, no,
hunter?
no.
instead of
Let's
Well,
having a man
actually,
fight?
no, V. No, don't say
Yes.
no, because the person directing this is Sarah Polley, the woman behind Women Talking, the film.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Well,
Is that
listen,
Netflix piece of
I,
shit?
I know, because I figured it out, like, how it's going to be for a modern audience. Like, on my stream, I brainstormed it. So you're going to have Bambi going on CNN, and he's going to say, if it wasn't for full semi-automatic hunting rifles, my mother would still be alive.
Oh, so you're thinking they're going to reimagine it, where Bambi's actually a poor, disadvantaged black child in the ghetto, and then Bambi's mother is going to be gunned down by, I presume, white people in a pickup truck who slaps her on the
That makes
fender of
sense.
their car and drive off?
Trump
I'm
flag
telling
in
you,
the back.
Yep,
the
MAGA
moment that
everywhere.
They're going to ban the full semi-automatic ghost hunting rifles of war, and then Bambi's mother is going to be trapped in a bear trap, right? Because the hunter doesn't have weapons, so he has to deal with something else, and she's going to have like an agonizing death in that fucking bear trap, and then Bambi is going to realize, if only we had guns.
See, as much as I
It's
like
an
the
allegory
idea,
for how the white man keeps the black people down.
I would quite like that kind of Bambi because that would be retarded, but I have a better one. I have an even better idea for how they could do live action Bambi. Just hear me out here, okay? Giant fucking fursuits.
Didn't they
Please
try
tell
that
me they
with
haven't
cats?
announced that.
Deer fursuits.
No, like, imagine Thumper, for example, every child's favorite little character. Now imagine Thumper as a 6 feet tall, enormous fursuit gentleman.
Didn't they try that in cats?
Oh
the-
God,
the
why do you have
streaming-
this
I
image?
have lost.
I found this one
Why do you-
special. It's Thumper.
Why do you have this?
He thumps
What the
things.
fuck, Arch? What is wrong with you?
And he doesn't use his feet chat. No, not at all. That's what they're going to change in the remake.
Arch, is that you in the first set?
V, look at the background. Does that look like the house of me, a rich person from Norway?
But I don't know. I haven't been into any rich person's house from Norway. You know, like when people are really rich, they start buying luxury goods for some fucking reason, and they live like they're a poor person.
Well, not luxury goods, V. I have a sword collection, like any normal human being. That's what I waste my money on.
Why do you never show it on stream, though?
I have, on a couple occasions. I've threatened Games Workshop executives once or twice. Accidentally,
Should
of
have
course.
seen that.
So hold on. Do you think they could hire that deer girl from Twitter?
I see no reason why not to, Dev.
I mean, she's
Well, they
deer
could, just make,
gender.
they could just make the whole cast otherkin. That would be actual realistic.
Ooh,
And they would be
brilliant.
playing into giving roles to people who actually represent the characters, right? That's what they want.
Yes, that's a fantastic idea, because the Snow White is already doing this, where the 7 dwarves are now 7 magical creatures instead, and with magical creatures, they apparently mean black peoples and Latinos, which, okay, fair enough.
What, black people are magical creatures?
As it turns out,
According
yes.
to Disney, yes.
Oh, okay.
They could just do that. Otherkin.
I
The
have
entire
lost.
cast is Otherkin. They don't even have fursuits. They're just a bunch of people with, like the deer girl there, and they're just acting out Bambi.
Mhm.
It would still make the killing the Bambi's mom seem rather extreme,
I
in my
have
opinion.
lost.
But
Shit.
let's try it out. Who knows?
Where did you hear this about the Snow White and the 7 magical creatures? Arch, I haven't
Dude,
heard this
it's
story
it's
before.
fucking
you missed that?
everywhere. How can you not?
Yeah,
like
I missed that, man. Sorry.
Service
Oh my
Yeah,
God, it
no,
looks
they
so
said that they were gonna
bad.
make the dwarfs not dwarfs because apparently it's insensitive to have little people have jobs.
Yes,
So
I
instead
heard
of giving
Peter
jobs to
Dinklage.
little people, we're just gonna make them all different heights and all different races.
Yeah, but
Oh, I
Kirsche, it gets
see.
even better. Like Peter Dinklage came up with that bullshit.
Yes, it was
Oh, did
Peter
he?
Dinklage hauling the ladder
Oh my
up behind him because he's famous now. So he's just like, no, don't hire any more dwarfs, only me.
Pulling the ladder 3 feet up behind him.
Yep. So here we have the magical creatures. We have a dude wearing a weird blouse. We have a couple of black people, two whites, a Latino, and one dwarf. And they are
You
magical
should have
creatures.
zoomed out so we can see Snow White as well. Like she looks. I have seen, 12-year-olds doing cosplay that look a lot better than that Snow White.
I have seen
The
porn
last
movie
guy in
parodies that
line
does better.
looks like he's on drugs.
Which one?
The last guy with the checker print sweater.
He does.
Oh,
Like he looks like the
does.
kind of guy you're expecting to see on the New York subway.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, they
'cause
all
it's
kind of
flooded
do,
now.
to be fair.
Isn't it
Yeah.
flooded? I don't think anyone is on the New York
Yeah,
subway.
that's true. New York's
Crackhead's like
flooding right
Sylvie.
now.
Where are they gonna go?
Like if you showed me this image completely out of context, I'd be like, oh, they're wearing more clothes at the Pride Parade this year. That's good. But like, I
Yeah, it
does
looks
not
like a
make me
hippie
think of the
commune.
7 dwarves.
Yeah, it looks like a hippie commune.
Not seven doors,
pushing
7
down the
magical
forbidden-
creatures. Remember.
Well, listen,
Yeah,
listen.
Kirsche, stop being offensive, Jesus.
Also,
How is that
incidentally,
offensive?
they've
call
they've
them dwarves.
written the prince out of the script. There is no prince anymore. There is a rebel leader from a nearby country who has come to fight against oppression.
Oh, of course, of course. Listen though,
Wait,
it
so-
it
so-
makes complete sense that black people are the magical creatures. They can make your property disappear. Poof.
Dev.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
Dev was
Why
banned
don't
from the
you do
internet
that
yet
shit on
again.
your channel, Dev? What
They
the
don't
fuck
make
is-
the property disappear, they just lower the value. How could you be so wrong?
Oh, okay, fair enough. They make value disappear. Those numbers go down magically, and no one knows why.
Yeah, because Dev,
So
I
basically
object
they-
to this because you ever seen like a mass of stolen bikes outside of that particular shop? They don't make it
Yep.
disappear. They just transfer it.
Yeah.
But like, hold on. Do they want to make like the January 6th equivalent in Snow White universe?
Oh God.
Service guarantee.
Sort of,
January
yes.
6th was their 9/11, so of course.
The evil stepmom, you see, she will actually be running a coup against the government. That's how she takes
I have
control
lost.
and institutes her fascist dictatorship, I presume.
I
Where
want
they will
to be.
rule by
I
either
want to
prettiness or
be.
boob
Look,
size.
look. All I'm saying is that I want to be in Gal Gadot's fascist dictatorship. It's fucking Gal Gadot. I mean, like, come on. Like, why even resist at that point?
You just want her to step on you.
Of course, it's Gal Gadot. Are we even debating this?
I don't know, I keep getting distracted by the woman on screen who looks
I
like
have
she's
lost.
fucking cosplaying a guy
Oh,
from Fall
that
Out
is
Boy.
the fattest of them all, by the way. Like, Gal Gadot is seething with jealousy as she's looking at that cosplayer.
Yeah, they said that they changed the meaning of fairest of them all to not mean physical beauty because that's an outdated concept. They remade it to be like the inner spirit of the person, and that's why
I've
Snow
seen
White
that
is the
actress
fairest.
give interviews. She is not fairest of them all,
Yeah.
neither in beauty nor spirit. Like,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you,
that
but that's her weasel wording for like why things are the way they are. And I was like, well, I guess I can understand that because there's no way that the evil queen would be jealous of the beauty. So
She's
So-
just the
but given
wokest of them
that,
all.
It's like, okay, so why the fuck would the queen be jealous of the fact that there's someone that's more fair than her in heart?
Well, it's because it hasn't to do with beauty or fairness of heart. I remember the article. Fairest of all is now a literal meaning, as in fairest, as in judicially fairest.
Yeah.
Because apparently the queen
Like
of
most
this
equal?
nation is the Supreme Court.
Oh, for fuck's sake! This sounds like a terrible movie.
Yeah, don't
Oh
say.
my
it does.
But like, okay, would a 5-year-old understand it?
A 5-year-old. I mean, we're talking
Because
about we're going to have to
it's Snow
explain
White, right?
country politics here, where apparently this nation
Yeah.
is ruled by a Supreme Court, which appoints its members based upon beauty standards, I guess.
No, because like, think about it, right? Like, this is Snow White, so you take your kids to that shit. And it's like, mommy, what's the Supreme Court? But why is this? You know, why are these ugly people going around this pretty lady? Like, why do they have with her? It's just like, the ugly people don't like Gal Gadot because she's beautiful?
Presumably.
That's actually
I don't think this is made for kids, V. I think this is made for millennials who like to remember being kids.
You
That's
know what?
This is.
If I take my kid to that, I would literally say, look, the magical creatures are commies, my child. They're fucking commies, and they're jealous. They're seething because Gal Gadot is beautiful. They can't handle that. So that's why they want to overthrow her. And look what they're doing. They're being violent. They're using la violencia, and they're bringing agitators from across the land. They're the villains.
Man, I've noticed this with a lot of like recent movies. Have any of you seen the new Batman?
The one with the guy who doesn't look like Batman at all. That one.
Yeah, he was in the Twilight movies back in the day.
Yes.
Forget his name.
I personally hated it. I know a lot of people liked it. I loathed it.
I liked it a fair amount because the Riddler was actually a really interesting villain and it was a good take on the Riddler. But at the end of the movie, Batman's like, I need to stop fighting and start helping poor people, and that's how I can fix Gotham. And it's like, that's the wrong message for a Batman film.
Know, a lot of these...
That does seem very weird messaging.
No, but like a lot of these lefties, you know, like they say, because I noticed that they have like the flags and various paraphernalias in their bio on Twitter, and they're always like, oh, if Batman wanted to sell crime, he would donate to charity. It's like, read the fucking comic book. He does it almost every single issue. Like every issue is like, oh, Bruce Wayne Enterprise has donated more money for Arkham. Oh, Bruce Wayne's Enterprise has donated more money for this and that. Like he actually fucking does it.
Oh yeah,
it's not enough money.
Yep.
You don't understand.
He was
it's
kicked from the board of Wayne Corp because he was spending too much money on charity.
Yes.
So it's partially that, V, but it's also partially it's partially that they think that he's a fascist simply because he's rich and rich people evil. They also think that like we've now gotten to the point where the leftoids believe that rioting and violent crime and looting is actually morally justified. So they like the story of Batman has always been Batman fights criminals that the cops can't touch, right?
Yes.
But now leftoids view those criminals as inherently good people. They should be the heroes of the story. So whenever you take leftoids and try to make them write a Batman story, they always fuck it up.
You know
because
that
they're
there's now
cheering
a
for the
Batman
villains.
story? So there's like Batman versus Catwoman, and Catwoman apparently is lecturing Batman, saying that she is now training an army of thieves to only rob from the rich, and that's how she fixes Gotham's problems, because now like the thieves don't bother the poor anymore. And Batman's like, but my parents were rich. And I would be like, Catwoman, you hypocritical bitch. Like, when you have money, you buy luxury goods. You buy an expensive bike. You buy diamonds. You buy, like, all of these things. You're fucking rich.
Catwoman doesn't give shit to charity.
Yeah, but like, I guess she's not as rich as Batman, so therefore, even though she's richer than you, she's actually poor.
Catwoman is, in essence...
Wasn't that the reasoning of, like, the fucking OK Boomer girl and Hassan? Where they're just like... Well, it's okay if I buy these things and still have the principles I have because I'm not actually the rich person. It's not me who's rich.
I don't understand Hassan. Like, I don't know if I can
partially
talk...
that, Kirsch.
I don't know if I can talk about Hassan while you're on Twitch, but like, I will try to be as civil and nice.
We can talk about Hassan. I'll talk about Hassan. I don't give a fuck. Let's do it.
Yeah, cause it's not your channel, Dev. I know. Like, if it's not your
he's
channel,
not banned on Twitch. You can talk about him.
Yeah, Hassan's not banned on Twitch. Yeah.
So, cause I don't know, like,
it's
if you
can
can talk shit about other streamers, but like, here's the thing.
No, you can.
They have like this meme where it's a person saying we need to improve society somewhat. And some twat from a well comes out and goes like, oh, well, because you're using iPhones, like, you shouldn't be talking or something like that, you know? The thing with Hassan is, like, we should improve society somewhat, but, like, when people donate money to him, he uses that money, becomes a merchant, and then buys a noble title, and lives in the fucking palace next to the princess, and he is still wanting money from the peasantry. It's like, you're not changing the system, right? Like you're literally profiting off the fucking system.
Hassan takes his money and flies to Germany and then fucks trafficked women. That's basically what he does with his fucking money.
Did it?
Well,
Is that a thing? Like
Yeah, it's
I'm not
true.
aware.
Yeah, he went to a German brothel, and it turns out that all the women there were like sex trafficked from the third world. That came out like a year after he went there,
Oh
Did he
my
enjoy it?
god, what the fuck?
Okay.
and he just buried it. No, he does not allow anyone talking about that story in
Wait,
his
so
in
did
his
he
chat
enjoy
room.
it?
Well, I don't fucking know. I wasn't in the room with him, V.
Did it not rate it?
Does it matter if he enjoyed
have
the
lost.
sex trafficked
No,
women
no,
or
I'm
not?
not saying it matters. I'm not like asking. No, hold on. I'm not making like a moral judgment on it. It's just a question.
I was like,
I'm
he
just
must have, right?
curious.
Because like, if they don't satisfy the customers, they stop being trafficked and they just get killed, don't they?
I do not know, Kirsche. How do you know these things? Like what? No, I don't think they get killed.
Well, what are you gonna do with a sex trafficked woman that doesn't satisfy clients?
I don't know. Teach her to satisfy better. You probably don't. It's an investment, Kirsche.
It's not an investment if she's not making you money.
They
No,
can
but,
just
like, you
walk
pay
at
money so you can
Walmart
have
instead.
Listen, V, you've watched enough ugly bastard hentai to know how it works. All right, we don't need to get into it.
Mind break.
I don't even know, like, if you have, like, customer satisfaction, because, like, you probably wouldn't know if she does or doesn't. Like let's say she has a loose pussy, right? Like, it's not like the customer is going to, like, give a negative review. It's not going to go to Google Maps and be like, oh,
One
well, this
star.
Well,
yeah, like, literally.
actually, V,
What,
this
what
is
if the
Germany.
brothel has a rating system?
Precisely. In Germany, this shit is legal. They have a rating system.
Yeah.
Wait, so, like, when
They've
you
got
go
fucking
online,
Yelp ads, V. You can
Wait,
give them
so when
thumbs
you
up or
go
thumbs
online-
down.
No,
I was just
don't
like
fucking
3
believe
out
it.
of 10. She didn't suck well enough. She had pepperoni nipples. Was kind of loose. I'd like a better one next time. You know.
Is that a thing? Like, is that?
And
is
then, like,
that
if you get low enough ratings too many times in a row, it's got to be like Uber drivers, right? They're just like, Cindy, we're gonna have to let you go if you can't up your ratings. All right, you're bad for business.
So at that point, you should never give lower than 5 stars.
Well, I mean, you want to be honest though, right? Because like you're the customer.
Oh, come on. Like, when you drive an Uber, you're being honest, or are you just being, like, nice? Because you realize, well, it's the job of this guy, so I don't want to.
You be honest, because if you get shitty service, it's not gonna get better if you lie.
You're
Yeah,
such a
you gotta be
horrible
honest.
person,
There we go.
Kirsche. It's like Uber
Yeah,
driver.
you gotta be
That-
honest, V. That makes sense.
No, you people, hashtag. I do not believe you. So you're telling me you got an Uber driver, right? You got Monday Matt coming over with his car, right? And you know that he's got a child at home. Like, this is his job, right? And you're going to give him 4
lost.
stars? Like, why?
Yeah, not my
Why?
problem. If you want 5 stars, you give 5-star service.
Listen, V. If it were mundane Matt, I'd give him 0 stars just because.
But you're not twat. You know, like unironically though, like maybe I guess I'm different.
Not
but, like,
unironically. Look, like I posted, that's a fucking Yelp page for the whorehouses in Berlin. I don't think we can show this on screen, but one of the reviews: racist and very dirty, smelly girls that steal from your wallet. None of my people are not welcome. Lucky to get out alive.
Well, to be fair,
That's
I mean,
a helpful
Hassan's
review.
not white, so-
That is a helpful review.
yeah, but like if that happens, then I agree, right? But like we're talking like maybe you know the Uber driver ran in a hole in the road and it make you experience a bump or some shit like that. You're going to
Well,
give
that's
it 4
not the
stars.
Uber driver's fault. That's the road's fault. But like,
I know,
if the woman has herpes, that's her fault.
No, but like here in Romania, we can like go around the hole, or you slow the car so that when it goes, the bump doesn't actually make you uncomfortable. Like if an experienced driver knows how to handle the bump.
In this case, the car stole money from your wallet. Treat the treat the car worse.
That is 1 star. Wait, so like Salon Panko is the place where you shouldn't go, but apparently it's open all day. But
In
it
case
only
you
has
need
2
your 10 a.m.
reviews,
quickie.
Arch. Yeah, but hold on, it only has 2 reviews, Arch. Like you can't really judge an establishment based on 2 reviews alone.
That's true. But
Well,
this
no,
is the
but
problem.
if one of the reviews is telling you that the people stole from you, I feel like that's helpful in and of itself.
Yeah, and ends with
But
"I'm
yeah.
lucky I got out alive." That's a pretty convincing review right there. It's like avoid.
Well, the first comment though, are the people racist and that's why they stole from him, or is he being racist and that's why they stole from
No,
him? So,
I
like,
think the woman, I think the whore was being racist.
well, it's like, I mean, even if the whore is being racist, she's still fucking you. So, I mean, that could be a good thing to some people, right?
Yeah,
But she
no,
could
like
look
some people are
upset the whole time.
Do you
She
feel
could, she
if,
could be like that Asian girl on TikTok who's like, I'm okay with white men's Asian woman fantasies because I'm going to breed you out of existence. All your children will be Asian.
Do you think that that there is a fetish for some people to like have the whore put on a KKK hood while they're fucking, and it's like,
Probably.
and
Yeah.
they think like, oh, I'm fucking the racist now.
Is that like the ultimate I can fix her? Like you put her in a KKK outfit and then you're just like, we're gonna reenact Mendingo?
Maybe, but I was thinking like it's more like take that racist, you know, like
Hold on. In defense of the clan here, I'm pretty sure they didn't allow
What?
female membership.
I was gonna say, who begins a sentence like that?
You know, credit where credit is due.
I see people in your
Credit
chat
where
saying
credit
based
is due.
Asian woman. How is that based if she's wanting to breed your lineage out of existence? Hold on, that's the opposite of based.
No. Listen. We white people have a long and proud history of breeding other races out of existence. We accept the challenge.
So you're saying white men are now cocks?
Hold on.
It's a
When it
long-term
comes to the
race.
judgment of the Californian state government, Asians are honorary whites at this point, so it's completely fine.
Ah, there you go.
What the fuck?
yeah, that is
They're only
true.
honorary whites when they can't use the Asians to push their agenda, though.
No, it's more like they do not appreciate what was it meritocratic and capitalism. So like any nation that's meritocratic and capitalist based is white according to them.
I have lost. Yeah,
Unironically, Botswana probably is on the list.
they're honorary whites.
Botswana
Yeah.
is white!
I wouldn't be surprised if you have like a lot of Botswanians coming to the United States and they vote Republican. Yes, they would be classified as white.
Like Argentina's little brother.
So, Deb, how did we get here from you talking about Batman exactly? Because I'm lost.
Well, I think we went to through Hassan, right? And I guess what I was to roll it back a few topics. Then what I was going to say about Hassan is basically that like I've heard Hassan say this. I've heard Vosh say this. I think Vosh actually said it in a
Do
debate.
you
with
listen to
Destiny at one
Vosh?
point.
What the? F-
I listen to everyone. V.
Maybe he
Communist.
likes horse
It's normal.
fuckers.
I also listen to like Academic Agent, man. Like, I listen to everyone, all over the spectrum. Anyway, though, in this debate, these guys are basically saying like, listen, because we have the proper political beliefs, when the revolution comes, if we have more money, we'll be more of use to the revolution being in a higher status. So it's good for us to be like ruthless capitalists right now, so that we can be, you know, in the hierarchy and closer to the top, so that we can help the revolution. It's like, okay, guys,
no,
it's
hold
just
on.
bullshit.
Like you're Vosh, right? And you're sitting on like $10 million, and you're like, well, this looks bad. I mean, like, how do I justify this to my subscribers? I know. And then he goes, and after giving his Coconut Island allegory, he talks about this.
I have.
Do you
I
know
have
about
lost.
the Coconut Island, Kirsche?
The
Oh, God.
Coconut Island? No.
Yes. Oh my fucking god! All right.
Oh my
so,
fucking god.
we're in a plane crash, Kirsche, right? And the plane
Heresy's
goes
the
down on an
question.
island.
Fire is the
And
answer.
I wake up before you. And when you wake up, you realize that the only food on the island, which is coconuts, I have managed to gather all of them. And I say that if you want the coconut, you need to suck my cock. And that is capitalism, Kirsche, according to Vosh.
That seems like coercion.
Well, I think like that's where he wants you to reach. He wants you to believe that there is no voluntary transaction within capitalism. Everything is coercive.
Yeah, because you need food to eat, then any employment that you consent to, you don't actually consent to it because it's done under duress, and that's why capitalism is an inherently coercive system. That's his
Yeah, you're
logic.
That
basically
seems
coerced.
really dumb.
No, you're
It is.
coerced by Twitch, Kirsche. You don't understand. Twitch coerces you to make these streams.
I was like, I'm coerced to pay taxes. I don't want to do that, but
Yeah, he'll never actually apply that logic to taxation, right? Like, it's dumb. Basically, this is like there's
This is
a
such
line.
good point.
It's like,
Oh my fucking god! Like that is a great point. Like you are coerced to pay taxes.
yeah, you are.
Y-
I mean, like
yeah.
Employment. Like they'll say like employment is
Heresy's the
coercion or
question.
employment is
Fire
theft or
is the
something like
answer.
that. I've heard some of
in
them say
Vosh's
employment is rape.
example, if he's the one who has all the coconuts, is he saying that he would not force the woman to suck his cock for coconuts?
No, but like unironically, sucking the cock in that situation where you owe like 100% of the values on Earth, like it's actually a good deal.
What the fuck?
But think about it, like you starve to death, right? Like he could literally ask you anything. And you're like, okay, well, if you suck the cock, you get food. Well, in that situation, like if you own the entire market and the coconuts are the most valuable stuff on the island, like yeah, no, unironically, it's a good deal.
What if, in his analogy, I agree to suck the cock, but as soon as he puts it in my mouth, I bite it off and then he bleeds to death?
Then you have committed what we call diplomacy.
Well,
As war is nothing more than diplomacy by other means.
But basically, it's basically his attack on property rights, because if you own all of the food, even if you got there through legitimately hard work and like actually doing the work, it doesn't matter if other people need the food, right? So you can hoard all the food that you legitimately worked for, and then other people can starve because you can protect your property rights. So therefore, there should be no property rights. There should be no employment. Everyone should simply have what they need, regardless of who actually produced it. It's stupid. I know it's stupid.
I know, but like I'm asking you a question now. How would the state be represented in the coconut allegory?
I don't think Vosh ever gets to that point in the conversation.
Because like, okay, so I saw coke from Vosh, right, and I get my coconut.
Mhm.
But like, how would the government be represented in this scenario?
I think the government would be like an additional person who kind of walks on the island and then just like picks up a coconut and bashes you over the head with it and then takes it away. And then it finds the person who sucked cock for their one coconut and it also bashes them over the head with their coconut and then takes half of that one.
Probably, yeah, and it would also make Vosh suck his cock as well, because like,
Now we have
Like,
feudalism.
Pretty much. The actual truth is that employment probably is kind of coercive a little bit, and taxation probably is kind of coercive a little bit, but they're also both necessary. And people who are trying to argue to abolish them are just kind of dumb.
I don't see it that way, right? Because like, if you play a game of Rust, right, hypothetically speaking, right, like you're a person that's alone, you need to do stuff in order to survive. Right,
Yeah, of
but
course.
in the perfect communist utopia, like you want other people to do shit for you, and we had that. They're called slaves. So what they want is a system that has slavery. That's what they want.
Yeah, it's true, but like they ideally they want a system where everyone is a slave and no one is a master. That's the theoretical ideal, where basically everyone owns everything in some sort of like communal ownership with no exclusive ownership. And it's so stupid. It's just fucking dumb. It's because I mean,
anyway, let's talk about something else besides
Abolishing
politics.
slavery was a mistake.
Abolishing slavery was a mistake. Well, I mean, Hassan agrees. He did head over to that brothel.
Actually, okay, I have a much better
Heresy's
topic,
the
okay?
question.
Because Sweden is currently
Fire
on
is the
fire.
answer.
And due to my strong dislike of the Swedish people, I would like to celebrate this.
Ooh, how are they on fire this time?
Mass gang crime. So Sweden used to run a statistic over grenade attacks per month in their country. One of the only countries on Earth to do so, beyond Afghanistan and Iran, I suppose. They stopped keeping that statistic because it made them seem awfully racist due to the skin color of the people throwing the hand grenades. Now, however, they've needed to start taking statistics of civilian bombings in their country conducted by criminal organizations because the country has gone completely batshit. It has a crime rate approaching that of New York now in terms of shooting, with 19 shootings in the last 2 weeks, including
guarantees
4
citizenship.
bombings. And the government is currently considering bringing in the army.
Why
What's
didn't
going
they
on
just
here?
ban assault bombs?
I think they did actually, but turns out criminals don't really care. Like, see, if you're willing to take another human's life, you're probably willing to break other laws in doing it as well.
You see,
I mean, if they just put down some signs that say "Please no bombs beyond this point," that should solve the problem. pretty quickly.
Why don't, like, they're Sweden, right? Like, why can't they teach them not to bomb?
well, Sweden has very strict gun laws, of course, because it's a Scandinavian country. And they used to have very low crime rates. But then they decided to do what people like Dev and other
Heresy's
communists
the
are urging them to do,
Fire is the answer.
and embrace the third world. So they did. And this is the result of that. As the gangs that are currently fighting is a Turkish gang. that are currently having a bit of an internal civil war over leadership of the Swedish branch.
Hold on.
I mean,
a little
can
bit
you-
like
can you blame
Turkey's
them
a peaceful nation, isn't
Third
it?
world,
Hold on. I gotta set the record straight here, Arch. I only want to embrace third world women. Got it? That's it.
Well,
But even then,
there's not a lot of women here, primarily fighting age males.
Put them on hormones. We'll make do.
though? What the fuck?
Sweden also
Yeah,
has
man,
made a
I'm-
small mistake here, because you see, having been once a civilized Scandinavian nation, they had different forms of punishment for children and adults. So if an adult committed a crime, they'd be punished far more harshly than a child, because it would be assumed that the child wouldn't know what they were doing, and so you should be a bit more lenient with them. Try and reform them, you know? The problem is that the Swedish criminals, heavy quotation marks, looked at this and thought to themselves, hey, what if we teach children to shoot people? They'll be out in a year.
Oh my.
yeah, they do that. They do that in many places. Like,
So
for
what you're saying is
example-
that Sweden finally has child militias?
Yes.
Oh wow.
God, I
Yeah,
wish I
look-
had my own child militia. I could take over a country.
Do you think
They
she did that?
have in essence weaponized the
I
children
have
because the
lost.
children cannot legally be punished as adults. So the heaviest punishment they can get, I think, is 3 to 4 years. After which, and this is then now a gang initiation. So you commit a murder for the gang, go to jail, and when you get out, you're an official member.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, they just need to send the military in at this point. Roll in with tanks. Roll in with like armed men and just take all these people out. Like this is.
You're
fucking
being
ridiculous.
really bigoted right now.
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me that these children don't yearn for the jihad?
They yearn for the mines, and that's where we should put them. They wouldn't have
Exactly.
time for a gang.
If you put these kids to work, they wouldn't have time for jihad.
Abolishing child labor too was a mistake. We have made many
Oh, was it?
mistakes in the last century.
I don't know, man. I can't really feel bad for Sweden when they were just like, look, guys, we're a superior nation. We need to help these third world hordes come into our country and live better lives. And it's just like, well, now you're like just reaping what you sowed, my dude.
Did you see that Germany is trying to bring more immigrants, and they were exposed for bringing more immigrants to Italy? And when Elon Musk called them out on Twitter, I think it was like the German official for foreign affairs were like, it's called having a heart. And I'm thinking, yeah, if Italy would start busing all those people to Germany, you would immediately change your tune.
Well, isn't that what's happening in the United States right now?
In New
Where,
York,
yeah,
yes.
In New York,
Yeah.
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 In New York, they were like, bring in all the illegals. It's we gotta take care of them. And then as soon as Texas is like, okay, start sending them buses. They're like, no, wait, no, we didn't mean it.
That happened in Virginia as well. They were like, wait, no, we want them where you are, not where we are. It's a problem if they're here.
I'm surprised they haven't sent more to Martha's Vineyard, though.
That was a pretty good thing to do, honestly. Like, I feel like any of the people who advocate for just like unchecked immigration should have all of the unchecked immigrants unloaded where they live.
Hey, hold on,
What
I'm
I
just
love the
I'm just
most-
googling Martha's Vineyard surface-to-air missile system, as I'm presuming that's the reason. Like, the moment that happened, they installed them. Like, yeah, not again.
Yeah, I mean, what I love the most about that story is the fact that they had to call the military to remove what was like 30 legal migrants at that point.
Yeah,
But,
they
V-
went kind of nuts over that, and it's just like that just shows you how two-faced these people are. And they're just like, we want to make things more difficult for you, average human, but for us, no, we don't have to deal with any of that.
Well, you gotta
remember
understand,
looking
both
into
of
that
you. Like,
story.
you're being mean here, okay? Martha's Vineyard had a housing crisis, okay? There wasn't enough houses for the people who wanted to live there, which is tragic because they have such small and neutral houses on Martha's Vineyard, where every single home is a fucking mansion.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
And they had a housing
I
crisis.
like Texas, which doesn't have a housing crisis. You know.
Plenty of space there.
Well, the thing is, when I looked into the DeSantis bussing off people to Martha's Vineyard thing, there was one snag in the story though, because apparently his government didn't tell the people where they were going. and that
No one
possibly
fucking
made it
cares,
illegal.
Dev. That's not the
That's
point.
it's illegal. No, it is part of the
I
point. You have
don't
to do it
fucking
right,
care if
V.
it's
Heresy's
illegal,
the
Dev. That
question.
doesn't fucking
Fire
matter.
is the
It's the
answer.
principle, Dev. Like, stop it with the illegal shit.
It's illegal
Who's the
to
fucking
cross
president?
borders too, Dev.
Yes, it
Yes.
is. Yes, it is. Right,
Yeah.
but the
It
point
was
is
to prove
that
a point, Dev.
yeah, I get it. I get the point. But
Okay.
if you're gonna be superior, you gotta actually be superior. You gotta do it right.
Dev, no. If you want to win, you win. It's like, oh my god.
I mean,
well,
if
you can't do it
they're
like that.
opening our borders to fucking hundreds of thousands of people, I don't really care if he didn't follow all the checks and balances to ship them elsewhere within our own country.
Not to mention, I'm pretty sure that he did because, like, eventually he actually showed like he allowed the media to go around and whine and complain about it, and then he actually he basically showed that I did have the receipts.
Oh, well, if he had the receipts, that's even funnier.
Mm-hmm.
There was even a recent funny thing around this. So Elon Musk went to the border to look at the stream of migrants in person as a bit of a PR stunt, to be fair. And then AOC, of all fucking people, AOC, the crying by the empty parking yard AOC, decided this is a bit far. You know, how dare he? How dare he do this?
God, fuck AOC, dude.
Yes, yes, she. Yeah.
Wasn't
She's
AOC
like,
a Twitch
only
streamer?
I am able to do photo ops.
Isn't AOC a Twitch streamer though?
I believe she is.
True.
Yes.
She's like guest starred on
Heresy's
various
the
like
question.
communist channels like
Fire
the
is
Surf.
the
So she's been
answer.
on Hassan's show. Like she does that sort of thing.
I think
I'm
she
just
went
doing
on
for smoke.
HB Bomber guy, and I could hear that guy cooming in his voice, like.
Oh yeah, I fucking
Yeah.
remember
What you're
that.
saying is that it's time for me to
Service
interview the
guarantees
Zodiac Killer.
citizenship.
Call up Ted Cruz.
Yeah, exactly.
The Hasashin. It was a Hasashin. Like AOC looked at him, was like trying to get me Hasashinated, and I was like, wow.
Jesus.
No, unironically, like she said that.
To return to an earlier topic, just real quick, so I was sent this. The greatest disaster of the government shutdown, should it happen, it might cancel, quote, Fat Bear Week in Alaska.
Nani?
What?
Yes.
Like
Nani?
gay bears or like animal bears?
Animal bears. Alaska
Oh.
apparently has an annual Fat Bear Week, and if the government is shut down, it could endanger Fat Bear
So
Week.
you said Fat Bear Week, and I thought of what happens on like Cape Town, where like they have the Bear Week, where all the gay bears get together in their leather costumes and rub bellies.
Well, I have no information to suggest that this bear isn't homosexual, but until further evidence comes to light.
There's a chubby bear. It's so cute.
Oh my god, you don't live in a place where there's natural bears running around, do you?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I used to in Massachusetts.
Okay. No, man, like I see bears. Like I live in the middle of fucking nowhere, Canada, and I see bears like pretty regularly. They're kind of scary.
Have
They
you seen
look-
the bears with all the worms hanging out of their assholes?
I haven't seen that
Nani?
yet, but I know they exist.
See,
I think that would be
Why,
what's
though?
horrifying.
this is yet another aspect of reality where racism has a place. If it's a brown bear, you're in danger. If it's a black bear, don't worry, he's fine.
Was that how it works?
Yes. Brown bears, they will fuck you up. They don't give a shit. Black bears, they're pretty chill.
Will,
How do
will
you
brown
react against
bears
white
like walk
bears?
into the city limits?
White bears scream and yell. They'll kill you regardless. They'll hunt you down. They will eat you, and they have no mercy. Polar bears are beyond aggressive. They make fucking grizzlies, and brown bears look like kittens.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have seen a guy petting a polar bear though.
There's a place in Norway where you are legally required to carry a long firearm at all times because of polar bears.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
kind of
pretty brutal.
interesting, actually.
They're pretty brutal. They will just they'll see you from like 3 ice flows away and then just jump in, swim over, and then just pull you under. They don't give a fuck.
Yep, they
That's
are
terrifying.
extraordinarily aggressive because they're the alpha predators. In their environment, nothing can match them, which is why they view literally everything that moves as food.
Yep.
Understandably so.
Here in Canada, we have like the city bears that kind of just wander through town, and they're like friendly.
Do they
Yeah,
wear
like-
little beanies?
They're like stray dogs, you know, where like they're kind of dangerous if you piss them off, but like if you just kind of cross the street, you'll be okay. If you see one walking down the road.
You don't want them to steal your purse, so you cross the street?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, man, speaking of the other kind of bear that you mentioned earlier, Kirsche, I just fucking discovered this like a week or two ago. One street over from my house, someone is flying the bear pride flag, where it's like the rainbow, but it's all like brownish colors, and it has like a big paw print in the corner. He's flying it on fucking flagpole, and I'm like, Jesus, what happened to this neighborhood, man?
Well, he's telling you it's bear country. He wants your twink ass to get the fuck out.
Shit.
Bear pride.
Mm-hmm.
Worldwide.
Bear pride worldwide.
And I watched like a little mini documentary. I think it was Vice, where they sent like a journalist to go investigate Bear Week over in the Cape. And they had this weird thing where they would all strip their clothes down and then like sensually rub each other's bodies and then like shake their cocks like a handshake.
Ah, yes, of course. Hello, fellow homosexual. Unzip your pants, please. Very well, sir.
Just like, do you just like dock the foreskin onto the other one and then just like wiggle them, I guess?
We didn't see foreskin docking in the documentary. I also had to censor it for Twitch. Like I said, I dance on the edge over here.
To be fair, okay, I found this picture of Bear. This is some pretty big lads right here. Like, I imagine they would just, like, pull it out and then slap it into your palm. Like, nice meaty thud. There you go.
Yeah. And you do a nice cock, you know?
Nice cock, bro.
The way Kirsche said the word cock was quite stimulating.
It was what?
Nothing. Just ignore it. It's like a way of articulating that you only hear it in other ASMR videos.
I'm not doing ASMR. I'm just talking like a filthy Bostoner right now.
I guess, but like it was just that particular word. Like everything else was fine, but like the word, the way it was pronounced was very interesting.
So what you're saying is you're taking notes to have me voice act in your game.
No, I want Japanese women to voice act.
Understandable.
They make nice squeaky noises.
Well, I see someone in your chat said, please don't get into the insect stuff. Should I educate you?
What's the insects? What you talking about?
What?
This clearly
I don't know how
calls
it
for the
happened,
Norwegian
but
police
on a
officer
stream
name
with
too.
Pippa, we found a documentary of a guy who did sounding, but with worms. And
Why?
And at one point, he was just like, sometimes the worms don't want to crawl in my urethra, so I have to use like fire and smoke to force them inside.
Fire and smoke.
Yeah, I was like, is he raping the worms now? Like, what is this?
See, the thing is, because of Arch, I actually know
God.
what sounding is, and I find it very displeasing.
Everywhere I go, the topic of sounding just kind of happens, even if I'm not involved. I rated It's a Gundam once, and literally immediately after I rated him, Ziltex was just like,
I have lost.
Gundam, have you ever tried sounding? And I was like, how the fuck does this happen? How the fuck does this happen?
The number 2 pencil, Arch.
The number 2. For beginners, a gentle start.
What does Pippa think of sounding?
I'm pretty sure she was horrified by the guy using bugs for sexual purposes, but I don't know how she thinks of regular sounding.
She horrified. That woman has been around the internet. Do you think she's faking it?
Well, being horrified at certain things? No, I still get horrified at certain things.
How? Like, I do not get horrified at things anymore. I have seen almost everything.
Because it's like, I don't know, some things are just naturally disgusting.
No, I agree,
like,
I agree, but it's like, once you see them, you know, you're less horrified. You're like, oh, okay, I've seen this before. It's kind of like, you know what to expect.
If you've been on the internet, like, if you were on, like, late 2000s 4chan, you've pretty much seen it all, I think.
Yeah,
but it's like, just because I've recounted the story of Pamper Chew microwaving diapers and then sitting in them multiple times, doesn't mean I'm not going to be disgusted when another story comes out about furries throwing their diapers on cars and hotel parking lots.
Yeah, but like, you're not going to be shocked, is what I'm saying. You're like, oh, well, I've seen this before. Like, this is natural for furries.
I'm not going to be surprised, but I'm going to be disgusted.
Ah, that is okay. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Pamper Chew.
Wait, do you not know who Pamperchew is?
I don't want to either.
Oh, how do you not know who
Let's show Arch.
I
Let's
have
show
no
him Arch.
desire.
Arch, you just gotta watch a video called "The Life of Pamperchew."
I don't need to do anything you tell me to do, Dev.
I kind of want to see if I can find like the infographic really quick though.
Thinking
In
of
fact,
that, didn't
I think I shall avoid this.
Didn't what's his name?
Here,
blah.
Arch, I'll put it in the links channel.
Didn't Christian got released from prison?
Delete.
Yeah.
He did. He did.
So like, what is he doing now? Like, he has no income. I don't think he's allowed to be with his mother. So
Oh, he's not going on a second date?
I don't think so. No.
Here, I posted an image that's safe to put on screen.
Oh God, no! I'm not touching.
Where'd you
that
post it?
In we have like a little group DM. I don't know where else I'm supposed to post it.
Oh, there's
I
the
think
link
I'll
channel
avoid
for the-
that.
I don't have a link channel. I can only see the guest chat.
Oh, Arch, you didn't give her permissions? Jeez.
To be fair, I joined late because I didn't know I was supposed to be in a Discord.
Very important to be in a Discord when doing group chats.
Dev, I think I thought I did do permissions. This is not my problem.
Isn't
you.
the quality better when you're doing it on a server? I think it is.
It depends on if the server's boosted or not.
So Kirsche, what was with the controversy in the VTubing community with that black company that you showed?
Oh, the Accio Air.
Accio Air. Who the
Accio
fuck
Air.
are they? They sound like a 2-view company.
Yeah, they're a pretty small company. I don't know a whole lot about them, but they hired I want to say she was 15, but they hired a minor, and they were promoting her with like doing your mom jokes
Heresy is the
essentially.
question.
Like they were
Fire
saying
is
how
the
she has like
answer.
a
I heard that they had a lot of
mom stuff.
philia in the tags.
Yeah, like her name had philia in it. I can't remember if it was like Raphilia or something. I can't remember her name, but it had philia in her name, and so all of her tags had
I have
philia
lost.
in them. So like her
Shit.
art tag, her live tag, etc. And I was like, that's really weird to market a minor in this way. I'm gonna be real with you. And then the other talents came out and said that they like didn't know that they had hired a minor. The company was like, okay, well, she's a minor. Her parents know about it. Please don't elude this talent because they're a minor. I just don't think
Yes.
minors belong in VTubing.
Please don't lewd. That one's worked out very well for everyone else who's tried it.
Yeah.
So that's not really the whole controversy, is it?
That was what kicked it off, but one of their talents, I want to say it was like their largest talent, came out and talked about
Orville.
all of the other shit that the company was like shady with. And it is a pretty large account of things. Like I
Hold
sent
on, I shall read the accusation.
Oh yeah.
All right. So the accusation. Where the fuck is it?
V,
Here we go.
if you're reading
found it.
something and it's safe for work,
It is. It is.
how about you
Alright,
put
so
it in the link channel like a normal human being?
I will put it in the link channel. Yes. Chotomate. Here we go. So this comes from a lady by the name of Athi, and she wants to announce that she will no longer be associated with the 2-view company Accio Air, effective immediately. She is fed up with all the legal threats and emotional abuse that she and the other talents at the 2-view company has been receiving from the company. There are several reasons why she decided to leave Accio Air, notably that the company refuses to pay her on time and they have failed to support the projects several times. When I bring up, they simply string me along and tell me it's not a good time. I have worked hard for the company and did my best for it, but they just see me as another employee to take advantage and exploit. The final straw is when the 2-view company announced on September 5th that they're going to be hiring a minor, a 15-year-old. Accio Air, since then, has continued to send baseless threats stating that they would sue me due to gross negligence and defamation. However, the company was the one who initially harmed our image and talents. She does have a point. Like if you're working for a company that is hiring minors and is promoting them with philia, then obviously your fans might go like, "What the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you still supporting this?" They offered an alternative. Like, this is where it gets fucky. They offered an alternative, a way to possibly agree not to sue me. They told me to shut up and do whatever I say, to stream, to not post, to not talk to anyone. If I do this for at least 2 months, then they will give me a list of demands. I asked them if I did all this, would they promise not to sue me? Their response was no promises. They just asked me to trust them. Even after I complied with all their demands, they said that they still made the sound to turn around and sue me. When I told them how absurd it was, that I could do everything they say and they would still come after me, they replied, "You are in no position to make any requests." The emotional manipulation and abuse didn't stop there. Our CEO, Jason, kept being hostile and personally threatened my livelihood and career as a nurse. Then when I resisted his demands, he pretended to be my savior, telling me that he's just trying to save me from the legal department and that he is my only hope. I would like to point out that Fishman, like Sakana from, Face Connect, is in the comments. And this is like so fucking rare. Like, usually you will not see this. Like, you'll not see a CEO of another company, interacting with something like this. But it goes to show just how much Akio Air has done fucked up.
I think it's because Fishman knew the guy who ran Akio Air. I don't know like how much he knew him, but I know that they like kind of knew each other.
Is it because like is Fishman from China?
Yeah, I do believe he's Chinese. I don't know if he's from China or like Canadian.
So maybe like that's why like the guy is Taiwanese.
Heresy is the
so,
question.
I don't know.
Fire is the answer.
That sounds kind of racist.
No, it's
You're saying all Asians know each other?
well, no, but like from the particular industry, like if there was like another Romanian game dev, I would probably know him. Like if he's right, like it's kind of like when you're in the same industry and you're from like a specific geographical area, you may know other people from that industry.
I mean, maybe. I posted more links. The girl's name was Nophilia. There's a screenshot of like her tags and stuff, and there's an archive link of their tweet when they made the announcement about it. And this was also a big deal because in their requirements for auditions, they required you to be 18 years old. So they hired a minor, which was against their own guidelines.
Like this is the thing that I was saying on my stream as well. It's like you have so many people applying when you're a VTube company that there is no way you would hire a minor unless like you specifically want one. Right? It's not like, oh well, there was no one to hire, and it's just like this one person they applied, and it happened that they're a minor, so like we needed someone desperately.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird. Oh, here's the tweet with the your mom joke.
The thing is though, there are people defending this for two reasons. Like number one, there are people who suggest that there are child actors, so like this should be fine. But I disagree because a child actor usually goes there, does the script, reads the script, plays the role, and goes home. While a VTuber goes into that parasocial relationship with the chat. So, and of course, the second thing,
child actors, when they go to do their little acting thing, they're also surrounded by like
by child
their
molesters,
parents.
they're in Hollywood, Kirsche.
Yeah, I was going to say like adults that typically have their best interest, but then I was like, well, no, the Hollywood people are all pedophiles, so I guess it's like, no.
No, but the second thing, which I kind of agree with, like you can use this. Apparently in Taiwan, like 15-year-olds can work. So like if that's their culture, then okay. But like if you want to have like how do I say, like an international reach, then you can't have a 15-year-old. It will damage your reputation, and it will damage the reputation of everyone else that works at the company.
Yeah, it just seems like a very bad idea to hire someone that's a minor for the express purpose of content creation in the field that we do. Like,
yeah, exactly.
There are definitely VTubers that don't do, like 18 plus content. There's plenty of VTubers that don't, but their audiences aren't young. Like, you're not going to see a VTuber with an audience like Ninja or like PewDiePie.
No, but like, for example, I don't think you do lewd. I mean, compared to Shy Lily, I don't. But still, you do get like lewd pictures and fan art and shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the topics I talk about, like I have my Twitter and my stream both flagged as 18 plus, because the topics I talk about are typically things that children don't belong in.
Mm. Is she lewd, chat? Because I'm looking at your chat now, Kirsche. Is she lewd? Does she do like the shy lily thing? Does she do the
No,
kissy shit?
I'm not lewd. I do have, like you said, the lewd artwork. I do have
Yeah.
a lewd artwork.
Your
I do
chat's selling you out,
ASMR
it looks like.
where people ask me to say cringe shit, and some of those can be kind of lewd.
Do you do
The
that
only
cringe
solution
shit
is
where
to
you make,
abolish VTubing. It's only VTubing where this is a problem.
No,
I don't
Sorry,
think
I'm
it's only
so
VTubing
there
happy.
used to be
problem.
no. Hold on. There used to be another streamer by the name of Soap that BuzzFeed went after. You know, like what was his name, like Shadman or someone like that, like drew not safe for work over. So it has happened before, Arch. This predates VTubing.
Yeah, and like there was a big thing where Twitch would have, like, you'd only need to be 13 to make a Twitch account. So there would be
Yes.
minors who were streaming on Twitch, and there was a problem with Twitch not like tackling people, basically grooming them in chat quick enough. There were
I recall
articles
the
about this
article
a
on
few
this.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when they were saying N-words and shit, and people didn't know how to cancel them because they had no job because they were minors. And it's like, how can you cancel that which has no job? No, I'm not kidding. Like, it was actually like a big thing on Tumblr. They were struggling to cancel some minors because they were saying slurs. And it's like,
What was happening here is that you had like 13-year-old or 14-year-old girls who were streaming on Twitch, and then you'd have they have like 0 viewers, right? And then a bunch of adult men would come in, and they're like, "Oh, my stream is getting popular," and they'd all ask them to like twerk or something.
Yeah.
And then they do it because they want to have a popular stream, and that was a problem on Twitch for a while.
And then Dev comes into the argument to make everything slightly worse. I can't trust any of you fuckers around
Heresy's the
children,
question.
can I?
Fire is the
What?
answer.
What? We're just
You know
letting
what's
you know
also
what the
interesting?
problems are. We're saying kids
Yeah.
shouldn't be doing this.
You know what's also interesting is like ever since Vice released an article called "Inside the Pedophilic Industry of Manga," and it was an article which apparently got a Pulitzer Prize, despite the fact that it was banned in Japan, so that it didn't allow Japanese people to correct the misinformation there. But ever since that article, there is like a huge push. Not against like people who like lolly, but against people who like, for example, My Hero Academia or Demon Slayer, which are like completely safe for work anime. But they will say, "Oh, it's because it has minors," right? So even though those characters are drawn like adult women with big tits, it's like, no, if you like that, you're a pedophile,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Or
So-
like
so you
Senator
have, like-
Kagura, yeah.
Yeah. So you have those people there.
Well, like
And what's
even in those anime, like those characters aren't sexualized.
No, but like if it, in their mind, if it has cleavage, it's over sexualized, right? So anyway, regardless, what's interesting is that the same people who go around, accusing others of pedophilia for liking this, for some fucking reason, were defending this VTuber that was like a minor being 15, and they were defending the company for allowing this minor to get a job.
That's weird.
It is weird.
That's really
It's-
weird.
It's safe horny, man. That's what it is. I'm telling you.
That
It's
is
just
a term that I'm going to viciously mock and ridicule. Like the very concept of safe horny.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, it's like,
Wow.
oh, so I'm dangerous horny. I like
What
succubi
the
with
fuck
big
is the
tits.
concept of safe horny?
Oh my god, Dev.
Should I explain? Okay, so safe horny basically. Okay, have you played Baldur's Gate 3 yet, for example?
Kind of.
Okay, you know how you can make like a dick girl in Baldur's Gate 3 as
Yeah.
your character? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's safe horny, right? It's sexual content that you are allowed to engage in because of either your politics or the politics of the creator.
That seems really stupid.
Meanwhile, sexual content that exists outside of your politics is dangerous and radicalizing and all of this sort of stuff.
That
That's
seems
why-
really
that's why-
fucking stupid.
Yep, that's why you see progressives will simultaneously shit on you for liking, not even really sexualized anime, but at the same time they'll be very pro like Big Mouth on Netflix or something.
So like
Where that's-
it's bad if I watch My Hero Academia where there are high school students that just have big breasts but aren't sexualized, but it's okay for drag queens to wear skimpy outfits and strip dance in front of children at pride events.
Yes, that's how they view it. Because
Ooh.
one of them is a safe form of being horny, the other one is a dangerous form of being horny.
That's really dumb.
It's really fucking dumb. And then there, it's like a subsection of safe edgy, where you have like people who are, let's say they're they're making jokes about 9/11. They're talking about how they hate cops or they hate America or whatever, and they're like, haha, I'm being edgy. We're just having, and then like someone comes up and does like a Heil Hitler salute, right? And they're like, oh my god, how could you possibly like they only want a certain level of edginess that kind of goes their way. If
Well,
you know what I
that
mean.
that
Yeah.
happened during the Ocean Gate sub explosion or implosion rather as well, where like all of the safe streamers who didn't make any edgy jokes and didn't have any sort of edgy content, they were making fun of the Seagate sub for imploding and the rich guys who died in it, and it was okay to make fun of them because they were rich, and I was like,
Yeah,
that's
Twitch culture.
yeah,
Yep.
I was like, that's really stupid. That people like Bao would feel okay making fun of people who died simply because they're rich, but wouldn't do it for anyone else, right? Like if you're gonna make the joke, that it's got to be everyone's on the table, you know?
It's kind of like if you look at the modern American cartoons, like Has Been Hotel and
real quick,
others.
V, just real quick. I posted a comic that basically is that's like the epitome of safe edgy right there. Everyone's seen this meme before, but that's what we're talking about. If you want to pull it up,
But
Arch.
like most American cartoons, especially the new ones, like you'll notice that they curse as a punctuation sign. Like they use fuck nonstop, right? But they never use slurs. Like if you look at South Park, right? Like because they're trying to copy South Park. Like basically you have the Bush era, and then you have like this incredibly edgy cartoon where kids die. You know, you actually have like kids getting ass raped, like Cartman gets ass fucked by aliens, right? So like all that shit.
Yeah.
And it was like incredibly edgy, right? Like it was meant to provoke, to offend, but it was using slurs. Like it didn't have any breaks. But now when you have like a modern American cartoon, it will have over the top violence, toilet humor, like in Rick and Morty, but they never use slurs.
Yep.
Because
V.
those are verboten in current year.
Yeah,
Also,
no, like
I'm pretty sure Cartman was just probed, V.
It's kind of the same thing, Arch.
I think V doesn't get to bring up topics of minors ever again.
if an alien,
This is like
told
two
you-
streams in a row where V talks about
Yes,
minors.
it's V that's the problem. Ban V.
I will not bring it up again. But what I did notice is that when I was growing up, the word fuck wasn't allowed on TV. Like if you said the word, they would even say the F word, right? In order to avoid saying the word fuck. But now you can say fuck as much as you want. There's another F word that's not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
God, I miss being able to say that F word.
I miss as well, like it was part of my fucking culture.
I mean, you can't say it on Twitch, but you can say it on YouTube. It's fine.
No, you
Actually, on YouTube as well, it's sidelined with the N-word.
Yep.
It doesn't have
Yeah,
quite
but
the same
Twitch-
power, admittedly.
can't.
Twitch had like a
Dev,
caveat in their 2020. They had a 2020 town hall, and in their 2020 town hall, their I don't remember who the fuck she was. She's just like someone who helps decide the rules and shit. And she was like, if you identify with a slur, then you're able to say it on your streams and not have any issues. So if you're part of a group who uses the slur, then you can say it. And ever since I saw that, it reminded me of the Dave Chappelle skit where he was like, well, how come I can say the N word with impunity, but I can't say the F word? And his HR lady was like, well, David, you're not one of them. And he's just like, hold on, wait a minute.
I'm not an N-word either.
Wait,
But like,
this is great because I actually have sucked some dick before, so I can say it now.
no,
my
Dev,
God.
listen, I will tell you something, right? Like why it's
Okay.
stupid to say it. Like for example, I don't say the R word either, right? And the reason is like they can retroactively punish people. So like if for example, misgendering is a really good one, right? So on YouTube you could misgender as much as you wanted for years up until I think like the new CEO came. And all of a sudden they would retroactively ban people for misgendering, right? Because like the way they apply the TOS is they interpret it differently. So like for example, hateful conduct. Like in the beginning they didn't consider the misgendering as hateful conduct, but like now they do, right? It's the same TOS, but it's just interpreted different.
Yeah.
You know what? I will actually give Twitter credit on that because they did say they won't go back before like 2015 and ban old tweets that violate new rules, and they have stuck to that. So even before Elon Musk, they stuck to that. So good for them.
Wow, 2015, holy shit! I mean,
Man,
It's
okay,
almost
there's
like
some edgy
yesterday.
tweets back in like 2006, 2007 that are still up.
Yeah, the cyberbullying one from Tyler the Creator's still there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That one
I
is the
retweet it
brand
I retweet it regularly. Or like
Yeah,
Trump's
like
old
that-
tweets, like his 2011 tweets, they're great.
That one isn't though against the TOS. Like it's fine.
Okay, no, there's the Kyle Kalinske one where he says N-words is hungry, and that's still up from 2011. And every time I see it, I retweet it again because it's great.
Oh my god.
Oh, so you can retweet it and you don't get into trouble?
Yep.
What's the
Because
R
it's from
word? The
before.
R word is another way to call someone stupid, and you're not allowed to say it in current year because that's offensive.
Yeah, I don't know why, like idiot, cretin, moron, like all those are fine. It's just like a mentally stunted growth word. That one isn't.
Well, actually, V, they are coming for moron now. I've seen the pushes on like some really really fringe leftist circles saying moron should be a slur.
What the fuck?
We'll see it in 5 years. We'll see it in
Heresy's
5
the
years. It'll be
question.
normalized as a slur.
Fire is
I
the
bet.
answer.
Can we go back instead? Like in 5 years, everybody can say words without people claiming it's violence? Help.
No, but it's so fucking weird, right? Because they come up with like all these other words that aren't as effective. Like for example, Chad. It's like it sounds like Chad. Like
That's
why?
because
why
the
would-
left is jealous. Unironically, we come up with good words for them and they ban them as swiftly as they can, then they try to come up with something that hurts us. It's the classic. The clip
Look
from
what
Invincible.
they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh god, you beat me to it. I love that quote. It's great.
I mean, the funny thing is when you use a word that's politically correct, but it pisses them off. So, for example, soy, right? Like they can't ban soy because if they ban soy, then they have to ban like the actual name of the, you know. When I see Luthers and thugs, I call them Democrats, and again, like it's politically correct, right? So you see like a lot of people like robbing a store, and I'm like, why would Democrats do this? Why would
Well,
Democrats behave in such a manner? You know, and it's
At this
Remember
point,
when they
V-
tried making a jogger a slur?
Oh, I remember
yeah,
that
but like
shit.
that
Yeah,
one
jogger.
that one doesn't really work because again, it's like Democrats is a lot better, right?
V. I just call them basketball Americans.
Oh my god.
But that's also the same. It's like people know what you're talking about, but when you use Democrats, it's kind of confusing for them. So it's perfect.
Democrat
Oh,
voters.
you're dog whistling, actually, V. Amazing.
Yeah, but
I
like
was
my
like-
dog whistle actually works for the dogs, Dev. Like your dog whistle can be heard by humans.
When we had a lot of tourists come into the VTuber sphere, there were people who were trying to say that trap is a derogatory slur for trans people.
Oh
And
my
I was like,
fucking
that's
God.
not even in the realm of the traps are men who believe they're men. They could just pass as women. I was like, Sneaky, the fucking League streamer. That's a trap, dude.
I mean, transvestite is also a slur now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Is it
and
on
that
Twitch?
actually-
Uh-oh. I don't know if it is.
I didn't mean to. Well, I think it's fine if I don't use it against a person, right? And I just like making an argument.
I think so.
I wanted to say that it doesn't actually means trans people. It means like a person that just like likes to dress as the opposite gender. Like they don't
Like
identify with the
crossdressers, yeah.
opposite gender.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like again, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would it be a slur if it means something else, right? Like it. I guess like maybe if you say it to a trans person, you're accusing them of pretending or something, so that's why it's a slur.
Yeah, I think
But
that's
like
what
the
It's
word
that's not your
itself,
word.
yeah, but like
Yeah,
the word itself should be fine, right?
Service
Well,
guarantee.
Yeah.
there's
citizenship.
some concept creep going on here because like 5 years ago, well, like 10 years ago, trap was pretty normalized as like, you know, internet lingo for like a cross-dressing person or a passable person, whatever. Then 5 years ago, there was this idea that if you call an actual transgender person a trap, you are insulting them because traps are just cross-dressers, and that's not the same thing as having gender dysphoria. Now in 2023, they're basically saying, okay, it's just always a slur because femboys and cross-dressers are actually just like trans that are still in the closet and they got to come out of the closet.
Well, the reason they were saying trap is a slur is because you're accusing them of being a trap, right? So you're accusing them of trapping you instead of you just recognizing them as the gender they are.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah.
You know
That's part
that
of it too,
they
sure.
they decided that Hatsune Miku is trans.
Really?
I hate current year.
Yeah, apparently they had like a mix, a promotion where it was like Hatsune Miku and some Pokemon shit, and they have like her hair with like the trans flag colors, and because of that, clearly she is trans.
Was it just like a lighting thing, and they're just claiming it,
Yeah.
or?
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's just like anything that has a pink and blue color. It was the same with Silverveil. They were just like, "Oh, that's funny that the anime character with the trans color scheme is being transphobic by playing wizard game."
Unironically, like in the case of Silverveil, unlike Pikami, which Dev decided to create a hill where he wants to die on.
Yeah,
With
it's a very
Silverveil,
cool hill to die on.
with Silverveil, I can say that she's partially responsible for that shit.
Was she?
Like when you farm a community, where you basically say that I think it was like trans women are women, right? Like that comes with ideological implications. It's not just a statement of belief. It comes with a package, and part of that package is that you don't play the wizard game. So when you say that trans women are women and then you play the wizard game, the community feels betrayed in a way.
I mean, I can understand where you're coming from for sure, but it's also like I don't think Silverveil is a very politically active person. So I can understand if you like are a large content creator and you're just saying, company compliant opinion phrases, that you don't really know the entire kit and caboodle that is attached to that.
No, I get it, but like, it's not just that phrase. It's like the whole behavior. Like when you're catering those to those crowds, it's kind of like if I were to cater to like a far right crowd, right, and then I say something that upsets them, like it's no surprise if they start turning on you.
It's not, but I still don't like that she got any sort of harassment.
No, of
from
course,
doing
like she
it.
doesn't deserve. But like what I'm saying is like, in order to avoid getting into those situations in the future, you need to be careful to the people you're catering to. Because like if you're catering to people that aren't very tolerant, and any deviation, like including playing a wizard game, is going to trigger them, like perhaps that's not the type of audience you want to grow.
Yeah, I mean, again, she's not like a political person, which is why, like, if she
No,
just
but you
repeats,
don't have to be.
company safe political phrases,
Yeah.
like trans women are women, she's
Like, for
going
example,
to get those people in
okay,
her audience that she
I know.
doesn't know are like cult fanatics.
No, but I know how to articulate this better, right? So I'm making a video game, and I was saying, like, should I have like some furry content in it? And my publisher goes like, V, you get the audience that you cater to. Do you want to cater to furry? Do you want furries to be your audience? I'm like, oh shit, okay, well, I understand. No, all right. I used to be a furry, by the way, so I know.
You're
to be.
reformed now.
Used to be.
In the same way that Dev used to be a
be.
communist.
No,
Hold
no,
on. Everyone can get redeemed, all right?
No.
Including V.
I do not
There
have-
is such a
look,
thing
Arch,
as eternal sin.
Arch, if I was still a furry, I would have had it in my game. But there is no furriness in the game.
No, you're
But, like,
you're just keeping
Your
the
argument.
trick going.
There's no
for a while.
cat girls in there?
Those aren't furries, okay? Like Kirsche isn't a furry.
No, not funny.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm,
There is a difference between monster girls and furry, Dev.
There's some overlap there.
No, like you look at the community, all right? Like overwhelmingly furries are bi, while people who like monster girls are always straight.
Listen, V.
And I mean, if you put cat ears on your girlfriend, does that make you a furry? I don't think so.
Yeah,
Probably.
good question, Dev. If you
Probably,
put cat
yeah,
girl,
probably.
yeah,
Listen,
no, Dev.
No. When it comes to furries, I adhere to the one drop rule, okay?
What the fuck?
Yeah, but like you're wrong. I mean, I don't fucking care about like what.
Yeah, no, you're unfortunately wrong again, Dev. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just
Okay.
not correct.
Yep, you're just not correct. It's one of those moments again.
Isn't
I
there
make
that
arbitrary-
Hold on, there's that line, right? Where it's like how much animal does the girl have to be before it's furry? And there's like 5 or 6 different pictures.
It is to have fur, Dev. Just to have fucking fur.
Heresy's
It's
the
the
question.
definition.
Fire is the answer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then it's like the snout, like okay, so monster girls have human faces, Dev. Look at Kirsche. It's got a human face.
Yeah, I'm a human with fluffy
It?
Right. If she
Yeah.
didn't have a human face, then she would be a fucking furry, Dev. That's the difference.
All right. So,
I
I'm not
was-
entirely convinced yet, but
Dev is like,
was gonna say,
socialism
like,
has some
even-
points, but furry, God, no, one drop too much.
even if you like were trying to argue that, you know, she cultivated that kind of audience, there are plenty of people outside of her audience who are attacking her as
Heresy is
well.
the question.
And I mean, even
Fire is
if
the answer.
like even if she did cultivate that audience, I don't think that she would deserve to get
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not
any
saying
kind of thing
that.
for that.
Look. It's kind of like, you know, you don't lock your house and someone breaks into it and steals your shit. That doesn't mean you deserve to have your stuff stolen. It means that in the future, it's wise to have like preventive measures.
Yeah,
So
and I
if
feel
you're
like
a
I feel like
content-
she handled it very, very well as well.
No, she did.
And
She did. But like my point is, if you're a content creator, right, be careful to the audience that you cater. Because if you're going, there is another example. I remember, God, I forgot the name, but it was like a transgender YouTuber, and they started going like really hard on identity politics, and they had like this really fringe far left audience, and at one point, like the far left audience was saying like, well, you have a big platform, so you have a responsibility. Why don't you give your platform to a black woman? You know, and when they said no, they started reporting the videos and downvoting and shit. You did this to yourself. And ironically, like you did this to yourself. Doesn't mean you deserve it, but it means that it could have been prevented.
what about when someone doesn't espouse political positions, but their audience forces them into a political box?
No, I get it. I understand what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
But
that
like
happens
what I
pretty-
am
pretty
saying is
regularly,
that
I
if
think.
someone listens to the stream, like they can now have the knowledge. There's no more excuse. If you're listening to the stream, I don't care if you're not political, right? If you're a content creator, be careful about the audience that you're catering to.
Yeah, of course.
Catering.
Catering. Yeah,
Catering.
catering.
He's got an accent. Don't bully him.
No, I think that happens a lot though, is when you have like gaming streamers, happens to them a lot, right? Where they don't really talk about politics at all. They kind of keep their political views private, or they're just apolitical people. But if they run like let's say a more, you know, comfy style stream, they might get more left-wing viewers, and then give
Mhm.
it, you know, 5 years or so of radicalization, and then those viewers want them to use their platform for some sort of political purpose, and they're
That's
not really
true.
comfortable with it. It happens pretty regularly. And then sometimes they get like audience captured and then bullied into actually putting up those opinions. Like Game Grumps was a good example of that. That happened to them, right? And then,
Yeah,
and then
and that's
sometimes
why I was
they.
saying, like, sorry,
No,
go
go
ahead.
on. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's why I was saying I don't really think she was catering towards like a left wing audience, but it's like if she had like said even one corporate friendly phrase at any point in time, people in her audience would have latched onto that and then extrapolated what her politics might be from that, you know? And so even if she'd never said anything about it, they'll be like, oh, well, obviously she supports these things because I watch her and I support these things.
Yeah,
And
people
that's
are
why I'm
looking
really
just for
glad
any
that like
little.
when she started getting attacked, she defended herself instead of capitulating. Like she didn't apologize, she stood her ground.
No, she handled it pretty well, yeah.
People tend to look for like any even tiny hint that somebody apolitical actually has secret politics. Like for a long
Yeah.
time, people were thinking that the Bethesda guy Todd Howard, he was like far right because he used the word degenerate in one of his talks.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god, I look, Kirsche has white and blue collars. Definitely trans. 100% trans.
There's
Chat, listen
pink in
to
the
me.
ears, pink in the ears. So
Yeah,
well,
listen to me,
yeah.
chat. Pink in
Holy
the
shit.
ears, white and blue collars, 100% trans confirmed. I can
Jesus
tell you,
Christ.
like we spoke before the stream. I know it.
She threatened to dick you?
Yeah, but I have a wife.
Yes.
So I
Yes, is his answer.
I don't like pegging.
That's because you have a cock, Kirsche.
Sometimes you've got to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
what
to
you
To be
have
fair,
to
yeah,
do.
it's not pegging if it's your own dick.
The fox
Yeah.
penis isn't real.
Why blue collars? It's established. It is
You know,
not.
I think it's very funny in current year how the go-to insult for women online used to be fat, and now the go-to insult is trans instead.
Is that a thing though? Like
That's
I
a
haven't
thing.
seen that. I haven't seen
That-
that.
is
There
that
are a
gonna live-
lot of screenshots of like a dude calling women on like a dating app trans and them getting hyper offended. And he's just like, "What's wrong with that? Are you
It's
saying
because they
there's
know.
something wrong?"
It's like calling a woman ugly. You
these
you
your
can
lived
blow that
experience?
off. You know, like, I know I'm pretty, but you have a cock. That one's harder to dismiss.
That one has to get blown off in a different
I
way.
actually used to upset women as that as well. It's like, especially lefty women. It's like, you're as beautiful as Michelle Obama, you know? And they get upset. And I'm like, why though?
She's such a
You're as
strong
beautiful as
leader.
Lizzo.
Yeah.
Don't you guys like Lizzo?
That was another one too. All right, let's do some more of the super chats before moving on to the last topic of the day, which is the Writers Guild. Luke Jones says, "Damn it, I was going to make the foreskin Dragon Ball joke, but you beat me to it."
I'm nuts.
That is a tragedy. Mazwan Mad says, "V explained the Par 1 AK. Your people made it."
Fuck off. No fucking
What?
way. Is
Ro-
this guy never
no,
going to miss an
V.
episode?
Romanian, you just told me a short while ago that if there was another Romanian game maker, you probably would know of them because of geographical
Hentai.
location.
Hentai
Your
art.
people made this. You
Hentai
must know
game,
it.
Hentai game.
You are in the same
Fucking-
geographical location.
Fucking Arch. It needs to have a little bit of ushikushi sexual content in it for it to be a hentai game.
You are in the same
What-
geographical location, V.
Okay, what game are we talking about? POW?
Par.
Par?
Yeah. Romanian
Never
Par
fucking heard.
1.
Well, maybe it happened before I became into
Service
game
guarantees
development. You don't get access to all the knowledge of the games that came before you are.
I think he's
Actually, V.
backpacking. I think he's defending himself.
V, when's the approximate release of your game?
My publisher said that I shouldn't say it because I put pressure on him. But
Oh.
it's probably going to be next year.
Look, just like a real game dev, soon TM is the release date.
Yeah, well, now that I'm making games, I understand how it's like. So basically, I shouldn't say a release date because then the publisher gets upset. It's like, well, you're putting pressure on me, and it's like, okay, I understand. Are you going to play it then?
Heresy's the
course.
question. Fire
That's
is the
pretty great.
answer.
I'm going to give
Am
you
I
a
am I
free...
able to play it on YouTube? I know I can't play it on Twitch.
No, but you
It's
can
porn
play it
game.
on X. You can play it on Twitter.
I don't want to
Unironically,
stream on
Elon
Twitter.
Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk is making like so that you can stream video games on Twitter.
Yeah,
And
but
it
it's
is
a porn
Fox.
game though.
Says V has
guys
been
get-
gone like a gunless coward. Now was the elegant cutlass a useful gun? And would it be considered a bayonet? And Dev is a Gowler? Dev, help.
Ow.
Gaoler. That means
So believe it
jailer.
or not, I actually
Gowler.
know what the I actually know what the Elgin Cutlass is. I saw a couple of Pirates movies. I would say that it's banned in London though, for two reasons. But yeah, it could actually be a bayonet. Like you can poke it with it, and if you can poke it with it and it's attached to a weapon, it's a bayonet.
There you go.
The problem though is that the blade, if it's not like perfect, it can the bullet can actually hit the blade and ricochet.
What the fuck? That seems not good.
Yeah, if it's the name of a gun that doesn't sound like something that exists, it's probably because it existed in the past and it was so shit they discontinued production. I will show you the picture.
Danny D says, well, the USA has to pay for every other
Heresy's the
country in the
question.
world for reasons
Fire
I
is the
can't
answer.
ask or have explained because racism.
Soft power.
You also need to pay for
You
our
literally-
militaries.
Well, yeah, but it's literally like this. It's like you tell a country, you either play ball or we stop paying you money. And most people, they comply.
No,
It's
I
not
mean,
just
I
that,
get
V.
it's for power, and it's like if we're not paying them, someone else will. But I still wish we would pay less. And I mean, sending
but,
money
like,
to
China's gonna
certain
get in
places
that,
is
yeah.
just like setting it on fire, man, and are
I mean, if
exacerbating
you
problems they
wanna-
have.
No, I get what you're saying, but if you want to maintain the way of life, like the American way of life, which unironically is better than most other places, you need to control trade routes. And in order to control trade routes, you need to keep Russia and China in checkmate, and you also need to make sure that the countries that have those ports are friendly to the Americans and don't put tariffs. So this is like pretty much the standard American international policy.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't kept China in check at all, though.
No, not really, no.
It's like
Din.
not only have we not kept China
Wait.
in check, but it's like
Arch, what
all-
the hell is
all of-
that?
like there's so much manufacturing that has left the US and gone to China because it's cheaper. China's basically been colonizing certain African countries for the last decade, and nobody gives a shit. China just kind of does whatever the fuck it wants, and nobody seems to really care.
Listen, Arch, just because I dated a Chinese girl back in university does not mean that I'm a fucking CCP spy.
I just don't believe you.
Yeah, same.
Oh, okay.
Did you get some of that Fang Fang pussy?
Yes.
Now, do you know who Fang Fang is?
No idea. Sorry.
So apparently it was like a
I thought you were
US
just being a
senator.
racist.
No. It was like a U.S. senator that slept with a Chinese spy, and her name
Oh
was Fang
yeah.
Fang.
Fuck. Oh, that was ridiculous. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm
What?
just
Dev.
surprised that Dev dated someone without a penis.
Well, we don't know she
God
didn't
damn
have
it.
a penis.
She did not. She did not.
Sure.
In
How
fact,
do
she
you
hated.
know?
In
How do you
fact,
know?
She hated penis?
no. She actually hated the fact that I was into that. So the relationship didn't last that long. But
Well, yeah, most normal women are gonna hate the fact
I
that
have
you're into that.
lost. Shit.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, hold on. Is it
I
the case
hate the
that?
fact that they're into that, Dev.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So I can bully you.
Do most normal women hate the idea of a bisexual guy?
Yes.
Yes. I would not date a man who's bisexual.
Okay,
Oh, really?
so there
How
was
come?
a study, like this is actually interesting, but there was a study that was done on women, and apparently like the worst type of guy, so like there were like several types of guys that they wouldn't date, and number one was like a guy without self-esteem, right? And underneath that there was like a guy that's a complete pervert, like someone that like looks at boobs and drools, right? And underneath that there was a guy who's gay. Like apparently being gay was like the last thing on the list, like according to the study. Now
I
haven't
would
seen...
put up with someone who had low self-confidence because like you can fix that, right? But if
can
they
fix
like
'em.
sucking cock, that's not something that you can quote unquote fix. That's just what they like.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know why.
Hold
though,
on. I
because,
didn't
like,
say gay though. I said bisexual, not
see,
gay.
no.
Someone who
Dev,
likes both.
Everyone
Yeah?
understands that what you mean is you're gay.
No,
Yeah.
god damn it.
Yes, god damn
Hey.
it.
Hold on.
well, then
I am
it's
currently
kinda-
wait. I'm currently with a girl who actually has a real
Yeah.
vagina, not one that was made in a fucking doctor's office.
That's what we
I
call
just
a
don't
cover
believe
story.
you.
Well, congratulations,
damn
you
it.
found an outlier. Like outliers do exist,
Heresy's
but
the
like
question.
when you
Fire
ask the
is the
question,
answer.
it's implied that you're bi because like you care like what women think, right? So like if you suck cock like would a woman date you, then obviously you're bi because otherwise you wouldn't care.
Yeah, of course I'm bi. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The thing is that she's also bi, though. Like
Oh.
her previous ex was a girl, so like we're both bi, so it just
Alright.
works out that like we're okay with it.
So like who was better in bed, you or the girl?
I assume it was me because
How-
our
how would you
relationship has
know?
lasted, and
No, but
she
that's-
and their relationship
Dev,
blew up
Dev.
spectacularly.
Like there's more to a relationship than sex. Like the sex can be mind-numbing, but
But
like
wait,
there
if you
can be-
go by the one drop rule for furries, shouldn't you also go by the one drop rule for gay? Like you've had one drop
Yeah.
of semen from a different man, so now you're gay.
Yeah, Dev.
Oh,
One
know what?
drop rule,
fair enough,
Dev.
you're right. You know what? You're actually right. I will roll back my one drop furry rule. You are correct.
But
Hell
not
yeah,
being
we
gay
won.
means so much to you that you're going to re-roll back the previous rule that you established about furriness.
Well, it just makes sense, V. It just makes sense.
Oh, I see. Well, like,
How
when
about
it
this,
wasn't in
V?
your backyard.
How-
No, hold on. When it wasn't in your backyard, you didn't make sense of it. But now that's in your backyard, all of a sudden it makes sense. I see how
No,
it is. Then.
it's actually the inverse, V. It's actually that I really like cat girls, and I was in the closet about being a furry. Now I don't have to be.
What
Dev,
the
you're
fuck?
not a fucking furry. You can't DF if it kills you. I am
It's
willing
okay,
to
you
bet if
can
I
find
start...
femboys with cat ears.
I am willing to bet that you're going to be like a paraplegic furry, Dev. Like you're just going to do like one-liners when you're DFing. It's going to be
That has
shameful.
nothing to be paraplegic, mate. Dean Domino, 25, says Crazy Fox Girl crossover is a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Kirsche because of you, class 09 seems to be spreading among VTubers like herpes.
Oh hell yeah! I love my class of 09 disease spreading.
What is that?
Class of 09 is a visual novel that plays like a visual novel, but it's like anti-visual novel in the way that it doesn't have the same stereotypical like storylines as a regular visual novel. It's very hard, edgy humor. I think it's really fun to play if you're into edgy humor, and I have recommended it to a ton of people. Pippa got to play it if I played Yick, so she won that bet, I feel like.
You played
And,
Yick?
she's gotten a bunch of people to play it as well. So I have my influence. It spreads. Yeah, I tried Yik. It was unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not. I know what you mean. Yeah.
That game is shit.
Arch, do you think we can get Kirsche to play to stream with Sargon?
No.
Sargon
Sargon is in his fortress arc.
No, but I know how to do it. I know how to do it.
No, you don't.
Yes,
this is one of your harebrained schemes, Vee. I'm not even going to give you the opportunity.
Sargon is racist against anime women.
Like hear me out.
He is actually, yes.
Hear me out. All you gotta do is to find the video game that both Kirsche and Sargon enjoys, right? And then you invite Sargon. It's like, hey, let's play such and such. And like he's okay if we get Kibs or some shit, right? But like you get Kirsche there, and now we have Kirsche and Sargon in the same stream.
He tolerates Kibs, but he understands that Kibs too is a girl at heart, so he's not very fond of him.
I would pay money to say Kirsche.
That's very progressive of you, Arch.
Heresy's the question.
Like,
listen, I have used my social influence with Sargon to allow him to at least tolerate one female in his life, and that's Kibs. I can't guarantee any others.
Yeah, but like we established that Kirsche is transgender, so it's fine.
Oh my god.
That's great. You are a guy. No, it'll work out.
Well, according to Tim Pool, we're all big black guys behind the avatar too. So I mean, if you just listen to him, I'm not really a woman.
She does sound like the female version of the cigarette-smoking man from X-Files, so it's fine. You won't tell the difference.
Anime Document says, "Hey Larch, I see you have a wife now. Hi Kirsche, hello Vee and Redman. Hello chat."
Fuck off. God damn it.
Red. I have made a new picture of you, Dev. This one's better.
Listen, considering that I'm actually part native, this is racist.
What the fuck?
Flexing Potato says, "What do you guys think of ranked democracy, where everyone gets the franchise, but the more productive you are, the more votes you get? Like being married, owning a business, armed service, or married with kids?" Alright, hold on. I need to switch back to the Dev Chinese flag one for this one. Okay, Dev, go on.
Oh my
god. Is this a serious question? Like,
yeah,
more kids, more votes?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, that's actually Adam Friended's position. More kids, more votes.
Citizenship.
I don't know if I like it or not.
I mean, it would depend on what the incentives are for having kids, right? Because right now people can abuse the welfare system and just pump out kids for checks. So what's going to stop someone from pumping out kids and not really caring about them to just use them as votes?
For a moment there, I could almost hear you going like, what's to stop them from just abusing the kids?
Well, I mean, that too. Let's be real.
No, if we're going to do a weighted voting system like that, I would simply prefer service guarantee citizenship, honestly. Because I'm not entirely on board of the idea that you do need to do something to deserve the franchise, but I think having it be graded like that will invite abuse, almost regardless of how you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're looking at like military service or like civilian service or something.
Actually, you know. Okay. Chat has a good idea here. Breeding democracy. Democratize the vagina. This would solve a lot of incel problems.
True.
You know that there is a country, I don't know if it's Norway, but it's like a Norwegian country anyway. And
it's a Norwegian country.
They actually provide hookers as like state-sponsored welfare. So basically,
I that actually, yes.
I think this is a rumor.
No. Like, if you are an old person and you can't masturbate, right? Then the government pays money for a whore to come over to your house.
Yes, I think this is what we call good old-fashioned hentai.
No.
And or bullshit.
It was in The Guardian, and they were making fun of it. But I'm thinking, like, you know how they say, like, housing is a human right, and then they say, like, food is a human right, and blah, blah. And if that's the case, then sex is a human right as well. Like, companionship is a human right. So like, if the idea is like, okay, healthcare as a human right, like you're paying the government to hire a doctor to, right? It's the same thing. Like you're paying the government to hire a hooker.
Okay.
It's just housing for your penis.
I don't want government mandated democratic voting housing for penis inside my vagina. I like controlling who has access to that.
One, I don't think women should have rights, of course. And two, More importantly, this could be an incentive system. Imagine the weighted voting system of previously, but if you're a low wage earner, this will be your mandated girlfriend in the link channel.
Oh my god.
And then
Arch,
like I just want to have like a husband and a family. I don't want to have like, you know, incels taking turns on me like I'm in the through the wall Czech whorehouse, you know?
No, but that's not how it works. No. Like the government
Jesus
wouldn't
Christ.
force you to do. No. Like it would be if people want, like some women, like maybe your daughter or someone, you know, whatever. If they desire to follow that career, where by the way, like sex work is real work, I've been told, then the government is willing to hire them. And pay them with your taxpayer money, so they go to a person who
Well,
can't
wait a minute, hold on. Much like feminism was like, hey, you'll be able to choose between being a housewife and having a career, and then it ended up being you don't get to choose. Being a housewife is basically non-existent unless your husband makes an astronomical amount of money now. There is no choice. You have to work. Wouldn't this end up falling into the same sphere where, like, you don't get a choice. You have to be a whore.
You're talking about what they call the slippery slope. Yes.
See,
I call it the prediction meter. But like, if you are telling them this, they will say it's a slippery. Why do you have a halo? That's so fucking cute. I like it.
Oh,
Service
because I like
guaranteed
panty and
citizenship.
stalking, and I am very cute, but I talk about very cursed things. So I thought using the dynamic of having like angelic appearance and like idol appearance, while I talk about bug sounding and the degeneracy that runs rampant in our country that's degrading our society, would be very funny coming from you know.
It
Angel
is funny.
Halo.
I like it. It's fun.
so is that season 2 actually happening? I keep hearing like rumors
is.
about it. It is?
Yeah.
Is it going to be shit?
I hope not. I have faith in the studio though, so
Yeah. I loved the first season back in the day. That was great.
same.
V and Kirsche have both a point. On the one hand, reducing women to merely breeding
Service
cattle is a
guarantees
tempting
citizenship.
prospect. But I do believe that we will run out of offers here. Like, I think a relatively small group of women will actually volunteer to be incest breeding chattel. Therefore, we are going to have a lack of manpower, or female power in this case.
I don't think so, Arch. I think you're wrong, actually. Look how many girls are for OnlyFans right now. Like,
Yeah,
most of them are
I'm gonna
failing
have
at
to
it, yeah, but...
unfortunately agree with Dev here.
Yeah, but those aren't having to
Wait,
actually sexually
unfortunately-
interact with the people. You know, those are the women who believe that their nudity will be worth something. Like that article in during COVID, where some 6 out of 10, to be generous, British woman was like, I open an OnlyFans and people still aren't giving me money. Yes, that is because the nude female form has been degraded in value to the point that you can find them on Google now.
Yeah. But I mean, if only 10% of those failed OnlyFans girls turn into, like, state-owned prostitutes, it'll still be more than enough, I think.
State-owned.
You know,
Not
you
state-sponsored,
know-
state-owned. We've leapt one step
Yeah.
beyond. Good.
Well, I
Beth.
mean, I thought that's what you're talking about the whole time. If the state is giving out the prostitutes, then they are state-owned.
No,
The state
no, no.
owns you at that point.
No. It's kind of like being a doctor, right? Like in a public healthcare system, like you work for the state, but like the state doesn't. I mean, it owns you as much as a boss owns an employee. Like you can.
If you're
always
a
quit.
government employee and you don't get paid when the government shut down, the government kind of owns you. Do it not.
Mm,
Where are you
No,
finding
because-
these images?
no, because you can always quit, right? So like that's the difference between being owned and not owned. Like a person that's owned can't quit, which is actually what happened in Germany. Like when COVID came.
No. Do
the-
you
the
think that the government would allow the government-owned prostitutes to quit their job? Do you?
Yeah, because
you
there's
think that'll
plenty of
happen?
other women that are willing to take.
Will there be plenty of other women like this? I don't know. This doesn't sound like that appealing of a career prospect to my ears.
Well, I mean, we saw 2 different things happen during COVID, right? Because like, in America, like lots of nurses quit during COVID, and they didn't get replaced, and they could quit because you can do that in the United States.
Heresy
In
is the
China,
question.
the
Fire is
government
the
just
answer.
forced the nurses to work until they basically died on the job. They're like,
Yeah.
nope, you're not taking a break, you're not quitting. The
It's
Red
not
Guard
just
is in the
China,
hospital.
It was in Germany. That's what I was going to say. It's like they passed a legislation where they forbade doctors from quitting while COVID was a thing. Like they had to give like 90 days notice or some shit.
And especially if like you're a government breeding sow and you get like the promise of like, oh, after 10 years being a breeding sow, you'll get a college education and a house, right? Or like some shit. How many people would sign up for that? You know, there was a lot of people just like, I get to be used as a whole
Yeah,
for
but,
like
like,
10 years, and then I
I
get
mean,
to do nothing. Like,
yeah, but like, there's people that sign up to go to war, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's people that sign up to go to bed. But like, the thing is, I figured out how we can have anarcho-capitalism, right? Because like a lot of people are like, well, how do you deal with the roads and shit? And you have like Pokemanes and Shy Lilies, and they're like state sponsored. So when you donate to Pokemane, you actually donate for building a road.
Heresy's the question.
So you'd have like
Fire is the
all these,
answer.
yeah, you'd have like all these celebrities, these celebs, like published by the government on mainstream television. And when people donate money to them, it's actually like donating to taxes.
Wait, V, this isn't anarcho-capitalism. You're seizing the
Heresy's
businesses of
the
these small
question.
creators.
Fire is
You're going
the
full
answer.
commie.
No. The government would employ them. Like they would have like positions open for talent. Like the government would be like a VTube agency. And people
Really?
would like willingly work there. Yeah. It's kind of like
This
they
sounds
did
pretty. It sounds kind of socialistic, V. You're now like expropriating these
working for
people's
the
property.
government is
I think
socialistic
I
now?
actually brought up this concept on my stream before, now that I'm thinking about it. But instead of like state-sponsored breeding sows for incels, it was for alien technology. So like the aliens would come down and then use the female human women as like breeding containers, but then they would give the Earth like their alien technology, and the woman would have like eternal youth.
So you talked about
That sounds like
degeneracy
a
in
better
American
deal.
culture, right? Are you sure you're not a source of degeneracy for American culture?
It's just like, if you're gonna be given alien technology that we don't possess, what's like a couple thousand women, right?
Heresy's the question. Fire is the
It
answer.
is a fair trade.
Yeah, no,
See?
I would willingly give up a female populace for hover engines, I guess. Husband, why are you doing this to me? Plasma guns. Shrug. The Commander 248 says, we have evidence that Ukraine aid money is being laundered and donated to Democrat campaigns and weapons that end up in the Middle East. Again, there was that whole Sam Bankman-Fried thing. I believe that is still making its way through the courts. It will take many decades. When we finally actually do learn what happens, it will be far too late. Just
I haven't
like
heard of this
with
specific story though, Arch. So link it to me if you don't mind. I'm kind of curious.
just like
Wait,
with
actually-
Afghanistan, because they
I'll
were
look it up.
sending weapons to Al Qaeda as well for the longest time. It's like, no, we're not doing that. And then many years after, when it doesn't matter anymore, it comes out. So yeah, they probably are laundering some money.
What was the name of
Planeta,
the case, Arch? Real
I
quick,
think Sam Bankman-Fried, I think it was.
Sam Bank. I'll look at it later. Thanks.
Man, that came and went out of the news cycle really quick.
Oh yeah, it was like that. Because it got very embarrassing very quickly, and then it simply disappeared.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that is more evidence that I frankly need of there being some foul play.
Of course.
Petty Planter Missionary says, holy crap, Kirsche made it big. Congrats. And Onu says, by the bloody good gods rotting in the black pits, Vtuber Vee, Canadian socialist dev, Lewdtuber Kirsche, and Arch. Someone's getting banned by the end of this.
Arch already said he hopes me and V both get banned.
That's true. You should. This is the
Like,
censored version.
why-
You should
why
have seen
would
what
I-
they were talking about in the group chat.
Oh yeah, I remember he did say that, yeah.
Barbarians Aras says, hello, my fellow diggers, and Dev, have a good weekend. The Real Snider says, the question isn't when this stream will be demonetized. The question is, when will
Heresy's the
YouTube pull the
question.
plug on the stream?
Fire is the answer.
Probably.
We've survived this long.
Bad Dragonite says, Bambi modern remake will be about furries in full fursuits with anti-gun, climate change, racial politics, LGBT, and bullying messages shoehorned in. I don't think they'll be shoehorned. I think they'll be the entire point and substance of the plot.
Do you know that Pinocchio is now a story about transgenderism?
What
Probably
the heck?
is.
Yeah, the remake. He doesn't get to turn into a real boy in the end. It's like, it's what in the heart that matters.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if he
What?
thinks, no, unironically, like if
Yeah,
he thinks
yeah,
he's a
the
real
heart
boy.
of the real boy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
it's
that.
got,
It's
yeah.
so
If
stupid.
and then there's another point. You know how in the original, he was basically skipping school, and he met with Handsome Jack, and because of that, like he got into the whole Pleasure Island thing. But basically, like it was a moral for the kids. It's like, hey, don't skip school, right? Because then bad things happen. In the new one, it's because he is a doll and not a real boy, is that society discriminates. So he takes away the choice from him and just kicks him out of school.
Okay, so I have a question. If the
Mm.
point of the new Pinocchio is that he is trans and so he doesn't need to become a real boy, he already is a boy because that's what's in his heart, how come trans people in real life need to get surgeries?
I think like Pinocchio doesn't get a surgery. That's an interesting observation you made.
Presumably the same
Well,
reason why we add in they them pronouns and stuff in video games, because
Mhm.
you would totally choose to have them when you
Here-
could just
here's
choose to use the
something-
gender you wish to be.
No, here's something about video games which is going to blow your mind, right? Like I'm going to completely deconstruct the they them representation in video games. If you're a trans person, Kirsche, like I mean, you don't have to imagine because you are. Wouldn't you just like play as a female character and then
Yeah.
everyone recognize you as a female character because you're
Yeah.
trans?
Yeah, but
But
the
see,
people
she
who use the
recognized
they
that
them
she's trans, yeah.
pronouns don't see themselves as a man or a woman. They see themselves as part of like the gender spectrum. Sometimes
like,
they're
they
a
don't-
woman,
no,
sometimes
no,
they're
like-
a man, sometimes they're neither.
Yeah, I get that, but like we're not talking about that. We're talking about like body type A, body type B bullshit, right? Like
Yeah.
if you're like an actual trans person and you're like I identify as a woman. When you play an RPG, you wouldn't play as like a man that actually sorry, like a woman that has a cock. Like in Baldur's Gate you can have that option. No one would do that. Like if you're legitimately a trans person and you find yourself to be like living in another person's body, you just
Well, this
pick a
this is
female
this is where you have to understand the difference between someone who's dysphoric and someone who's like an autogynephiliac, right? An autogynephiliac absolutely wants to play someone male-bodied who they can dress up like a woman because that is what they identify with. That is their fetish. That is what they like seeing.
Yeah. No, but like the point was like all of these things with the pronouns and shit. Because like what are pronouns in video game? And we're not talking about they them. We're talking about like you pick up a female character and you go with he him pronouns or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
It's like yeah, but like if you're like transgender, right? Like you would just pick the gender that you want the world to recognize you as, and there you
Yeah.
go. Like
Yeah.
there is no reason
Yeah.
for pronouns. And
Yeah,
not to
no, I
mention like
agree.
in many cases the pronouns aren't even followed. Like
Heresy's
the
the
characters
question.
do not call you by
Fire
your
is the
pronouns
answer.
anyway, because it would
I'm a
require
Starfield now.
voice
Yeah.
act- yeah, it would require additional voice acting. It would require additional script writing. So they just just not use the pronouns, but they allow you the illusion of choice to
Heresy's
show
the
that they're a
question.
progressive company.
Fire is the answer.
It's the
Yeah,
same
and
with
I
like
mean, even
body type A, body type B. Like you can tell which one is the woman by the fact that their chest is covered. So like you will notice that in Diablo and many other games where they have like body type A, in
Heresy's
Baldur's
the
Gate they got
question.
A, B, C,
Fire is
D.
the answer.
The body types that have their chests covered are women, and the ones with naked chests are men.
what if they both have their chest covered?
No, it doesn't fucking happen because like for some fucking reason they can't help but sexualize the men. Unironically, like I know people who work at Blizzard, like developers, and he was really jealous because he liked to draw like women with big tits and stuff. And all of a sudden it's like, we have matured as a company, so you can't really draw this. Like we want you to make like broader shoulders. Like can
Yeah,
you
men aren't
push that
allowed to
age?
enjoy anything in current
Yeah,
year.
but
Unless
but,
they're
but
women.
he had a colleague that just drew men. Like his colleague, he loved to draw like these muscle packed dwarves, these really nice orcs. And he just like, what are you talking about? Like, what changes at the company? Like, I always have like artistic freedom. I can draw whatever I want. It's like, yeah, because it only goes one way.
I mean,
I
a lot of
made
this,
the observation.
a lot of this comes from like middle managers, right? Because
Yes.
you know, like a great example. A great example is I don't know if you know about this, Kirsche. There was a recent thing, not recent, maybe like 6 months ago. It was magic cards where they were doing a Lord of the Rings set and they made Aragorn
Mhm.
black. Remember
Yeah, I
hearing about
remember that.
Yeah.
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 So it turns out the artist for that card set was actually a guy I went to high school with. Okay.
Oh
Hmm.
wow.
And he was edgy as fuck back in high school. He said the most ridiculous jokes. He's kind of woke now, but also he's in a position where like he's a freelance artist, so he just draws what he's told to draw, right? Meanwhile, the people at the top of the food chain in these companies, they're just looking for money. They don't care. Like they'll put out
Mhm.
woke stuff, they'll put out anti-woke stuff, whatever they think is going to make them more money. So you have like a class of people in the center of the company who are like the woke millennials who are saying, yeah, totally push this stuff. It'll make us more money. You should totally do it. And the CEOs are like, they're boomers. They don't know. They're like, will it make us money? I don't know. So they do it. People at the bottom who are the actual ones implementing it, they might agree with it. They might not agree with it, but they need a paycheck, so they're going to do it anyway. And so it ends up being the case that like you have a bunch of people with like shitty English degrees, and they're like 40, and they have like the side of their head shaved and blue hair and all this stuff, and it's just like and they're the ones who are actually the source of all of this right now. Is just shitty millennial writers.
I like my head canon where it was them trying to represent the black man who stole Aragon's sword.
This race swapping happened
guarantees
when
citizenship.
Amazon was the publisher for Lost Ark as well. They have like a relationship system in the game where you can like romance some of the NPCs who are central to the storylines, and they race swapped some of the men and women to be black instead of white or Asian.
Oh, I know why it happens though. It's part of a marketing campaign. The idea is to generate outrage on social media. So like when people talk about the race swap and shit, it causes the game to trend, and it's free publicity because people like notice the name of the game in the trending, and they're like, "Oh, this is an interesting game. I didn't buy it." That's literally why they do the race swap. No other fucking reason.
Yeah, and I think the race swaps for arbitrary reasons also look really bad. Like you can tell they put no effort in, and they just did it because virtue signaling is going to get them attention.
Because
all I want is to see Will
Oh.
Smith. I want to see Will Smith playing Anne Frank. Best actor for the job. I can't imagine anyone playing a better Anne Frank than Will Smith. So like I genuinely like want to see that.
It would fit into his current Oscar baiting strategy.
Yes.
Listen,
like,
I've seen some claims that Hitler was really a black man, so we could also have a black man play Hitler.
Black woman, actually.
Did they actually make the claim? No fucking way.
No, I've
Yeah,
seen that.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. It was like old screen caption like 10 years ago or something.
Oh my God.
I mean, they're already rewriting all the documentaries in England where they're replacing certain queens and kings with black people as well. So I mean, why not? Hitler can be black. It's my
Here's a
Our
question,
Viking
though.
ancestors.
Yes. Here's the question though. When are they going to make Tarzan remake? I want to fucking
Tarzan's
see
gonna be the
that.
last white Disney character.
I want to fucking see that. Do you think like okay, because like there's two possibilities. Like number one, they make Tarzan black. Never gonna happen. Or they make Jane black. That is the same problem.
Tarzan Black raised in the jungle by gorillas. Do it, Disney.
Do you think that they're going to make Jane's father black?
Why not?
Well, I mean, if they make Jane's father
I know,
black,
but
they
it's
can't
like,
make her white. And if they make her black, then there's going to be people who are just like, well, you're saying a black woman is sexually interested in monkeys. What are you saying with this?
Well, no, like you need to race swap. Like they can't fucking help themselves. Like the race swap needs to happen. But the question is whom?
Hold on.
Yes, race swap.
What was... Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they make Jane Chinese.
Yeah, that's
They'll never do that with China breathing down their necks. They'll never make a negative.
There
Chinese
are
character.
many super chats to get through. Bad V. Bad.
I do want to ask one question though. What was that? What was that Stephen King show? A novel adapted to a show where they
Mist?
race swapped.
The Mist.
Was it The Mist?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, they race swapped a character from white to black, and it destroyed the concept of the show because the white guy was supposed to be racist to a black guy.
Yeah, the tower.
The Dark
Oh,
Tower,
God.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dark
It
Tower,
wasn't
yes.
a TV show. It was a movie.
Oh fuck, that's so stupid. Like the part of the story is a white guy is racist towards a black guy. So how do you do that with two black characters?
They call each other coons or race traders. Deb. Like
Oh my god!
the
Me,
Boondocks
that-
have done it.
You can't say that on Twitch, me.
Oh shit! I didn't know. I
And
did
then
ask-
V
He's
was
talking about the cats.
silent.
Maine Coon cats. I love those.
I did ask before if there's any words I can't use.
Yeah, we've muted V before he can dig himself any deeper into the fucking hole.
Yeah. Yeah, we said racial epithets.
The whole status says demonetized. Also, Dev, good job betraying your fellow communist in the last debate.
Hold on.
No,
Not
that
betraying.
was absolutely a
conquering.
political betrayal. That was absolutely a political betrayal. So John says Brianna Wu's real name is John Walker Flint.
Oh, now you dead name people. So I can't use racial slur, but you can dead name. Is that
Correct.
how it works?
Well, yeah, they're not high enough in the hierarchy to have you not say that yet.
I don't know. I think Twitch might not like dead naming quite a bit if that ever got out.
I don't know. I call
did-
Dylan Mulvaney he all the time, so.
Look, you need to delete the stream, Kirsche.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm good. We're chilling.
American
I mean, the-
Outlier says, hello guys, hope you're all having a good day. Appreciate the compliment on the anime figures. Arch, when we make the official artwork of Chapter 0, we'll send it your way. Good. I want to have a look at it. He's making himself a manga. A dirty one, too. Hi Senti says, mandatory dev derangement joke, love you, bro. Don't worry, there are plenty of people hostile to dev there in there, too.
Are they still screaming at me over nonsense?
Not today. Kirsche has upstaged you. They're far more
Oh.
interested in her retardation today.
What? What did I do that's brain damage?
Gold Summer says, recently got into Kirsche with her class of 09 heart. And so it says, Kirsche changed her car to throw off the imprisoned murderer she was writing a letter to because that was some very foxy woman thing. Car dev.
Well, that's
car
true.
dev.
I did write a letter to a murderer.
Why?
I was on a prisoner dating website, and he seemed really interesting, so I was like, I'm going to write him a letter,
prisoner-
chat. Let's write him a letter together.
A prisoner
Oh,
dating.
What did
know,
you
I
say? Hold on, this is good shit. Like, what did you write?
I kind of like wanted to know more about, why he was innocent, because he obviously claims to be innocent. So I wanted to like hear his side of the story. I wanted to know what it was like in the prison, and I wanted to know how much he knew about anime. So I asked him anime waifu questions.
And did he respond?
No, not yet.
Oh,
You're waiting with bated breath.
I am.
I didn't know there were prisoner dating sites.
You're telling
didn't
me
know
that
that?
having an anime woman write letters to people on prisoner dating websites isn't entertainment? Because that
it
just
is.
sounds
It is.
wild.
No, unironically, I'm sad that I missed the stream. I wish I would have seen it.
Alex Handor donates 5 Polish things and then nothing. So perhaps the new CEO took offense. We can't even say that Susan takes offense anymore, and I can't remember the name of the new guy. And even if I could, I couldn't pronounce it.
Papaya. Yeah, anyway.
Papaya?
Harpuya says, I lay the blame on the Germanic tribes. Those people have brought ruin since time immemorial. Would be better off with them expelled and banished back to the void from whence they came. Listen, the Germans brought civilization to the world. They just didn't know it yet.
No, listen. Behind every single European tragedy, there's a smiling German.
The German will turn around and look at the... Can't say that.
Who brought World War One? Who brought World War II? Who brought the migration crisis?
Are you sure you want to talk about who started World War One, V?
Arch, would World War One have happened without Germany?
Wait, V. It's all the same answer for those 3 questions, but it wasn't the Germans.
Oh no.
Oh my god, damn.
V needs to Google the name of the assassin of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, methinks.
That is a pretext, Arch. That is not the reason they went to war, and you fucking know it.
I see your chat being very confused about prisoner dating websites. I look up very strange shit on my stream. That
What
is
did Pippa
the
say
whole
when he
premise
told
of my
her?
stream.
What did Pippa say when you told her that you wrote to a prisoner?
What?
What did Pippa say when you told her you wrote a love letter to a prisoner?
She wanted to know what he says when he writes back.
Well, I want to know what he says as well.
Yeah, see? It's interesting. I also found it really interesting that the prisoners on death row had more complete and intense profiles than any of the women in prison. It followed the
Does that
same
make
rules
sense?
as outside of prison. The women just like don't put any effort into their dating profile.
I mean, you don't have much to live, so you're desperate. Like you're going to write a proper profile. You're not going to half-ass it.
I just found it funny that like even those guys had like more well-rounded, in-depth profiles than the women prisoners.
But hold on a little bit. Like if he's a death row prisoner, like who's going to date him?
Service
When is he
guarantees
going to date him?
citizenship.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming he still gets like conjugal visits.
Don't you have to be married to get a conjugal visit?
You do need to be
No,
married,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to be married.
I
There
have
was
lost.
oh god, who fucking was it the Unabomber? I can't remember. There was like some fucking guy in prison who had like women who would show up and he'd be allowed to have
How
visits
many
with
how
them.
many people on death row did you stalk, Kirsche?
It's just like a pastime to collect information. I'm an educational streamer.
No, I get it, but it's just like
You're also a digger, eh?
Yeah.
Filthy.
And dirty.
Reverend Noel says, where can I find the debate where Dev raped a child? Well, that's on Dev's channel.
What the fuck?
It's on my channel. It's like 3 hours long. It's long and it kind of gets bogged down in the weeds a bit, but you got to do it.
Matthew Hillman, the basilisk eye stare down on the writers, and it is displeased. That is true. Okay, that is a perfect little opportunity to tackle the last topic before everyone runs out of time. The Writers Guild strike is over, and it's probably going to end up killing most of the writers.
Oh, that's really good news. I was going to go into this on my own stream as well because I wanted to know about... Because they authorized the strike for video games as well.
That is the actors, yes. The actors have authorized a strike on the video games industry.
It is absolutely fucking hilarious that there's Twitch streamers that are like, oh, well, I'm going to join the strike and I'm going to boycott Blizzard. And I'm like, okay, I mean, it's not like they had any people playing Diablo 4 anymore.
Well, like Hollywood people aren't going to give you their fucking scraps. You're not going to be a VIP. You're not going to go on red carpet adventures. And like the handful of TikTok people who have done these things, they're trying to get like all other content creators to join them in boycotting as well. And it's just like, man, or not boycotting, striking. I'm sorry. And it's just like, man, it's just like, why? Why would you do
Can
that?
you imagine how hilarious it will be if you have like streamers harassing others for playing like whatever the version of the Wizard game is going to be now?
Oh, it's funny you say that. There was
normal
somebody
thing.
who tweeted out a giant list of games that you shouldn't play on your stream so you could support the strikers. And I retweeted it and I was like, hey guys, look, this is a list that you definitely shouldn't use of games to play if you support keeping these people out of the industry. And I immediately got blocked.
Like, if streamers
I gotta
playing
find
it,
that list. I gotta find that
like
list.
if let's say Hassan stops playing these games, right? Well, if you play them, you now have like a bigger chunk of the market share, because the way it works, right? Like the consumer doesn't give a fuck about your ridiculous boycotts. The consumer is like, I want to see someone play this game. You're going to go on the list. They're going to find someone and they're going to watch that person.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, unironically. So like if you
guarantees
play those
citizenship.
games that you're not supposed to, you may actually get more viewership.
Quite possibly. So the Writers Guild, they got a better deal than many had hoped, and initially it looked like a fairly good deal, but there are a couple of major caveats. Has any of you read it?
No.
Not yet.
Well,
I heard that diversity hires may be out.
Yes, the big one is that they now have the ability to demand writers' rooms. So basically, the studios are barred from hiring a writer, and will have to hire multiple writers.
It was a minimum of 3, right? And then they can't even get rid of anyone to get under 3 writers, because then they're going against the rules, right?
Yes. So this is the problem, where now you're asking the studio to hire not 1 person, not 2 people, but 3 people on budgets that are already stretched to the limits.
I really do hope this does harm the writers. I am sick of the slop they're putting out.
I think it will, because not only have they are now hammered through a wage increase in a business that is already having a hard time earning money, but they're not only going to have to pay them 5% more, they're going to have to pay them 315% more, in essence, because they need to hire 3 of them.
Did they manage to get past the AI bullshit? Because like they wanted the studios to not use AI.
So
Only
now
to
the
a degree.
writers aren't able to get replaced by AI, but the writers are allowed to use AI on their own to produce scripts for the companies.
Is
Yes.
that a thing? Like
Yeah.
can they use AI?
Which will be a brilliant loophole, because basically there will be a writer who goes like, hey, studios, psst, I'll use an AI, whichever one you choose.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
And they will just be a go-between. They also reserved the right to complain officially if they think any of the studios go against their ethical use of AI, but they don't have the right to actually boycott it. They only have the right to say, we want to take this to court if it happens. So it was a sort of victory, but not a complete one. And the studios will almost certainly get to work almost immediately getting AI in on this. For the simple reason, again, that now that you have to hire 3 people, the costs spiral very, very quickly. It also can lead to a lot of complications. Because here's the thing, right? Already in this room we're in here now, we have a... can't say that word on YouTube. And a Romanian and a communist.
What?
Heresy's the question.
And we have plenty
Fire
of
is the
arguments
answer.
right here. What do you think if you put like a writing staff together and they might have different political opinions? Basically, if they're not all far left-wing, nothing will get done. Because one person will, we got to push identity politics. And the other goes like, nah, I'd like to have a
Service
job,
guarantees
please.
citizenship.
I'd like to do this.
Well, to be honest, if they are all far left wing, they're still going to fight anyway, right? They're notoriously inefficient for a reason because they do nothing. They just fight all the time.
I have
But
lost.
even then,
Shit.
you're right though, because this pretty much every time a union wins a struggle against an employer, that just means extra cost for the employer, which means they have to now somehow get more bang for their buck. So what that means in this case is probably a lot of the garbage shows they were just shitting out for tax write-off purposes, like that terrible Batwoman show from a few years back or whatever. Like that stuff's all gonna go because now they got to start tightening their belts.
Yep.
And they got to start getting actual decent writers who can write and actually can make a decent show.
Yes.
Yeah, but the CEOs, they're making $400 million. So much money. The CEO making.
Oh, the poor CEOs.
No, usually they will say, because
Yeah, they
like
hate them right
leftists just don't understand economics, and they will be like, well, how can this company do bad when the CEO makes so much?
I mean,
Well,
there's
they'll
really
know
good
now.
reasons for that are really boring to go into. So, but the end result is that leftists are wrong about economics pretty much all the
I know.
time, everywhere.
It is. And this is going to see a lot of them fired. Because what the companies will do is they will find 3 people who work well together and can deliver. And those 3 people will be hired for every gig. And of course, there will be there will be more cells, shall we say. But they will narrow down the market to cells who get reputations for being effective. And everyone else will be out of a job. Because there will be less jobs, there will be less shows, and there will be less openings, simply because it will cost more to create anything, and it will take longer. And very quickly, the studios will also learn, as you pointed out, that these people don't work. Like if you have a communist like Dev and a market socialist like the child,
Hey,
then you have a disagreement, and you can't get anything done.
damn it, Arch. One day I'll get back at you for all of the slander you put on me every single week.
You can't. I have
Right.
already managed to get breed
Service
Dev
guarantees
to be a breed
citizenship.
Kibs to be a thing, and I've gotten you to be a communist. I'm good at this.
If this is like actually going to end up harming the union writers, I'm hoping that the same thing will happen when it comes to the video game
Service
strikes. They weren't
guarantees
able to strike a
citizenship.
deal yesterday, so it's still going on. And we have the problem in the video game industry where writers are now, writing ideology into games. They're doing worse jobs on modeling, on voice acting, on all of these different parts that bring into the game.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's just like I don't want to see a hobby that I've been in forever get destroyed by these people for ideological reasons.
Yeah.
So even if they come to a deal, if it's similar to the writers deal where the writers are going to end up harmed by it, like, yeah, get those people out, dude.
All you have to do, honestly, is compare like any halfway competent VTuber model to the female characters in modern Western games.
Yep.
And it's like, well, what would you rather look at? It's kind of
Yeah.
obvious. There's tons of just like ugly female characters out there, and part of that is going to be ideological, pushing some sort of alternative beauty or something, and part of it is going to be because
Lack
they
of
just
skill.
don't have lack of skill. They don't have the skill to actually make a decent model.
Have any of you played Cyberpunk 2077's newest expansion, Phantom Liberty?
I
No,
have not, but
haven't.
I watched you play it though, Arch.
There is a wonderful scene there where you are introduced to a character, and she's presented as this lovely southern belle, with a good accent and everything. She's not particularly attractive, but by the standards of that game, where every female looks like she's been run over recently by a lawnmower, she's probably one of the most attractive. And you're like, wow, holy shit, really? Is this a companion character that I can actually look at and be like, wow, you're not actually Uggo? Then she turns off her face mask and she reveals herself to be an ugly black woman. It's like, wow, thank you.
What the fuck?
Fucking thank you.
Well, that's actually a trap. But and they're doing it on purpose as well. Like even the models that they use for the mocap, the models themselves don't look bad. They like ugly them up for the actual in-game model.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh,
I have
Forspoken.
lost-
Like that was a piece of shit game with a really ugly character, but the actress is like beautiful.
Yeah.
Like what the hell? Like how do you like hit someone with an ugly stick that hard?
Well, again, it's also like V points out all the time, it only goes one way, because they also put Idris Elba in the game, and he is a flawless fucking copy. He is a perfect copy of Idris Elba. Meanwhile, you can look at Mass Effect and Miranda, for example, and go like, why did you make her look like that? Or even worse, the Andromeda, where they took some genuinely attractive people and turned them into dog molesters.
I wonder why they could be making pretty female models in game look more like men. It's really beyond me to figure out why they might be doing that.
It is a mystery. And this will also, so the whole writers thing, right, with the bloat in the writers room, which will cause increased costs. We also already see this in the video game industry. There's this little 4chan-esque post right here. 1 man worked on Tetris, 5 people worked on Doom, 12 people worked on Max Payne, 82 people worked on Half-Life 2, 100 on Skyrim, 2,000 on Assassin's Creed, etc. This is absolutely like a big part of it. Like there is just so much bloat in leeches as well, because 98% of these people aren't hired because they're like, okay, we need a great 3D modeler. They're hired because somebody who's already in the company, like Activision Blizzard, is like, we got a fucking ball pit. I gotta get my cousin's kid in on this.
Yeah, and then it was happening in the tech industry as well. They just hire people for like tax breaks and for diversity, equity, inclusion purposes that have no business being in the positions that they're in, but it looks good for the company. And they have all this bloat of people who can't do the jobs, but they're getting paid anyways. And so they have like a small team of people who actually do the work, and then the rest of the people are like, those TikTok videos where they just have breakfast and then do yoga and then take a nap.
Yeah.
Did I kick V without noticing?
Some of this won't be bloat,
You
Arch,
did kick
because
V.
Did I?
yeah, V's not here for some reason. Yeah,
Huh.
some of this won't be bloat because Assassin's Creed Origins is a way more complicated game than Tetris, obviously. So there is going to be some growth expected, but this seems to be quite a lot. There's going to be like social media marketing managers in there who do fucking nothing but sit on Twitter all day, shit like that, right?
Yes, because what was I about to say here before I kicked V in a fit of rage, apparently. Apoplectic rage that I've now forgotten about. I presume he crashed or something. He might be back. But it's like
Romanian
Twitter,
internet.
right? Twitter had thousands of employees. They're now down to 500 and less. The site is working exactly like always, and they've added more features in the last year than in the last, 2 or 3. Like, the majority of these people are fucking dead weight.
I'd say you're like 80% correct on that, Arch, because there have been like more Twitter outages and crashes.
There have.
So there's definitely been like there's been rocky moments to this transition with Twitter where they cut a bunch of the fat. They probably did lose a few good people in the mix as well, which is why we've seen some problems. But as they're working through the reorganization, it is working out for them long term.
Yep. Because again, these companies have gotten so large, and it's the same with Creative Assembly, who recently had to cancel Hyenas and several unannounced titles as well. They had 800 employees. They're basically making the same game, Total War, that they've made forever. It's the same engine, in many cases the same models, the same gameplay, the same mechanical system. 800 people. There's a lot of fat there.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I understand with, better engines, better graphical quality, like, better looking models, more mocap. You're going to need more people than you used to in the past, but the amount of bloat is just way too high. Also, you can hear my cat screaming, I'm sorry.
You
Kirsche
have like
has
5
broken
cats
into
back
full
there
cat
because they're
mode.
all going.
It's just one cat.
Well, you mentioned earlier, Kirsche, about the like influencers and YouTubers and TikTokers getting in on some of these or not getting in, like being told to boycott some of these acting jobs. I mean, that has also been a problem. Is like a lot of modern games, especially more indie titles, you've had like YouTubers do a voice role, and it's always been
Yeah.
fucking garbage, and it's always been just to promote the game, right?
And I
It's
think
always been cringe. But here's the thing: there's a lot of people who are saying like, no, YouTubers, you can't take these jobs. You have to stand in solidarity, and a lot of them are just going like, fuck you, I'm getting paid, and they're just doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's like the TikTok people who have been given like red carpet appearances so they can push products and stuff. Those people in particular are like, well, I have to turn down the work that I'm being given. Like, if companies ask me to do promos for like their movie or whatever, I have to turn this down, or I'm not going to be given those like red carpet treatments anymore, and I'm going to be blacklisted in the industry. And that's another thing that's being run as like a sort of fear campaign, that it's like, oh, if you ever want to act in the industry, if you ever want to be part of like the game industry or SAG-AFTRA or anything like that, if you want to be there, you're gonna have to support this strike, or you're going to be blacklisted.
There is a behavioral code that you will have to abide by, and that's been a problem with like established entertainment industries forever, in that the moment the elites manage to get fully established, they have their rules and you will abide by them.
Yeah. And like, I don't see, like, I understand where you're coming from, where it's typically been pretty bad, but if you were picking like a YouTuber or a streamer that could actually do voice acting and could actually do like the voices correctly, I wouldn't see any issue with hiring them. The problem seems to be that they pick people to hire just to promote their game based on numbers, instead of a person who has a voice that would fit the character.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the best example I can think of for that was recently. It was River City Girls. I think both games getting Ego Raptor to do voices. And it's like,
That's the most
why?
recent example you can think of?
Yes, personally, yeah.
Not
maybe
Young
I'm
Yi
just
being
missing.
hired to do like
Oh,
a dragon?
I forgot about that one. Fuck. Yeah, crying Kiryu. Oh my god, no. I think that got blocked out of my fucking mind. It was so bad.
And it's like, I have nothing against the guy himself, and like he's taking a paycheck, but it feels like the company is just throwing someone under the bus because they're like, he has a large audience, let's just let him do it. It's like, I'm gonna play the game in Japanese, but it's like that voice does not fit that character.
Well, there's a lot less care given, frankly. And this is also in large part due to the fact that there's way too many people in these industries who shouldn't be there. This is also with the uglification of characters as well, is an aspect of this. I don't know if either of you watched the show The Orville.
Yep.
No, I haven't.
The social media episode you're talking about? I know where you're going with this.
Well, no, actually, you don't.
Okay.
The Orville has a cast of characters, and they're pretty much all at least mildly attractive. Because they were, okay, well, what makes good TV? Well, attractive people being clever on TV. And that is the outlier compared to most entertainment, because they don't understand even this fundamental. Like, Ahsoka, where they introduced Admiral Thrawn recently, they got the voice actor of Thrawn, which I think was Mats or Lars Mikkelsen. He was a fantastic voice actor, but he's also a 60-year-old Danish dude who has had one cookie too many, and he looks awful as Thrawn. And back in the days, they would have understood this and go like, okay, you be the voice, but we're gonna have this bodybuilder here be the role, just like they did with literally Darth Vader. This is also, and it's also, as you say, clout, right? Because they look at what the kids are watching and they go like, well, this guy who plays fucking Minecraft has 12,000 subscribers. I guess we'll hire him.
Yeah. That's why I said, and I've talked to like marketing people at video game companies, and they're like, there is a massive disconnect between the people in suits and the actual like marketing people. And the actual marketing people typically understand that there's a difference between like your follower subscriber number and then the actual eyes on you at any given time. And then the suits will only look at like the large follower number and be like, yeah, this person with 200,000 subs obviously has a massive audience, we want to give them a piece. But then you look at like someone who has maybe 20,000 followers, but they have like triple the live eyeballs that the 200,000 guy has. The suits aren't even going to look at that person because their follower number is too low.
Oh yeah. So there's a channel that's been around for maybe 14 years now, and they're now just like a dead channel. They have like 150,000 subs or something, but when they stream, they get maybe like 50 people, right? They used to get thousands of people live. Now they get like 50 because channels have a life cycle. They
Yeah.
kind of go, they hit their peak and then they go down, and people kind of move on. And it's just normal. And especially if you don't reinvent yourself, you have to reinvent yourself constantly. Um, and this guy didn't. So, but like, he's still getting these like $1,000 brand deals from companies to promote like their indie games or whatever. And he streams it to his audience of 50 people or 30 people. It's the same as my audience. And like, I'm not a gaming channel. When I stream games, no one fucking watches. But like, this guy's a gaming channel, and he's getting the same as me. And it's like, okay, but they're just looking at his sub count. They're looking at the fact that he has videos on his channel that had millions of views in 2010 or 2011, right?
Yeah.
They're looking at old success and not realizing that his channel's actually dead.
And so even if the marketing people are just like, hey, that person that you want, they're not really the best for our type of content. They do something completely different. Their audience isn't going to be interested. We have this other person, smaller follow account, but like higher, live views, higher video views. And the suits are just going to be like, well, that doesn't make any sense. So we're just going to go with the large number person.
Yeah. Now there are some people who do like sponsorships for YouTube spots. They tend to be a little bit smarter generally. Like they'll look at, let's say, the what did your videos in the past month get? Your average view count, which is probably closer to what you actually should be looking at. So it seems like when it comes to YouTube advertisements, they're a bit more on the ball. But for streamers, I don't think anyone has a clue what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well, because like it's hard to know like how a streamer's audience is. Like even if you look at their VOD views, that doesn't give you a great picture of what their average view count is. Like if you're someone who streams every day like me, you can typically look at someone's like follower count and their VOD views and be like, okay, well they probably get around like this number. But even then it's like just a guesstimate, right? Like you can't make an actual solid number off of that.
Yeah. And then also there's like different expectations for each platform, right? Like you tend to get more views nowadays on YouTube than on Twitch, all things being the same. But it wasn't that way 5 years ago. Like things have definitely changed around.
And like there are statistics sites that give you like more direct statistics, but like a suit company person typically isn't going to look at that. They're just going to go to your page and be like, oh, here's the number. That's not what we're looking for.
It's also that this has become a industry in and of itself now. There are literal companies that sell like YouTubers to these larger companies. These are the ones that often recruit en masse. Like I'm sure both of you have gotten the email that goes like, "Hello there, I'm totally a fan of your channel and stuff. Wouldn't this be a wonderful marketing opportunity?" I remember I got one who's like, "I've seen your Twitch streams." I'm like, "Yes, my Twitch streams, yes."
I love it. I love it when they're just like, "Oh, your content is perfect for what we're trying to do," and I'm like, "Really? Have you seen my content?"
What part? The worm sounding or the prisoner dating?
So, how many Raid Shadow Legends ad requests have the two of you gotten?
I get about 4 a week.
I don't get them very often, but whenever I do get Raid Shadow Legends, I will always shill for them, dude. Daddy Raid pays the fucking bills.
Yeah, no,
really?
ironically.
Okay.
Their offers are fucking amazing. Like I don't think I've gotten a single offer that's been like as good as the Raid offer for like the amount of effort you need to put in and the return on investment and the amount of like audience engagement you need. Like it is the best. I will never say no to Daddy Raid, dude.
So you just gotta like play their game for an hour on stream or something?
Yeah, the last time I did it, I'm pretty sure I did an ass rating of all of their characters, which ones had the best asses.
Well, okay, there you go.
There you go, you did.
I'd say I get it a few times a week as well, Arch. And I don't quite know what I want to do with sponsorships yet. I haven't taken any yet, and I have like just a pile of them, and I'm like, they keep emailing me every few weeks, like, are you still interested? And it's like, I don't know what to do. I feel dirty doing it,
The thing is, Dev, let's see, I'm loyal, so I stick to like one of these little fucking companies that email me, and then I ignore the other 5. And this is also the long-term strategy, because eventually they'll be like, okay, we've made this channel for all it's worth, and then they'll move on. And then you start answering emails from the next company, and so it goes.
Well, it's like, I'm not sure how the advertisement exactly works on YouTube because I don't get offers for YouTube placements. I get offers for Twitch streams. And so when I get something like Raid Shadow Legends where they're like, "Oh, you just have to put this panel under your Twitch stream for like 7 days and you got to play Raid for 2 hours." I'm like, "That's super small commitment." That's like, I'm not asking for my audience to buy anything. I'm not like fucking Kamikoto knives or anything. It's very simple, very quick, and it's a one-off kind of partnership. When I have things like I was partnered with GameForge. GameForge, I signed a contract. I was under NDA. I was paid every single month by GameForge. So with them, I would be way more hesitant to take on like a monthly revolving contract with someone like Raid because it's not a game I play all the time, Like I'm fine to shill for them for a one-off stream, but I'm not going to actively play their game every single day and stuff like that. So if I'm going to take an elongated contract, I want to make sure it's something that I like, something that I can really, really get into.
Yeah, see, that's kind of how I feel about it too, right? I kind of hold the informal view that if I'm gonna take a sponsorship, I want to actually like the product. I don't want to shill for something.
That
that's
is
bad,
my one rule
know?
as well. Like I have to,
Yeah.
I have to use it. If I can't stomach using it, then I won't do it. But other than that, chat, we are indeed all massive shills.
Especially if it's like I'm wanting my audience to pay money for something. If I wouldn't buy that product myself, I don't want to sell it to my audience.
I do want an Azure Lane sponsorship, though. Chat, come on, fucking... You know when
Yes,
Azure Lane
please.
streams or something. Get them...
I love Azure Lane.
That would be great. Or the upcoming Girls Frontline 2, which actually looks fairly good.
No, I'm only interested in Azure Lane.
All waifu sims. I received one the other day, which I didn't accept because it would be too spicy. For not Ikitosen. Oh god, was it Demon Slayer? Asagiri. Help me.
Sorry.
The one that has a very famous hentai.
Nike?
No. It's about women in bodysuits killing demons and then getting raped a lot.
Oh, is it Kunoichi?
Was that it? Kunoichi? No.
I think so.
That doesn't sound familiar. My game moderator plays a game that does that though, so I'm sure he would know what it is.
Taimanin. Yes, Taimanin Asagi.
Yes, that's what it is. Yes.
Yes.
I couldn't pronounce the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Taimanin Asagi. They're making a game.
Yeah. Another one?
One they're releasing in the West. It's apparently been out in Japan already for like since 2018, I think. I did get one from that, but I looked at it and was like,
Apparently, there's a lot of cuckoldry in that game.
Oh, even better.
Wait,
yeah,
what?
There's a lot of NTR in there.
See, NTR is my favorite fetish because it's funny as fuck. There's nothing I find particularly funnier than that. It is hilarious.
Do you want to get NTR'd?
God, no. But watching somebody else get NTR'd is usually funny.
I didn't know that white men could be the bull.
See, there are particularly some of the stories with the mind break nonsense, where the woman who's like, I'm a very faithful woman, sees a penis once and goes like, well, I guess I'm a cheating whore. You cannot tell me that is not funny.
I guess that would be kind of funny, but like,
NTR, the thinking man's fetish, indeed.
Yeah, well, there's tiers to it, right? Like, there's some like beta males who just like the idea of getting cucked, and then you have the alphas who put themselves in the shoes of the bull, right? That's kind of how it works.
I don't quite go that deep into either one. I just think it's funny.
I just think it's gross, and I wish I could see less of it in media because I feel like it's kind of bad to have an overabundance of,
Just like cheating, it's like morally bad. Yeah.
Clearly need more.
Well, again, a lot of porn is morally bad. That's kind of what it's for.
There you go.
Actually, I want to read this comment out. Here's a comment in your chat, Kirsche, from Potion Dweller. No Manscaped sponsorship for Kirsche, as she does not have the balls to shave. My friend, yes, she does.
Oh my god.
Heresy's the question.
I don't know.
Fire
like what
is the
else I would
answer.
take. Like I got a gamer sub sponsor recently, and like I fucking love I fucking love their flavors, dude. It's so good. It's so good. But like, I can't think of off the top of my head any other like sponsors I would gun for.
I mean, I like HelloFresh. I like their stuff. I've
I
tried
fucking
out some of
hate
their meals.
HelloFresh.
Really? How
HelloFresh,
come?
stay the fuck out of my inbox.
I have lost.
Oh,
Do you
you're
don't like
putting
their
your
food?
place, Dev.
I get HelloFresh offers like multiple times a week from like different places. I cannot fucking escape getting offers from HelloFresh. They will not leave me alone. It's like I do not want to shill for you, please. I swear to God.
I mean, I've tried it a couple times. Decent food. You know, I'd probably shell for them.
It's like I had nothing against them until they wouldn't leave me alone, and then like all this other weird shit comes out where like people are getting really bad quality food, and like there was something recently with like the stuff that they were putting in their food. It's like I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't really
didn't
care
hear that.
enough to. Yeah, I don't really care enough to look into like why they're bad. I just know I hate them. Normally I'm a big proponent of like if you hate something, know why you hate it, but it's like just leave me the fuck alone, HelloFresh. I'm getting a restraining order for harassment.
There you go. Sponsorship. So Dev wants a HelloFresh sponsorship, so you can send them his way. I want Azure Lane because that'd be funny as fuck. Or Bad Dragon Dildos. That would be funny as fuck too.
Oh my god.
I would absolutely love Azure Lane. Absolutely love Azure Lane. I've been playing it for like 5 years now.
See,
So-
I would love to do an ad because Bad Dragon has a dildo by the name of Kyle. That would be funny as fuck.
Oh god, you showed
no.
it to Kibbs?
Yep,
You showed it to Kibbs?
it has the same name as one of my friends, Kyle. That would be hilarious to me. It's like, look at him.
Man,
Now
there
you
was-
can
okay.
purchase Kyle too. He's on sale.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, one of my viewers bought me like the $500 horse cock from Bad Dragon. It's like a foot long, dude.
$500 horse cock. Well, that's
That's
pricey
kind of
for a piece of
expensive.
plastic.
I
Yeah.
know. He's like, listen, I'm going all out on this troll. It's like, thanks, buddy. Now I use it. Here's the thing. It's so fucking big. I use it to like hold back a giant curtain in my room because it's so like weighty. It'll hold the whole curtain back really easily.
Did you invite your girlfriend over and she got to see your horsecock curtain rod?
There's actually a picture of her like
Service
holding it,
guarantee
floating
citizenship
around on the
level.
internet.
Oh, that's wonderful.
She's like, yeah, I'm coming out as trans, guys. Here's my dick pic, and she's like putting it on her crotch. It's like, all right, thanks.
Well, now
Thanks for-
she's gonna have Vosh in her DMs.
Yeah, I know. Fuck. Okay,
See-
hold on. Chat. Yes, Naomi's actually a woman. She keeps saying that she's not solely for this meme to
Sure.
propagate, but she
Sure.
actually is.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if she's even saying it, I just don't believe you.
Yep. Believe women, Dev.
But apparently this one's not one, so I can't.
I don't care. My double
This is-
standard
this
is
is-
fully operational. I don't see the problem. See,
Blue Archive has Katori. There's a lot of people in your audience who seem to play Blue Archive.
I wish I kind of could because I've seen it. It looks mildly amusing actually, but it's for phone games. I play only these games on my fucking PC, and I ain't playing this shit in my
Same.
fucking
I'm an emulator user.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Same.
played Blue Archive for a while, and like I like the combat. I think the sprites are cute. It's not free to play friendly, and if it's not free to play friendly, I typically don't stick with it. Azure Lane's been the only gacha game that I've been able to stick with for a really long time. But
Azure
what
Lane
bothers
is
me about
very
Blue
friendly.
Archive, what bothers me about Blue Archive, is that the characters flirt with you and like call you master and want to date you, but all of the characters are canonically underage. So unlike in Monster Hunter or whatever, or My Hero Academia is what I meant to say, not Monster Hunter. Unlike those where they're like underage characters who are with each other and not hitting on you, it's weird for me to play a game where underage characters are hitting on me.
Aren't they like anthropomorphized some things though? Like in Ghost Frontline with their guns or something?
I mean, like they still canonically are like 14, which is weird. There's one of them that's 11.
Are they actually like
Jesus.
people though? Like, you know what I mean?
People within the canon of the game.
I mean, I don't remember if they're androids or not, but it still was just like, And I mean, I don't know. If you have an android made and they're like, this android is an 11-year-old girl, even though she looks like a 40-year-old chain-smoking single mother from the Bronx. You know, like I don't know.
He's an android, though.
Yeah,
Is it a
if it's an
robot?
android, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to wait for my android to become 18 years old.
Can you imagine?
I don't have
in
the
future,
patience.
You buy like a newly manufactured sex bot. You have to wait 18 years for you to use it.
Before it reaches the
like,
age of consent.
I don't care, and like I don't think this is a lolly argument either, because like, again, the characters in Blue Archive, they don't have like lolly body. Some of them do. Some of them are lolly. Some of them are not. Some of them look like fully grown, like 30-year-old women. But the fact that the devs made them canonically underage and they hit on you is like personally what bothers me. I don't care if other people play it because they're still not fucking real. They're not real human beings. But it's like, I just personally feel weird playing a game that has that as a mechanic.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, because I had my hentai game phase, visual novel phase, way back in the day. And I came across one, and I can't remember what it's called now, but it had like nekomimis in it and stuff, right? And it was the first game that made me just like, this is weird. Because they were very clearly lolly-coded, as Deb would put it. And
Lolly-coded?
Oh,
Service
Jesus.
guarantees
No, I remember now. It was Nekopara. I was trying to play Nekopara.
yes.
Because I was thinking like, okay, cute little cat girls. That's awesome, right? And I was playing it, and I was like, okay, first and foremost, they're lollies. They're also mentally retarded and have the brain capability of children. It's like, that
like
made
an
me
IQ
actively
65.
uncomfortable. It's like, I don't know about this. And the game's like, would you
That's
like to
like-
have sex with them? Like,
Yeah, that I feel like the mentally retarded thing is just a woman thing though, not an age thing.
That is also partially
Really?
true. But I remember one scene where there was like one of them was especially clever, and they were like, "Oh, this cat girl is so clever. She can leave the house on her own." I'm like,
I have lost.
I don't know what I find most disturbing: the Muslim overtones or the child overtones.
I'm like, I got a question. You said you play Azure Lane, right?
Yes.
So when I say the names like Shimakaze and Mitsuki, you can picture those boats in your mind, right?
Well, Shimakaze is retarded, so that's good.
Well, Shimakaze and Mitsuki are both lolly, but wouldn't you say that there's a difference between Shimakaze and Mitsuki?
Yes, there's a decided difference.
Yeah, so both of them are lolly, but I feel like one is far more egregious
One
than
is
the other.
far
One
worse, lolly. Yes.
looks like a toddler,
Yes.
right? And the other one just looks like a petite woman.
Yes.
And lolly, in my opinion, the definition of lolly, it's a body type. It's not an age. And so if somebody is sexualizing Shimakaze, I don't give a shit because she's got a lolly body, but she is still like, that's a body that an adult woman can have. Whereas Mitsuki, that's a toddler, man.
You may sexualize Shimakaze, but stay away from Laffy. There you go.
I mean, Laffy even looks like she could be a grown woman. Like, I have no problem with like
Laffy's
Laffy.
adorable because she's asleep all the time. Laffy must protect Laffy.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not going to sexualize the Laffy, but if someone does, I'm not going to be like, you're a pedo, you know?
You must defend Laffy.
And it's the same with, oh god, what's the French shape that has the foot fetish
Service
skin?
guarantees citizenship.
She, like lays in a hammock.
Lays in a hammock. This is a part of Azure Lane lore I must have missed.
It's her Azure Lane skin, or not her Azure, her Live 2D skin. She has another one where she's sitting on Manju. Limalin. Yeah, Limalin is
Defend
also, you know, more towards the Laffy side. She's still a lolly. She's someone I would say protect, do not lewd, but like if someone lewds her, I'm not gonna be like, you're a pedo.
Defend Laffy. She's adorable. Right. We have gotten through most of the topics, so I guess we'll return to Superchats and get deviated again.
I love deviation.
Service guarantees citizenship.
See, where were we? Onu says, in the US, we have either a socialist phase or a theocracy phase, where we want to align all of the commies against the wall. I wanted to start with Canada myself.
It's okay. I'm moving to the United States. I'm gonna become an American. Fuck this.
What'll happen first? You getting Canadian healthcare, or are you coming to America?
Think the Americans will
Definitely
take
come
you?
to America. Dude, well, the honest truth is, if my girlfriend, if I was with my girlfriend, I would have moved already. Like, Canada fucking sucks, guys. I don't know if you know.
Moogie Bat says,
I
hello,
have
is this
lost.
working? Yes, occasionally. And he also says, can I recommend manga? Groundless Sekigan no Seki Gihe. It has civil war, racism, black on white in reverse, corruption, logistics, nudity, violence, and a very cute art style that's similar to Battalion War, and also have you read Desert Punk. Oh, I've read both. Desert Punk is fucking great. And Groundless is not bad either. Have either of you read or watched those? Desert Punk has an anime.
No, I haven't.
Gosh darn it.
Sorry.
Tourists.
I didn't hear the question. I zoned out.
Cryo Martin says, why is citizenship guaranteed service accepted, but not the other way around? As in, what? Citizenship guarantees service. Oh, yeah, but not the other way around. Well, it's because originally we were of the opinion that, okay, democracy is cool because everyone gets to vote, and so we get to give power to everyone, power to the people, etc. And it was a very nice sentiment. And back in the day, when people were responsible for that power and valued that power for what it was, it probably was a pretty damn good idea. But now, we don't view it as power anymore. We don't view it as a privilege anymore. In fact, in many countries, some which have mandatory voting, it is viewed as a hassle to vote. So clearly, we need to shake this shit up a little bit.
I hate the people that treat voting like a hassle.
I think we should instigate mandatory flogging day again, and it'll be only for people who don't vote.
I agree, actually. That would be a good idea.
Yes. See,
We
Germany...
could even bring back the stocks in the center of town.
Yes, public humiliation.
Mm-hmm.
Germany instituted a fascinating program in East Africa right before the First World War, where they had a mandatory flogging day once a week, where they would flog someone. It didn't matter who. They didn't have to have broken any laws. They just had to find somebody to flog. And sure enough,
Okay, that seems a little scary.
Heresy's the question.
crime went
Fire
down.
is the answer.
Sometimes...
Well, why would crime go down if sometimes they just pick an innocent person to flog?
Oh, well, because if you're living in a state that is willing to flog innocents merely to make a point, guess what they'll do to criminals?
I guess that's a fair point.
It worked out quite well for them. Spiky 1996 says, in the Netherlands, there is already state-sponsored naughty works, but only for disabled people.
Yes, I wanted to bring that up actually back when V was still here. I saw a documentary, and it was in the Netherlands, and it was basically of people with various like deformities and disabilities. They couldn't really move, they couldn't jack off anymore, and they had like hot girls come in and like give them hand jobs, and they call it a public service.
Oh, I mean,
Okay.
I suppose.
I mean, like, they've had a really shit life, right? And, like, it's not going to get any better. No one's going to actually love their deformed ass. So, like, I guess you could throw them a bone and give them a state-sponsored hooker, but, like, how much do they
Hold
pay
on.
those
I mean,
hookers?
Like Ricky Berwick found a girlfriend. They can do it too.
Oh, yeah, but he has
that's
one
true.
other slightly attractive ability, Dev.
What's that?
That to print money.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were saying he has a big dick.
Well, possibly. I haven't checked. Entirely feasible.
He has that goblin penis to go along with being a goblin.
Well,
I thought that was Asmongold who had the goblin dick.
Oh fuck, I don't know. Maybe.
there's also the simple fact. This is the why is that fat old man with that hot supermodel? Oh, who knows? Shrugs.
Money, ugly bastard syndrome.
Mm-hmm. Jack the Outcast says, "Hail Arch, V, and the Crazy Fox Lady, and Breed Dev." Good. As a reminder,
God
the
damn
federal government is the biggest mafia organization in the world. The FBI, ATF, CIA, BLM, and IRS are their enforcers. All requests are threats, even for those on the same side. Correct. There is no interaction with the government that is not in some way coercive. Stares at Dev. Prepares communist flag.
Yeah.
I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Never have more
I mean-
chilling words been spoken.
I've worked for the government and I've helped people before.
Yeah, you also robbed a city of power.
Yeah, that was an
What?
accident though.
What?
Accident, he says.
Yeah. Okay, so I was like 21 years old, right? And I was driving a dump truck working for the city, okay? And I didn't have the bed down after I dumped off a load. So I was driving through the city with the bed up, and I went through an intersection and took down like a couple dozen power lines. And we lost, like the town lost the city lost power for a couple hours. And then I lost my driver's license and I got demoted.
And
I
that
would
was
I would
Dev's
say
first act of
rightfully so,
TCP
honestly.
sabotage.
Holy shit.
Well, it's a long time ago. You know, I was 21. I'm in my 30s now. I grew up. I had to grow up. You know, it was a costly mistake, but I didn't have to pay for it.
I feel like this is a perfect allegory for whenever the government tries to help, they just end up making it worse.
Quite possibly. The Commander 248 says, Dev reminds me of when I was a social democrat. I naively voted for Obama. DevSat said that the changes make Trump look guilty. Charges, they were made by people who think he is guilty. Dev, I'll debate you. We can go through the charges one by one and I'll debunk them. Oh.
Who's this?
The Commander 248.
I mean, sure, I guess. Sure.
I'll have to challenge
You know,
Dev on his own stream.
I'm not riding a Trump train here or anything, but you know, I am happy that Trump is back though, because the memes are always great. Did you two see that video? The video of Trump where he was like, "I'm gonna make fun of Joe Biden now." It's like, I don't know where I am on the stage. He's like wandering around in the circles. Trump's always gold. He's always really funny.
Service guarantee.
Trump did dodge the what is a woman question though, which makes me a little hesitant.
Oh, did he?
Hey.
What happened there?
He did. I
see
have
this.
a tab because I wanted to talk about it on my own stream. So let me see if I can find that really quick while you're reading super chats.
Oh, do you have like billions of tabs open of all the things you're researching at once? ADHD
I have like
brain?
4,000 tabs.
Yeah, same here.
Computer
Same here.
chugging quietly in the background. Cooking apple. That looks... Is that you, Boog? No, it's not you, Boog. Boog doesn't donate in Swedish kroners. Says, our resident cynical Norwegian are now embracing VTubers, I see. When can we expect Arch to launch his own big titty rat girlfriend VTuber? Live from Sweden. Well, I've always been embracing VTubers. I brought VTubers on several times. They've all had ADHD, it seems, but that is a coincidence, not a plan. What's this?
Here we go.
I found the tab.
GOP rivals pounce after ex-president fumbles when asked if a man can become a woman. You can just say no, Trump. It's pretty easy. You know? It's okay.
Yeah.
Just be like, no.
Yeah, he kind of in the article it says Megyn Kelly asked, "Can a man become a woman?" And Trump said, "In my opinion," he finally said, shaking his head slightly, "you have a man, you have a woman. I think part of it is birth," he continued. And she asked, "Can the man give birth?" "No," he said. But he seemed to leave the door open on that criterion. They'll come up with some answer to that also someday. I heard just the other day that they have a way now that the man can give birth. I would say I'll continue my stance on that.
I mean, that's
like,
probably
that
realistic.
kind of sounds like a boomer, though, who's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, what?
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you look forward, let's say, several hundred years in the future with medical technology advancements, we're probably going to start implanting uteruses in men at
Why?
some point. Low.
Yeah, several hundred
Why?
years, sure, but that's not in our lifetime.
Yeah, it's not, right?
And again, why? Where would we get these uteruses from?
They'll grow them in a lab or something,
State
man. I don't
sponsored
know.
prostitutes once they
Oh,
outlive their
wait,
use.
wait.
The answer.
Okay, Dev,
Yes.
are you making the argument? So there was a Swedish doctor a while ago who made the argument that when women go into a coma, not forced, mind you, just naturally, we're not going to actually put them in comas. We should
now.
use their bodies as incubators.
Heresy's the question.
Yeah, I've heard
Fire
that.
is the
That's
answer.
fucking. Here, listen. The future, with all of its medical technology, has many horrors that we'll soon have to encounter. All right. I know.
But
it
as we
probably
are
will
right
happen.
now,
It probably will happen.
the most recent uterus transplant was from one biological woman to another biological woman. And when the
Mhm.
biological woman who received the uterus transplant gave birth, her body rejected the uterus afterwards and it had to be removed again. So even
Yeah.
biological women from one to another cannot successfully transplant a uterus for a long period of time.
Mhm. So it's not possible right now. Yeah.
It's one of those, like, could medical technology possibly fix this? Maybe. You know what? We'll focus on first, though.
That's such a
I don't know.
non-answer to the question that she asked.
Yeah. Yeah. So the answer is currently no. I guess the issue is like if you just say no, well that isolates a whole bunch of progressives. But they're not going to vote for Trump anyways. Who cares? You know, like Trump's not courting that demographic for votes. They're not going to vote for him anyway.
Being on the right and being a politician that can't resoundingly say no, men cannot become women, no one's going to want to vote for you because that is a huge social issue in the country right now.
Yeah.
Yep. That is the thing.
Trump L.
Saw Phoenix says, I don't think that people of current year are uncreative. It's just uncreative. It's just that people who are at the top of the social ladder are creatively bankrupt. Possibly. I also believe that creativity is a, survival of the fittest kind of system. If you're not creative and you have to compete with people who are creative, you're probably going to fall behind. But that's where unions step in. Because now you can work alongside two other people, and one of them's got to be creative, sure? It's like a group project in school, hoping that you'll float by.
You always have the one person who does nothing.
Yes.
Oh man, I saw something. I gotta dig it up, but I saw something where basically over a long enough time span, unions actually don't deliver higher wages for workers; they deliver lower wages, and it's because the union's already done the negotiating for you, so you're just stuck with whatever they negotiated. But workers who negotiate individually with their bosses, given enough time, can negotiate their way upward. So it's like, and this kind of makes sense to me because like I've worked some really shitty jobs in my life, right? Like I've worked some like blue collar jobs where you're like lugging stuff around, and they're usually union jobs. And it's like, okay, the union has decided that you get like a $1 pay raise every year for like 5 years. It's like, okay, well, that's great. But if you are an exceptional worker, such that if it weren't a unionized job, you could actually like negotiate yourself and get several dollars worth of pay raises over the course of your time there. It's much better, right? But so the union kind of exists to help out the shittiest workers, but it holds back the exceptional workers in the process.
Lowest common denominator. Barbarian R. Us says, a movie about women talking? I have enough of that in my life, Disney. The Real Horsenetter says, Dev, being a communist is like falling to chaos. You might in some extreme cases be able to reclaim your mind, but your soul will forever be tainted with corruption, and will always be vulnerable to it. True. Dev will always be vulnerable to the taint of corruption.
God damn it.
Luckily, I am building up a folder of little Dev icons to put on screen whenever necessary.
Whenever something communistic happens.
You're gonna have a million communist dev memes.
One day I will show you that picture of me when I was like 17 years old with like the hammer and sickle red shirt.
I was gonna say, did you have a Che Guevara shirt?
No, I didn't have one of those. It was
show me that picture, Dev. I think I can find uses for it.
I'm not a communist anymore. I've left.
Actually, no. Here's the thing. I will turn you into one, slowly but surely.
Will you? How?
Yes, to justify my own joke of you. Because I've already succeeded in doing this in large part. So, we joke about Kyle. This will be a separate joke. Our poor guest will be left in the dark here. But we have a friend who claims to be a man. He isn't, of course. And he claims to be straight. But the other day, look at what I caught him playing, Dev.
Let me see. Oh, I think I've seen this.
Wait,
yeah,
when you
that
say you have a friend
shit.
who claims to be a man, but he's not, do you mean they're like a biological woman, or do you mean they're just like a cuck?
I'm pretty sure he is biologically a woman. He just pretends.
Oh, okay.
No. So Kyle's biologically male, but in his desperate bid for super chats and relevance on YouTube, he is accepting money to slowly transition.
What the fuck?
The HRT fund grows.
Listen, if you give him like $5,000, he'll start taking HRT.
That seems like a really grotesque way to get attention online, though.
And I caught him playing a gay furry game the other day.
He already got paid to get like the cat ears and the butt plug. and the collar that jingles. He's on his way.
That's how it starts. You know, I talk about this all the time. There seems to be a really strange pipeline where like a male will start VTubing and he'll just be a male. And then he'll be like, oh, well, if I have titties, I'll get more viewers because they'll see the big anime titties. And it won't matter that there's a male voice coming out of the body. They just want to see the titties.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Then they get the female model. And then they're just like, oh, well, you can call me a girl now too. I'll be your little kitten. And they go down that route. And then all of a sudden they're just like, well, actually, now I'm she, her in real life. And you got to respect my pronouns. And it's like, well, this pipeline, it happens so fucking often. The amount of like men I've seen fall into the like becoming trans pipeline as a VTuber is nuts.
Absolutely. He uses a voice changer.
Absolutely. Sometimes he does, yeah.
Yep,
Sometimes
he does.
I've heard that. It's like there's like a psychological thing here where like if you do something, it kind of like it like starts making different paths in your brain, and then you're more likely to do it again. And this explains a lot of human behavior, right? Like as soon as you like break the floodgates on a behavior once, you're gonna start doing it more often.
Yeah,
right?
It stops being ironic and it just becomes a part of you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's probably where a lot of people have gone. Like there's definitely some people who didn't just get turned trans by like sissy hypno porn or something. They actually were,
hypno porn.
Oh, you haven't heard that?
There are a lot of people who talk about like their trans awakening was watching sissy hypno porn.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck. So you literally groomed yourself into this then. Like that's what we're saying here, basically. You know, for some people though, it wasn't. You know, like Lilith, she's been like this since she was like 3 or 4 years old. So for some people, it's not that. For some people, it actually is real dysphoria. But for a lot of people, especially people who are like terminally online, they're just jacking off too much. That's all it is. They have destroyed their dick with their hands. Yeah.
Autogynephilia is the fetish part.
Yeah. Are you going down like Blanchard's typography here?
I mean, it's not like Blanchard typography, but like autogynephilia is the name of the fetish for when a man who is interested in women also gets sexually aroused by himself being seen as a woman or being treated as a woman in a sexual manner. And like when a lot of like these terminally online people started coming out talking about like gender euphoria and like euphoric boners, it's just like, well, you guys just have fetishes. You're just co-opting an identity of people who have dysphoria for your own fetishistic purposes, forcing other people to play along.
Yes, absolutely. So there's like basically 2 types of trans people now, and they're very different things. And the fact that they've been mashed into one label is just a political tool. Because you have the people who, as you say, they're autogynephilic, where basically they want to be dick girls. Their end state is to be the anime dick girl to live out the hentai life, right? The other type of person is someone who, if they could wave a magic wand and be a biological female, they would. Because for them, it actually is a mental illness. And these are the ones, like, these people end up being much more feminine. They end up generally being in relationships with men who are either bi or who were straight until they met them. And they're much more happy with a very feminine gender role. So these are 2 clearly very different things happening here. One of them's just a weird fetish, and one of them's a mental illness. And we're now told that if you don't treat them like they're the exact same thing, you're a bigot.
I have a question. If you can be straight until you meet someone with a dick that looks like a woman that you would fuck, can you also be gay, but then not be gay if you meet someone who looks, like the gender you're typically attracted to, but doesn't have the genitals
Heresy's the
that
question.
you're typically attracted to?
Fire is the answer.
I'm not sure. I think that whole section of the conversation is just like getting trapped successfully. The guy who is like completely straight, and then he sees a picture of Blair White, and he's like, "That's a hot chick," and he's like, then he says, "Oh wait, there's a dick under there," and then he's not like immediately repulsed. He's probably like had some kind of awakening there or something.
I mean, I wouldn't say so, right? Because like as a woman, I'm not sexually attracted to other women, but I can say when a woman is attractive and be like, "Oh yeah, if I was gay, I'd fuck her." But like it doesn't mean that I would. And if she asked me out in real life, I'd be like, "Well, no, I'm sorry, I like dick."
Yeah. Not bi, I guess. Well, actually, how about this then? How about this? Would you date Blair White then? Because Blair White does have a dick.
Me?
Yeah.
No, because it's still not like, I guess, what I'm attracted to physically. Yeah, I like masculine men.
Right. No, that makes sense. Yeah. So I mean, I here's the thing. Like, I guess that's why like there's definitely different types of bi, I guess, because there's guys who just like who like guys, like bears, you know. And then there's guys who are only interested in like femboys or trans women or like, you know, very feminine men, right? I think those are different things as well.
Well, yeah.
And all this came from the simple hashtag breed dev.
Mm. So here's the thing. Unlike Kibbs, I'm never transitioning because I'm not
Guaranteed
trans or in any way
citizenship.
interested in that. All right. I just like femboys. Okay. That's
Listen,
it. That's it.
I have confidence in being able to transition Kibbs with the breed Kibbs, and I have confidence in being able to transition you
Heresy's the
after I
question.
made you a communist.
Fire is
I'll
the
just need a
answer.
few
No.
years more to work on it.
Sorry,
Guys,
Arch.
like-
Actually, you know what? Here. I only top, so I'm like Greek straight.
What the fuck?
All right. That's how it is. So
I don't
yeah,
think
yeah.
there's any universe in which you could convince me that you're the top.
What? I'm too fat to be a bottom. Come on.
You just have like the bottom energy.
I'm the ugly bastard.
Yeah, that doesn't make
Actually.
you a top.
Sure
I
it
don't
does.
know.
Absolutely.
Dev might provide pushing for the cushion, as they say.
God damn it, Arch. No, man. You know what? I'm gonna stick with that now. I'm just Greek straight. That's how it is.
Greek straight.
Yeah, because you know, like you could have like straight guys in Greece that would fuck other guys, but only the guy taking it was the gay one. The guy giving it was the straight one. So yeah.
No homo, plap, plap, plap.
Look at this communist
homo.
trying to use subversive language into making us believe he's still straight, even though
Yeah.
he fucked men.
Communist like, I'm not gay, I'm Greek gay. What's the difference? Dominance.
Greek gay.
Heavens, Dev.
Mm.
Potato Radio says, got my gym hat this week. Boulder King reference. People using PNG speaking politics. Did I go back in time? Grin. Nope, didn't know about desk ketchup then. Bambi v Godzilla. IRL.
I also have a gym hat.
I would
Oh, the
like to see
Medicare
a
hat?
Bambi versus Godzilla movie.
Do you mean like the hat that has like the 4 stars and like then the 1 black star or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually like a nice little hat. I like
I was
his
really
merch
sad that
when
he
goes
didn't have
around.
better Sweetie Squad merch, because I would have definitely bought like a cool looking Sweetie Squad hat, but like, you know.
One guy in your chat says Dev has relationship with women and sex with men. That's like probably partially true, yeah.
Heresy's
I
the
have one of
question.
my mods
Fire
is
is the
bi. I
answer.
just call him gay. But one of my
Oh.
mods is bi, and he's like, in theory, I would like women, but then they start talking and I hate them, so I like men.
No, that kind of sounds right. Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of my bisexuality is just driven by misogyny.
Much like the Greeks. I'm starting to see your point.
Mm.
What was that that quote from the Alexander the movie where Aristotle was having a discussion with like Alexander and stuff? It's like, but women give birth to children though. Like we have sex with them. Why can't we love them? It's like, love between a man and a woman is carnal. It is necessity. It is not pure like love between a man and a man. It's like, I see. There you go. Sex with women, filthy. Sex with men, pure.
Pure. Wholesome.
Awesome, indeed. This is why the far right is always into traps. There we go.
That makes
Yep.
sense. The Nazi twink makes more sense by the day.
Yes.
There's a reason that Nick Fuentes is going around with his black light trying to find the cum.
What the fuck?
AFC5 says they're going to hire that one Twitch mod. I hope so. I hope they hire her to play Bambi.
The fucking deer girl. It's actually like 2 deer girls who got independently internet famous at the same time, and I always mistake them, but they're both retarded.
There's 2? I only remember
Yeah,
the
there's
Twitch
2.
mod one.
Now there was another one. She's like a bread tuber. Wait, I can't say
Mm.
she's doe is a bread tuber because her pronouns are doe and doe self.
What the fuck is
Doe
wrong with you?
and
Why would
doe
you use
self.
those?
Because we're on Twitch, I don't want to get banned.
No, that's fine. Those aren't real pronouns. Those aren't real people.
Okay, fair enough. They're not real people.
Well, she's a deer, you said. So she's not a person. She doesn't have human rights.
It's kind of true.
Based. It's time to go hunting, boys.
412 Katie says we already have Bambi live action with The Rock. I feel like that worked out poorly. And the whole thing says, damn it, Dev beat me to it. And Batman is also a fascist because he's white, Dev. That is all. That true. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too. Batman's a fascist because he's white. Fuck.
Zedekai says, what? Throwing money at the problem isn't fixing it? Throw more money at it. Catwoman is insufferable. Yes, she is. And when you think of it too, what is Catwoman actually doing with her whole, like, I've trained thieves to only steal from the rich thing? She's creating a bit of a reverse aristocracy. It's like, yes, only the people I like get to be happy. Everyone else is shit. Because she's not donating to charity.
No. Well, man, I don't know if you saw this, but like there was that video of Hassan watching all the looting happening from 2020 onwards, right? And Hassan was like, they're very clearly taking, they're expropriating these goods to redistribute them back to the community, and it's like black people running out with like liquor bottles. It's like, really, who are you redistributing that to, buddy?
Man, did you see that woman recently who had a whole bunch of little TikTok videos where she was just like screaming while people were looting in Philadelphia? And then when she got arrested, her name was fucking Meatball.
Yeah, I saw that fucking Meatball.
I'm a hard ass criminal name, fucking Meatball.
Yeah, she was like recording people stealing shit, but she was also stealing shit herself in her own videos. It's like, Jesus, what a big mistake.
Her mugshot reminded me of Meatwad crying. It was, oh god, it's just too poetic.
There was a great meme going around at the time, which I can't find now off the bat, but because people are also saying that they're just looting to get what they need, necessities, feed their families. And there was a meme of a group of black children sitting there eating Nikes and televisions.
What the fuck?
Raken says, have you tried any Chinese games like Wandering Sword?
I don't feel like being tracked.
Yeah, true.
I played Genshin Impact when it first came out.
Genshin Impact, for all of its flaws, is a wonderful example of what mobile gaming could have been.
Yeah.
Well,
Mobile gaming could have just been a worse MMO. You're right.
At least they could have had good graphics.
Genshin Impact looked like shit when it first came out.
And compared to mobile games.
I don't know. I mean, Azure Lane has really good artists. They're not 3D, granted, but, you know.
It's true. KDOWZZZ, help me, says the government needs to open up a lemonade stand.
What? Why?
Well, so that they can learn
show
business.
you where the lemonade is made.
Oh.
That's right. Xenodemon says, if you want to know how Kirsche knows these things, just go ask about her mother. Okay, well, now I'm curious.
Oh, boy. We don't have enough time in the world for me to give you an expose on my mom. But the TLDR is that she is a woman who never should have had children. My mom was involved in, like, the Hells Angels. She dated a guy in the Aryan Brotherhood for multiple years.
Damn.
She got arrested for illegally selling firearms, and we got taken away by CPS for like a year and a half. She's the reason I know how to get blood off of pretty much every different surface in existence. You know, it's just classic growing up stories.
Now, there's a fucking backstory right there.
Yeah, I don't need VTuber lore because my growing up was already fascinating enough.
Barbarian R.S. says, V, the customer isn't trying to avoid the hole, he is actively pursuing it. V has been kicked for his sins.
Yeah, where did
V is just gone. Is he okay? Is the Romanian power grid like off right now?
Last time he was late, we theorized that he was buried beneath a landslide, so we're guessing that would happen again.
Does it work like the South African power grid, where like it just inexplicably, quote unquote, doesn't work every so often?
Possibly. Star Phoenix says, hump the racism out of her. Ah, yes, how to fix the Asian woman and make her appreciate whiteness, violence, sexual activities.
You know what? Considering that I have dated Asian women, it actually works.
Yeah, to be fair, I can see the argument. I can actually see the argument. It is true. Asian pee-pee small. There is absolutely an opportunity here.
Well, I mean...
Okay. I've dated two Asian girls at this point in my life, and they've both actually said, I never thought I'd date a white guy. I'm just like, yes. Feels good, man.
You're falling for the psyop. They're breeding you out of existence.
Maybe.
The only problem with Asian women, the only one I've had experience with Japanese, is the noises they make. V is like, oh, that's pretty noises. I'm like, sounds like I'm torturing this woman. Make it stop. Pillow, where?
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit too squeaky toy, you know?
A bit?
Sounds like your dog's chewing on something.
Yes, it does sound like you are fucking your animal companion's toy collection, which it's not a picture I'm necessarily fond of. Sarah J. Jacobson says both California and Germany have given Asians honorary white status. That's true. Honorary aliens.
That is true, yes.
Officially.
Arch, I have pushed my time back an extra half hour just for this, but I do have to go.
You have lost?
Get out of here, you fuck.
All right.
Yep. I was supposed to go like 40 minutes ago, but you know what? We have a guest today. I figured I'd stick around a bit longer and have some fun.
Right.
You're just going to abandon him here with me alone?
It's okay.
That's a terrible fit.
Just make sure to use protection, all right?
Protection?
What the fuck?
Anyway, as always, Arch, thanks for having me around again.
Yep.
See you
Thanks
next
for
week.
guesting, Dev, and we'll see you next week. And we will be raiding Dev's channel once we're done reading the Superchats, which we are working our way through.
It's nice to meet you, Kirsche.
Later, call me.
Oh, fuck you. Okay. The feud has begun. How? No, I know that we've like talked privately before, but it's good to actually like to talk to you.
Yeah.
So it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, you
Subversion
too.
started early.
Yeah. Come.
It's nice to
come
meet
back.
you under not terrible pretext.
Listen, come back again. This was a lot of fun. Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
See you, Dev.
What?
The harsh life of an online presence, working one's way through the money one has been given for doing absolutely nothing. It is a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
Would you like me to leave so you can finish?
No. Yeah, if you have to leave, then that's fine. But if you don't,
No, I've been live this whole time, so I mean I'm just chilling.
Yep, no. I am more than happy to have your continued company.
All right, I can continue to give you really brain damaged sentences in between your super chats.
They might even spur them.
Also, to take that commie flag off the screen right now.
Okay, hold on, Dev. I'll switch it out with the other commie meme of you. We've started editing them live on air now. I'm actually more proud of this one. I like this one because you have Dev's little face and then the enormous satellite coming out of his rectum with the CCP flag on it. I think this one's good.
He really do be infiltrating.
He really do be. Animate Acumen says communism is a spectrum, apparently. Well, yes, unironically, it is. A lot of communists are going to tell you that they're anarcho-communist, or environmental communists, or market socialists, or just deviant nationalists, if you wish. It is a spectrum. Have you heard about environmental socialism, or anarcho-primitivism?
No, what the fuck is that?
Anarcho-primitivism is this lovely idea that we need to return to monkey, quite literally.
Monkey.
And
I have lost.
also live in an anarchist society. So we need to return to monkey. We all live in the forest, wearing the things of people we killed, presumably, without any rules or borders or any government or anything like that.
That seems really stupid.
Yes, a little bit. There is a
But I
slightly
guess that
less.
makes sense. I guess that makes sense because like communism is basically pandering to the lowest common denominator. You don't lift anybody up, you bring everybody down to the same shit level. And if we're all in the forest living like monkey, it's kind of the same concept.
It is. There's a slightly less batshit version, which is called anarcho-primitivism, which is merely just getting back to like the 1600s, where we all wear sackcloth and stuff.
So no individualism? You can't have like a pretty purple sack?
Essentially, we'll all return to being monks in monasteries, which will be lovely.
I mean, I
like
guess we
this.
could bring back like actual eunuchs and the dynasties.
Yeah, but there was a lot of, political intrigue around those eunuchs.
That's true. I feel like that's the same in current year, though, just a different kind of eunuch.
That's true. Victorian. Charmot says, well, my first time simping, and it's for a portly Norse and not an ego. Shame on you, sir. Unexpected. This is for the many years listening to your stuff while not paying Arch. When is the Grace A waifu VTuber avatar ready, by the way? Ah, yes, Rat Waifu. Rat Waifu is primarily a joke by my artists. If I am ever to make a VTuber model, I've already said, it is going to be a massive white-furred monkey.
But is it going to be a female monkey or a male monkey?
Male monkey.
Okay, well, alright. At least you're not transitioning yet.
It is because our ancient enemies, the Danes and the Swedes, have referred to us Norwegians as mountain monkeys. Thus, white monkey.
Oh, mountain monkey is almost as fun as Mayo monkey.
Mayo monkey, that just...
I have lost.
That is such a bad insult. I am disappointed by the white racism community, frankly. I think they could do better.
It kind of plays on the whole cave beast theology, where like Yakub made the white people and they came out of their caves and then conquered the Africas.
Oh, have you seen that one? There was one going on Twitter recently, which shows like a white child on all fours, and it's like, white people walked on all fours until black people discovered them and taught them how to walk.
That's the same as like we didn't know what hygiene was until black people came to Europe and taught us as well.
Yes.
That's wonderful. I love it.
My personal favorite is that Africa was a paradise. They were highly technologically advanced, airplanes, massive cities, castles, etc. And then white people just showed up one day, conquered them, apparently effortlessly, wiped out every trace of their civilization from the earth, and then rebuilt a lesser Africa in Europe. And you know what? I am fine with that. That means we were some badass motherfuckers at some point.
Yeah, you see, that's never made any sense to me because it's just like, okay, well, if the aliens had like this huge society built and you had all of this special technology and you were a high-powered society, how did us cave beasts kind of crawl over to you on all fours and conquer your city? Like, how did that happen?
What was it? Neanderthal cave beast, toilet seat complexion, I believe. That was the whole thing.
Holy shit. No purpose flower is also pretty good.
But yes, we invaded and overtook this utopia and burned it all to the ground, to the point where you can find no trace of it. Like, we tore up topsoil to bury this shit.
Well, yeah, we can't allow any of their culture to, permeate even through archaeology, because if we did, then we'd have to admit that we're actually inferior.
Yeah. What the Romans did to Carthage was nothing compared to what we did to Africa.
And we'll do it again.
We will. Repanol says the government is a seagull that pesters you and steals your coconuts.
I have
That's
lost.
the Coconut Islands. That's true. Like, it wouldn't even be a person. It'd be more like a force of nature, like a wave that comes up and takes away 25% of your coconuts every now and then.
That's true. I was
Service
giving it too much
guarantees
credit by saying it's a
citizenship.
person that comes up and takes your coconut and then beats you with it.
Yeah, because you can reason with a person. This would be actually Mother Earth that just reaches out and takes coconuts.
That's true.
And, like, you can yell at it, you can yell at the waves like a madman, but it'll be just like shouting at the IRS. It will do you no good. 97 Pusum BH. Pusum BH. God, you people's names, I swear to God. You come up with this shit to annoy me half the time. Would taxes 50%? The government do semen harvests. Would taxes 50%? The government do semen harvests.
What? What?
Okay. I've got an idea. We're struggling with falling birth rates, right? So obviously, enslaving women as artificial wombs is one way, but you need semen as well. So I'm presuming then we'll also have to, like, tax semen. So a person will come to your house and hand you a cup and be like, here you go.
Okay, but how would we stop people from being like? I think this was in Denmark or like the Netherlands. I can't quite remember. But there was some guy whose semen got mixed up with like a doctor that everybody was picking to be the semen for their children, and it turns out that it was like some sort of immigrant who had like a 60-something IQ instead, and like he fathered like hundreds of children because the semen bank place gave people the wrong the good, you know.
Yeah, I heard of that. Like, some mix-up had mislabeled the coom, and
Yeah.
so this one dude became the father to hundreds through this. That's pretty funny, to be fair.
I feel like the government would probably instead, like, they would take your semen from you and be like, here's your $5, get out of my face. But then they would dump your semen in the trash, and they would have a whole host of, like, you know, room temp IQ people who also probably have hereditary diseases, and they would use their semen and be like, oh, we're giving you scientist and doctor and politician semen. And so it doesn't matter what picture you pick from the book, you're all getting this like really bad semen, because they're going to be able to create a better cattle class of slaves for them that way.
It could also be a wonderful method of population control. Like, whenever the population is
that's why
getting a
you
little
don't
bit out of
trust-
hand.
Yeah, you don't trust the government to tax your semen because like they just won't do it well.
That's true. I guess we're going to have to reject the whole government taxation on seamanship for the moment. Petty Planter Missionary says, Kirsche, I really hope you will do more collabs with Arch and the Bickering Bunch. Arch pets Kibs. That's true, I do. In general, you'd fit in. Thanks for coming on. Indeed, dude. Thank you for coming on. This has been quite amazing.
Thanks for having me. I'm sorry it took me so long to get over here.
That's right. You were doing something selfish.
Yeah, I was 24/7 live for 52 days.
20, what, sleep streams?
Yeah, I slept on stream.
Jesus. Well, there you go. Matthias Tannhauser says, Arch, what you're describing with child crimes to avoid long sentences has been done in the US since the 90s with American gangs. With Americans. So, like, what? Like what? So, giving them, like, sentences for adults? Because I know that's the thing in the US, where you can be sentenced as an adult if the crime is particularly heinous. And yeah, that is what we need to do in Scandinavia as well, because obviously... Well, here's the thing. This is this odd thing about criminals, but for some mysterious reason, they seem to have some sort of lack of respect for the law. I don't fucking understand it, but... You know, I don't pretend to understand the logic behind this, but it seems to be true. And so if you give them a way to abuse the law, they apparently will. It's really immoral of them, but there you go.
Imagine criminals breaking the law. I really don't understand why they keep doing it.
Service guarantee.
Mandated beatings of anyone under the age of 15 if caught within like 500 meters of a gang member. There's the solution. Now, yes, there will be a handful of innocent victims, no doubt, but
lost. Shit.
Such is life. It'll teach them a valuable lesson that life is not always fair.
It's the sacrifices you're willing to make.
Yes. Judo Cricket says, Arch, I don't know where you found this wonderfully based woman, but she needs to come back. I recommend some sort of violent contest between V and Dev to see who she replaces. Perhaps.
I mean, if Dev is like a communist turbo bottom and V is an under the bridge troll, I'm gonna put my money on the troll. Honest, like he's gonna have more strength.
Possibly, but if Dev lathers himself up in oil, do you think V is gonna want to touch him?
V probably wouldn't want to touch him, but V is also protected by the hair on his body.
That's true as well. Insulation.
Exactly.
Alexander Briand says, what happened to Skaven RP? I missed the reason why it ended. Kib got fired. That what happened. And he needed to stream more to make up for it. Simple as. Animate Acumen says, it's a vineyard, right? Plenty of work for said immigrants. Ah, yes. Sadly, Martha's Vineyard is not actually a vineyard. That would mean that it would be a contributor to society by creating alcohol. It's simply an island with natural borders where rich people like to live. It's weird, that. It's weird.
Well, very weird.
Like, we're rich. We've decided to move to this place where nobody can come visit us without an airplane. You don't say. Noah R donates $50, thank you very much, and sends a little sticker with a bird. I fucking hate the fact that you can't send a message with the sticker. Like, that is peak YouTube abuse right there. Like, you can send a message or a sticker. Like, but why not both?
It's kind of silly.
Red Fox Mom says, you should try and get Null from the fruit farming Kiwis on. Null from the fruit farming Kiwis on.
Null is also racist against anime women, but I would watch it if you managed to get him on your podcast.
Yeah, that sounds like something I'm gonna have to contact V for the lore on.
Do you know what Kiwi Farms is?
Tangentially, I think I have a very boring thread there, which has like 1 page on it.
Well, Josh Null is the owner of Kiwi Farms.
Aha. I think Deb has a thread there too. His one is slightly more interesting, but not by much.
Having a thread on the farms is a bad thing.
I don't know. It's see, I already have entire
only people
subreddits
who like
dedicated
turn
to me.
into lol cows or do really weird shady stuff end up having threads on the farms.
I have an entire Reddit of communists dedicated to me when it comes to hating. So if anything, I consider this to be a lesser of the two evils.
That's fair.
V's flat desk Pepsi says VTubers thoughts on V's furry inflation fetish.
What?
Furry inflation.
Did V actually do that?
I don't know if he's tried it himself, but he is now a furry fetishist of the inflation variety. Let's see here.
That's horrifying.
He's also something I can use to torture chat with.
What kind of fursuit did V have?
I'm not sure. I've never asked him that question.
What, you make fun of him for being a furry and you never found out what his fursona was?
No, but I do know he has one. He's admitted as much. See, that's not a normal question you ask him. What kind of fursuit do you have? Is it a fancy one? Does it have a fan inside?
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck am I looking at right now?
Well, as it turns out, the Lion King community has a thriving inflation fetish, so...
Why?
I don't know. It just happens, I guess.
I guess. Jesus Christ.
The world is full of surprises.
Well, we're gonna have to find out what V's persona is when we see him again.
C.T. Thomas, the Beeps Peasant, says, none can escape the grasp of the desk ketchup fox. The desk ketchup fox.
I don't put my ketchup in the fridge. I keep ketchup. It's on my desk. It's right here.
I have lost.
Because I like room temp ketchup. It tastes better.
Uh-huh. It's just ketchup. You would at least put it away, woman. Jesus.
What do you mean? It's not like I drink it. I just leave it here until I eat something that needs ketchup.
But didn't you just bring it?
Well, I don't want it in the fridge, though.
Damn it, you put it somewhere else then.
I mean, I guess that's true. I could put it somewhere else, but it's really convenient to just have it here.
Heavy sigh. Animate Acumen says, Kirsche is into findom. Oh my god.
I'm not a findom streamer! My chat likes to bully me and call me findom, but I'm not.
That is actually a thing, chat, incidentally. There's a fetish which consists of giving money to women, and then they'll, like, yell at you.
Yeah. They berate you and humiliate you in exchange for you giving them money. It seems like a fair trade.
I disagree, respectfully.
No, I was being sarcastic.
I know. There are many interesting fetishes out there, okay? This is just one of them, I guess.
Truly.
I had to enter that into DuckDuckGo.
Drain.
Here we go. We'll leave chat with this picture of a woman with a small key, which I presume is to a cage the size of the average penis.
Oh, the little cock cage for the pay piggy.
The cock cage for the pay piggy, yes. Kraus donates a very generous $50. Thank you very much. And says, Assalamu alaikum, Brother Arch. Assalamualaikum assalam. This conversation has once again illuminated me as to why it's important to send children to work from age 9. 9 already? Wow, that's awfully progressive of you. All perfect praise to be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. See, I think children are fully capable of working from the age 6 and up, okay? No need to coddle them.
I have
6
lost.
and up.
Shit.
Yes, no need to coddle them. They are small and very useful around heavy running machinery, where their tiny fingers are more dexterous. Yes.
That's true. Their tiny fingers can get into places where adult hands cannot on those heavy machineries.
Yes, places where fingers normally should not go, but on occasion you're going to have to. So John says, I've lost count of how many times I've been called a Nazi, white supremacist, etc., and then I asked them why they'd think Sujad is a white name.
Sounds white to me.
Yeah. Iranian, perhaps even. Lucian says, the cult of the pink bunny watches you. P. There was a moment there where we almost got Pipkin on stream, but that was a little bit too spicy for her at the time. She hadn't fully established her image yet, so maybe we'll try again later.
Maybe. I think she'd have to go through Fishman, but we'll have to see. That would be interesting to have her on something.
Management. Filthy, dirty corporate VTubers. Disgusting.
My management is just one guy who I'm going to give a drinking problem at some point. The last time he really had to hard wrangle me was when I was out of my mind during the Donathon and I was drawing Nikocado Avocado's asshole in MS Paint.
But why not?
Well, that's what I said. I was like, it's just MS Paint. It's not real porn. And he was like, you need to stop.
Fondue says, trap as a slur has an interesting implication, because what makes it phobic is that it affirms that gender isn't a spectrum. Oh. That is true. They did try to turn trap into a slur for a little while there. I think they more or less walked that one back, though, because it was mildly retarded. I think.
Yeah. I'm sure there's still some people who would, have a little hissy fit over it, but it's just like, shut up. I don't care about you.
That is true. Idiocy.
Heresy's the question.
It is contagious. I'm
Fire
pretty
is
sure,
the
actually.
answer.
Glowy says, Dev says he worked for the government and helped people, then laughs about costing the taxpayers hundreds of thousands. That is why we don't trust the government. As a
Service guarantees
as
citizenship.
M7 choose much there we go, as much as you, Dev, people had to pay for your mistakes, and you got a slap on the wrist. That is true as well. No personal responsibility for
I
Dev.
have lost. Shit.
Glowy also says, do something harder, Arch. Turn Kibbs into a manly man. We all know he's halfway to transitioning with female avatar and on his persona. Try turning him into a Chad man. Listen, he already has an OnlyFans account. I am not a miracle worker.
Yeah, there's no turning back from that.
Yes, or only feats, as we call it here.
Only feats. I have a feet pics emote on my Twitch channel.
There you go. You should consider an OnlyFeats account. I hear it's very profitable.
I'm following in Pippa's footsteps, quite literally. She started the VTuber trend of at 100,000 followers, you show feet pics.
Oh. Well, there you go. And then YouTube scrolls the super chat window, and I completely lost again.
I hate the auto-scrolling. It happens to me in Stream Elements sometimes when I'm trying to read stuff, and I'm like, no! Stop it!
It's terrible. Not Alphania says, Monster Girls are a gateway to furries, V. Gateway drug.
Wouldn't it be the opposite with V, though, if he already was a furry?
Yeah, that's true. If anything, it helped him. He thought he was a furry, but then he realized he was just a Monster Girl aficionado. Why You Hatton says, Hail all, can't say long, currently on vacation in Chicago for a rock concert. Everything here is woke. Send help. Well, I hope your concert is fun at least. Even if you're probably going to have to double mask yourself to get in. Artemis Fowl says, reminder, Dev's girlfriend says she pegs him. Kirsche, go for it. That is true. His girlfriend does say she pegs him.
And I believe his girlfriend, but I'm not going to peg him or anyone, because pegging is kind of grotesque, in my opinion.
I'm trying to think of alternatives to pegging now.
I don't want to put anything in a man's ass.
Not even Dev's $500 horsecock?
No, I don't think I would want to put that in a man's ass unless I was also killing him.
To be fair, having Dev posted that thing in very wisely in our friend chat, and like, look what I just got, and that from that point on, many of Dev's friends looked at him strangely. That thing does look like it could kill someone.
Oh, I mean, he could do a Mr. Hands recreation if he wanted to.
Aussie ODST says, V is always wrong. Keep this new chick, she's based Arch. She's based. Arch is a good boy. Dev, release more content. Dev should release more content. Gabriel Natia says, it's got a nice wood handle with a smooth stroke. The Par 1, I mean. That's good. See, if Dev's horsecock had a wooden handle, I would start asking questions.
I have lost.
Well, that just means you can sword fight with it.
Presumably, but I feel like an extended piece of phallus-shaped plastic would be inferior in many ways to an actual sword.
No, I don't disagree, but you could still beat someone with it and probably do decent damage.
That's true.
And can you imagine being the masked robber who is stealing from local businesses by beating up the cashiers with a giant horsecock? What a news article.
That's true. Assault with a deadly phallic object. The Helian Jungler says, question for everyone. Oh, well. You're much too late for that. What dead game franchise do you miss and want to see come back? Personal wish for me is Army Men. Well, Kirsche, I'll let you go first.
What franchise I would like to see come back?
Yes, game franchise.
Xenosaga.
Xenosaga.
I am an avid Xenosaga fan, and after Nintendo bought Monolith Soft, I absolutely refused to play Xenoblade. I love Tetsuya Takahashi, but if my series isn't going to get finished, I don't want to play your new shit. Finish the story that you started. And thankfully, we might actually get that. I'm not going to give spoilers in case there's people in your audience who play Xenoblade, but I'm pretty sure they're actually going to be finishing the Xenosaga series now.
I watched an anime of that once, a very long time ago. That is all I know about it.
Xenosaga anime.
Oh. I was about to say, really it was kind of shit. For me, it's obviously got to be Sacrifice, the best video game ever made, and I would like for it to come back. But it will not, because it was too good.
Oh.
We cannot have good things. It simply is not allowed.
Unfortunately. That's the thing I'm worried about, because it's like, I want Xenosaga. I'm happy that I'm pretty sure it's gonna get finished. But I'm also worried about what current year is going to do to it.
Nothing good, nor do you like the hood.
Yeah, I made a tweet about how I don't want Xenosaga to get current yeared, and there were a bunch of people who were being like, well, this person's not a real Xenosaga fan. They don't know that Cosmos and Shion are lesbians. And it's like, well,
it's always been woke.
And it's like, well, I'm sorry that you don't understand any kind of love and affection besides that of sexual and lustful affection. But, you know, Shion created Cosmos. She loves Cosmos like a friend and a child, essentially. It's like a familial kind of love. They don't fuck. And I don't care if you make them fuck in your headcanon. Your headcanon can be whatever the fuck you want it to be. But canonically, they're not lesbians.
Woof.
Yeah, doggo bork.
I have lost.
This is a punctuation mark there on the statement.
He agrees with me.
427 Arbook has donated a very generous $50 again and says, congrats to Kirsche on finally getting on someone's stream. Shame Tim and Sargon never had you on. And congrats to Arch for getting such a high-quality guest. Look, she's even bullying Dev already. That's true. I don't know. Sargon was on Timcast the other day. Maybe next time we can get Sargon on Timcast and Kirsche in the same room. Yes.
I saw that. I was like, I can't watch this live, but I need to have it marked in a tab so I can watch it later.
Sargon was bringing his best The West is Doomed game to try and scare the Americans.
Of course.
He speaks much educated, which confuses some.
He's got that strange British accent that they can't understand unless it's in a fantasy setting.
Mm-hmm. Talina Hayabusa says, Arch and his rat furry waifus. Just one. Uno. She changes color occasionally, but that's normal. Massive Dog One says, Sargon to Kirsche. You're one of the good ones.
That's true. He did say that.
Crazy Templar. The French solve their piracy/buccaneer problem in the Caribbean by importing tons of hookers.
I have lost.
Is that kind of like one of the smallpox blanket situations with the Indians, just with prostitutes instead?
No, I feel like it's like the Maldives situation, right? The Maldives is like a small island, but they have the highest export of ISIS soldiers.
Well, there you go. Luke says, I could get 20 shillings for Red Man's scalp. Red Man scalp. Is this a reference I am unaware of? I think it is.
I assumed it was because you said that you were part Indian earlier.
Oh, no, that was Dev. Ah, yes.
Oh, was it Dev?
Dev is part
said it
Indian.
earlier.
Dev is like 148th Indian or something.
Is he like that Elizabeth Warren Indian?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Gabriel Nartia says, wasn't there an old story from Germany with a woman single mother being taken off unemployment payroll after refusing 3 jobs which were sex-related? Yes, there was a woman who was taken off the unemployment social benefits because she refused 3 different jobs to work in whorehouses.
Well, I mean, if she wants to believe that sex work is real work, then why would she decline the jobs?
Indeed. Not very progressive. Adoman says, hello, spicy coyote girl. Nice to see you here.
Oh, God.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Ben Grogan, thought experiment. Western democracy in all countries is a Rube Goldberg machine in every meaningful way. Well, there are some nations that simply are not ready for democracy. Like, we've seen this again and again. Like the Islamic autumn or whatever it was. There was like one period a few years ago where there was a bunch of revolutions in Arabic countries, Arab Spring or something like that. And they were, now we're going to have democracy. And every single place, they voted in a theocratic government because that was their idea of democracy. It just doesn't work in some places. Like Russia, for example. Russia loathes democracy. It hates it actively. It needs a strongman leader, it seems.
That's an interesting, I guess, sort of... I can't remember what word I was going to say. My brain just shut down mid-fucking sentence. It's an interesting thing to notice, though, because, like, if people have a different idea of what, like, they want for democracy, then they're not really using, I guess, the term correctly.
Well, that's the thing, like, democracy is simply voting for your form of government, right? So if they want a theocratic Islamic extremist government and they vote for that, well, shit.
Like I said, democracy did work in that case.
Yep, it's democracy for you. The rest of us will look at that and go like, isn't that a little bit counter to the point? And they go, no.
No, we don't want your Western interference.
Absolutely. ArchDeSocial says, this is absolutely amazing. Never thought I'd see Kirsche here, but holy shit, I haven't laughed this hard in ages. Good that you're being amused. Solnadich says, get in the alien ship, Kirsche. We'll have to deport them, slowly but surely.
We're not deporting them if they're giving us their technology.
Animate Acumen says, because the point of trans is or should be to eventually transition to something. Well, that's true, yes. But now it's become a fetish and a fashion thing. Dev had a good point of this, actually, in a video he did a while ago, where you can't describe yourself as straight anymore. Because that will raise flags amongst the progressives. Like, if you say you're straight, that'll have a negative ring to it. That means cisgender, cis. And so people...
It's funny... Sorry, keep going. No, you go this time! I went last time.
Okay. Because now people often will introduce themselves as bi, even if they're not. Even if they're straight in every sense of the word, they will say they are bi because it is unironically more socially acceptable, or queer, alternatively. And that doesn't really mean gay anymore. It means, like, bi with extra steps, because that has become more socially acceptable than straight.
And it's funny that has reached the point for mainstream appeal nowadays, because when I was in high school, we had a gay-straight alliance. And the gay-straight alliance wasn't actually a gay-straight alliance, because their posters that they would use for, like, slogans and stuff would be like, being gay is the way, as straight is not okay. And it would be like people in school would identify as bisexual, and I had friends personally who would identify as severely bisexual, whatever the fuck that means, because if you identified as straight, you were seen like as an outcast. You were you were not cool. You weren't doing something trendy. So people would just identify as bisexual to be like, oh yeah, I'm with the times,
Mm-hmm. That's so weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it is inherent within being young to rebel against something. So there you go, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Onzi ODST says, V's inbred, scaven voice makes him want yo ban him. Oh, anti-V. Well, he banned himself today. I have no idea why.
Today he kicked himself. We didn't have to do it.
Yep. Reverend North says, Shy Lily has talked about it. The government hookers are in Holland for the Infirminol. Okay, that makes more sense, because I'm pretty sure we don't give whores to old people in Norway.
You're pretty sure, but you're not actually sure.
Relatively certain. We do pay for old people's vacations, though. We do that.
There could be secret government hookers. That's
a theory, I guess. Like, here's your vacation budget, goes to Germany. Possibly. Volchek Zlezak says, Arch are gonna play Last Train. Am I going to play Last Train? What is Last Train? Google. Official website. What the hell is Last Train?
I've never heard of it either.
Last Train game? Last Train home? Let's see. Oh, that one. Oh yeah, definitely. It's about the White Legion, or the Czech Legion in Russia. So it was a group of Czech soldiers, the Legion, which were caught in Russia during the civil war between the Reds and the Whites. And once the civil war ended, they were still stuck in Russia, and so they had to go on a ridiculously long train ride throughout occupied area, fighting their way through to get back home.
Oh, so it's like a first-person shooter kind of thing?
No, strategy management.
Oh.
Wait, are you not a strategy game player?
The only strategy game that I play is like Civ 5, because it sort of calms my brain when I'm really anxious. I have like 3,000 hours in it or some shit.
Casual. That's pretty much all I play, honestly.
I was a big MMO person, but MMOs have not been great in recent years.
No, it unironically kind of peaked with WoW, and then it was just kind of a long downward sludge from there.
I really liked both Ion and Terra. I think Terra was pretty much peak MMO for me because of the combat in that game. And Bluehole has just been stabbing themselves repeatedly, because instead of improving on Terra or making the game stay alive, even because it shut down on PC a few years ago, but they even tried remaking the game entirely as something called Elion. And Elion copy-pasted assets from Terra, which was made in 2011, was when it released in Korea. So they took assets from a game made in 2011, put them in a game that came out in, I think it was 2021, Elion came out, 2022, maybe 2021, one of those 2 years. And they put the assets in the game, and they had to lower the quality of the assets and remove the animations from some of them. And I was like, how do you take assets made a decade ago and make them worse in your current game? And then the one thing that made Terra popular, which was the combat, you don't copy paste that.
Sounds like modern video game design to me.
Yeah, it's fucking awful. And also, I agree with your chat. Civ 6 was a mistake. That was the fastest refund of my life, and the only refund I've done on Steam ever.
Civ 6. I mean, it was a video game, I suppose, but... did you play the other one? Humankind.
I have not.
Humankind has some interesting ideas, but it kind of kicks the legs from underneath itself. Especially in the later game. Like, the early game's pretty okay, but the late game, everything goes too fast, and it's like they designed the early game, and then they ran out of time and money, and they're like, shit, let's just throw something together and hope it works.
Yeah, I think I looked at Humankind, and I was like, that looks pretty interesting. I also tried Anno 1800. It's a beautiful game, but there's so much going on for my brain.
Oh, Anno 1800 is great. We've played several massive streams of that. It's a fantastic game.
It is just hard for me to keep track of things. That's probably because of, my lack of time spent in it. It seems like a game that you have to spend a lot of time in to really understand all the systems that are going on.
Well, this is the point where I call you a brainlet and move on. See, Anno, I actually praised Anno in my review of it fucking years ago, because Ubisoft sent me a code for that. Now, I'm blacklisted from the majority of games developers, for obvious reasons. But they sent me a review code, and they've sent me every piece of DLC since, and I absolutely love it, because it never confused me at any point what I was supposed to do, because it was like, okay, you want to build this? Here's the build order. Go ahead, you know? I think it's a fantastic game. If you think it's fun, I'll shoot you an invite the next time we do a multiplayer stream on it, and you can pop up sometime, because we play on Teams.
I mean, if you don't mind me asking woman questions, sure.
Well, we play on Teams, so we can put you on a team, and you can be on an island. We'll give you an island, and we'll look over there every 5 minutes. Just make sure it's not on fire, and then we'll come back.
I thankfully didn't have that many fires while I was doing stuff.
It is a very cool game, and it's one of very few large-scale city builders of its kind right now, because there's not that many of them.
I agree. I really like seeing the city kind of build upwards as well, like seeing it go through the different time periods, and I wish more city builder games would do that.
Yep, absolutely. I might recommend Songs of Six, but if Anno overwhelmed you a little bit, maybe I shouldn't. Mr. Luckless says, let's lighten things up with a joke. A bear walks into a bar and asks for a rum and Coke. The bartender asks, what's with the paws? Paws? I was born with them. Kill yourself. Now. Immediately.
Oh man, I was watching Pippa yesterday, and she kept trying to tell a German walked into a bar joke, but she couldn't finish it because she kept laughing, and I still don't know what the end of that joke is.
Jesus. I don't know. German humor is no laughing matter, in my opinion. They've tried to make too many jokes over the years. It's cost too much.
I mean, I feel like the German jokes are very effective for what they are.
The Commander 2 says, Arch, I don't think you read my $50 chat, didn't I? Was that the one to Dev? Because it might simply be that we didn't get to it. By the time you checked, it is entirely possible. Let me control F it real quick, just to make sure, because sometimes I miss them. Sometimes you're just reading, and you're like, oh, yep, no, you're right, I didn't see that. Let's see.
I miss stuff in my own chat all the fucking time.
Ah, yes, Dev reminds me of when I was a social democrat. Yep, no, we got to then, but we read them so fucking slow. It gets interrupted so often. English. You probably missed it, but it's there. It's there somewhere.
Everyone in both of our chats is telling me that was the whole joke. Oh no, dude.
McWild11 says, "Oh, script by committee. Yay. Now I really hope ending the strike will literally kill them." Me too. Now, I hope that the Writers Guild strike coming to a successful conclusion will literally be the final nail in the coffin. That'd be fantastic. Because
I can only hope.
There's no good entertainment anymore.
I have lost.
It's just, it's so fucking rare. It is so fucking rare.
Mm-hmm.
There was even, they tried to, hang on.
I'm hanging.
Service guarantees citizenship.
They tried to benefit from John Wick recently by releasing The Continental, which is a TV show set in the universe, and it is terrible. It is just sad. They're even butchering the Wheel of Time.
People who have a passion to be making entertainment again, right? Not people who are just trying to push ideology or collect a paycheck, but people who actually have a passion for what they're doing.
Yeah, like, we had so much good entertainment back in the day. I don't know your age, and you should never ask a woman your age, of course. But like some of the old stuff, like The Shield, a cop series with Vic Mackey, the corrupt police officer. Fuck, it was so good, and it was consistently good for like 5 or 6 seasons. It just kept being good. Now you're shocked if there's like one good season.
I've seen a couple of like good shows on Netflix, but all the good shows end up getting canceled after one season.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Quality entertainment is damn difficult to get around these days.
Like there was one that I was watching that has some sort of like a guy is a film restorer kind of person. Like he works at a museum and he restores film. And he gets hired by like the sketchy company to restore a whole bunch of these tapes that were taken at a historical building that had a fire and everybody inside died. And it ends up being like some weird interdimensional Schrodinger's box kind of thing. And it was really fucking good. Like it was a really fucking good watch. I can't remember what the name of that show is though. Archive 88. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Archive 88 is the name of that show. And it got canceled after one season. It was so good. And like everybody liked it and everybody was upset that it got canceled. It's like nobody has a reason as to why the show that everybody liked got canned.
Meanwhile, The Rings of Power already has 6 seasons paid for.
Heresy's the
fucking
question.
Somehow.
Fire is the answer.
Somebody had a very large pile of money and they needed to start a fire, I guess.
Archive 81. It's Archive some number. Archive 80 something.
Mr. Luckness says, "The final deal is incredibly dumb even for the writers, as now it ensures redundant people are being hired just to be there. It's a move for the union." Yes, it's like, okay, we have so and so many people, and 2 out of 3 of them are shit, but we need to get them jobs somehow.
Yeah.
And that's how we're going to do it.
When I think about the writers, like you said, having to be hired in groups and whatnot, it reminds me of, there's this guy who was a writer for The Office. There's an article about him. I can't remember his name.
They're rebooting that, by the way.
Yeah, he was like, I was hired as an affirmative action hire for The Office, so I was hired because of my skin color. And now I can't find a job, and even affirmative action isn't helping me. Companies are racist because they don't even want tax cuts for hiring me.
Wow.
And so it's like, you only got hired because of your race, and now you want to blame your race for why you're not getting hired. Have you ever thought that maybe your writing is just not that good?
Nah, that's impossible. That's a silly idea. Oh, heavens. Nathan Castic says, "The woke writers didn't really win at the end of the day. Why? They were too busy picketing to produce any work. Thus, none of them got hired back." That's nice too. They don't deserve to work. They're bad. McWild11 says, "Maybe they'll toss the scripts, improve all the way. And at Dev, rejoice, you are a great commie representative." He does his communist friends proud.
Do we need more commie representation, though?
Well, on the bright side, at least Dev can be negative representation when he needs to. Anime Document says, I'm sorry, my face is tired. That's okay. We managed to read your chat. Mr. Knuckles also says, the Mass Effect Remaster also have worse lighting and cinematography than the original. And no, I'm not just talking about Miranda's booty shots. Yes, the Mass Effect. Yeah, no. They decided to edit out the ass shots for reasons, because I went, that's sexist. And also reduce the quality of a lot of the actual presentations too, which is brilliant. But such is the modern year. Downgrade, downgrade, downgrade.
You will enjoy the slop, you will own nothing, and you will be happy.
Indeed. McWald11 says, at Dev, make a mockery ad like Linus and Brand. Solmalich says, it has NTR equals Barch goes, fire.
Heresies
No,
the
it's fire.
question. Fire is the answer.
NTR, good. NTR, funny. We need more NTR stories, I tell you. Every good story is based on NTR in some way or another. Star Wars, NTR story. Indiana Jones, NTR. All of them. Lord of the Rings, NTR.
NTR is bad, sir.
That's where you're mistaken.
I can't really argue with you about Lord of the Rings or Star Wars because I've never seen those.
Woman.
I watched Star Trek when I was growing up, and I kept falling asleep trying to watch Lord of the Rings.
I
I'm
have
sorry.
lost. Shit.
Right. Well, that's another good reason why we'll be trading you to the aliens for their plasma-powered fridges.
True and fair.
McWall says, of course, Dev took all the food in the box. That's true. Like, see, that's the problem. Kirsche is like, I don't like HelloFresh. They send rotten products. All Dev sees is nutrients. That's it.
Why doesn't he just buy Soylent then?
See, here's another fun Dev fact. Dev does a dietary thing where he eats for 1 hour straight, as fast and as furiously as he can for a meal. And that's his meal, where he just eats for an hour.
Heresies
That's
the
really
question.
weird. That's
Fire
not
is
even
the
like
answer.
intermittent fasting. I don't know what that is.
No, so for 1 hour every day or something, he just fucking lays into it. And that'll make him not fat. Maybe.
I just don't believe him.
So John says, Dev, beware Vorsh, he might now come for you. I doubt it. For the simple reason that I remember Vorsh is also in his Fortress arc right now. Because I remember he was talking about wanting to debate me back in the day. But then he was like, well, now I've grown. Now I can't risk my clout. I was like, yes, communist indeed.
Whenever I hear about debates, the only thing that comes to mind is when Sargon debated Destiny back in the day, and Destiny had like a little fit. He just kind of like flailed around in his chair at one point in the debate, and I was like, "What the heck am I watching?"
There have been many particularly dumb debates over the years. And Medacumen says, woman is bothered by math. News at 11. Yeah, sure. Mark
Heresies
James
the
says, Hail
question.
Trudeau,
Fire
if
is
confused,
the
ask
answer.
Dev. Yes, he invited a former Waffen SS member to a public gathering in Canada to honor the fighters from Ukraine. Good move.
I remember that, and now Poland is asking for the guy to be extradited back and tried for his crimes.
To Poland, okay. Well, good luck to them, I guess. I mean,
It's like, I'm torn on that kind of thing, right? Because like the dude's 98.
Yes,
like
he's
what
in
are
a
you gonna
wheelchair.
do?
like, what are you gonna do?
Like you're not gonna be able to do anything, but also like war crimes. I don't know.
Like, good luck proving he in particular did anything as well. And even if you did, he's 90. He's in a fucking. What are you gonna do? Like, honestly, Poland, what is the reasonable thing to do here? Like, we're gonna bully the old man. Like, Poland.
Maybe they just want him back, and they're using the excuse that they're gonna try him for war crimes. But as soon as he gets home, they're gonna like give him a personal engraved lighter so he can light the rainbow balloons on fire himself this year.
Possibly. Troynin says, watched Voldemort's video on Big E being ever chosen. I think it's deeper. Gods can exist before birth. What if the the three others gods are aspects of Big E. Doubtful. I think the original story that he is perpetual is probably the best explanation for Big E, because that would explain why he has both taken a direct and an indirect hand in things. Frog Jupiter says, I found this game S3X with Hitler trend on Steam. Ah yes, Sex with Hitler. We cannot recommend such games on YouTube. Or tell you where to find them, of course. But yes, I have seen that. I have also seen its successor, Sex with Stalin, as well.
There's actually multiple Sex with Hitler games now. It's like a series.
There you go, it's a franchise. Skullgathane says, catching up, so I'll see everyone in about an hour, but what's the panel's impressions of Unity deciding to dig their own grave by charging developers up to 20 cents per game install starting in January? Well, we did talk about that the last couple of ArchCasts. Dumb is really all my response. Stupid, and that's
it's
why
very
they had to
dumb, and
roll
their
it back.
backpedaling doesn't fucking matter because they already enraged everyone.
Yep. But I also think that all of the other companies around it have stayed very suspiciously silent because they hope that it's going to be the new industry standard.
Probably, yeah.
Troinin says in quota, syntax. Says in quota, by will of the gods, Krona has throne, Nurgle is Carrion Lord, and Karios Fateweaver is Imperium Aquila.
That was a lot of words you just said, and I understood none of them.
I think that's pushing it quite a bit. See, the 40k community does have a little bit of a problem with people perhaps philosophizing
Fire
a
is the answer.
pinch much about a setting made by a bunch of drunk British dudes in the 70s and 60s. And I'm a big 40k fan.
Oh, 40k stuff.
Yes, 40k is fantastic.
I have a lot of 40k fans in my audience, so I would have to really catch up on lore if I were to do anything 40k related. I am required to play some 40k games based on what my audience wanted during the Donathon, so we'll see.
Well, you're in luck, because this is my secondary channel. My main channel is simply called Arch, and that does a 40k lore.
Oh, I can do some homework.
Indeed. Smudgy says, hashtag breed dev, breed dev, breed dev, breed dev, breed dev. Plop, 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 plop.
Why does every community have, like, the token femboy everyone wants to breed?
Well, women are in short supply, what can I say?
I guess that's fair.
You know, every hole's a gold and all that. Mrs. Buckle says, Dev is amazing, you're all jealous, love you. Kiss marks. A Dev fanboy, those are rare. Mr. Twisted Frenzy says, Innocentia nihil probat, German Inquisitor. Innocentia nihil probat. Let's see. Low Gothic, I'll translate that some other time when I have more time. Boog says, I only donate in tacos. Hi, Fubuki. I'm a big fan.
What?
That's what he said. Hi, Fubuki.
Fubuki is a HoloLive fox.
Well, have you considered becoming one?
I don't think HoloLive would take me. I talk a little bit too much about politics, you know? I am not HoloLive material.
You could just lie and then get in there.
I could, but I feel like I wouldn't last very long because, like, they could just watch my content.
Good point. And yes, Boog, but the other Boog also had your picture books. Now there are two books.
Boog.
Scarf the Strange says, loved you on Pipkin's stream.
The Benoit love.
Ethan Rogers, have you all played or at least heard of the game Squad? It's an interesting milsim arcade shooter hybrid. I recommend at least trying it out. I have tried it. It will require far too much time for me to get good at. Like, I do not have the time to play a milsim. I'll play some pretty autistic strategy games because I play that a lot, but milsims, those require an enormous time investment to get good at.
I think the most autism game I've played was probably Tarkov.
Escape from Tarkov?
Yeah.
Well, it's not a completely unautistic game.
I played it like a rat. I don't like Chad plays. I like hiding inside the darkness on some pipes and sniping people.
That is a way to go about it. A poor horse abused by Shank says, once a commie, always a commie. It is an inherent sin, yes. It stains the soul, I agree. Which is why we must forever remain watchful of Dev. Be sure that he is not pushing his ideas too fast, too far.
Call him out on the subversive language.
Chloe says, why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing? In case they get a hole in one. That's terrible, Chloe. It's absolutely awful.
Every time a dad joke is told, you must pay the cheeseburger toll.
The cheeseburger toll.
Yeah, if you're a dad, you best be grilling. When's my cheeseburger ready?
Fair enough. Taxing food stuff is an ancient and honorable tradition. The Commander 248 says, Dev, see they want to guide me through all the Trump charges and have me
Heresy's
debunk
the
them on the
question.
air. I am
Fire
the
is the
commander on
answer.
that Musk platform. I will send that to Dev. Where's Dev? Dev. There's Dev. There we are. Mythical Fool says, since Kibbs isn't here, hashtag breed the new trans VTuber. Ah, that is true. That is a new trans VTuber.
What the fuck?
I don't know why my audience are only willing to breed people who are either male or trans, but, you know, what can I say?
Because legacy women, they're just not in vogue anymore, you know? It's like previously when you could have a gay child, that was pretty cool, but now gay children aren't cool anymore. They gotta be trans. So like the old women, they're not cool anymore.
True, 2D women are obviously superior, and the 3D ones are simply
Obviously.
just... They're out of fashion.
3D PD, obviously.
They're out of fashion, those damn 3D women. And then YouTube scrolls again. God fuck me. Troy Neenan says, Trump has probably thought on logistics of how to castrate all of New York City, Chicago, and California and replace every male organs with female organs. I mean, it would be beneficial for the nation as a whole, and it would make them more correct, I guess. So John says, Dev is striking out with Kirsche.
I have lost. Shit.
And then
You
right
can't
on
strike
time,
out when you never had a chance.
another super chat plays, and I have a super chat announcement noise, which is Dev saying, shit, I have lost.
I have a lot of noises on my stream.
It always comes around at the best times. I have come to the realization that my chat enjoys me paying women to say stupid things for money and then play them on stream. So that has become my business model now.
That makes sense.
It does.
I say a lot of stupid things, so I hope you enjoy.
Sushi X donates $5 with no message, so I'm presuming pineapple. Thought that was objectionable as well. I hope you have not been caught by the YouTube police just yet. If not, run. You know, their gulags are unforgiving, I can tell you that much. 427 Arbook says, this is a formal demand that Funny Fox Woman become a regular guest. I'm sure we can figure something out. Andrew Schmidt says, for V, next time you see him, ask him what a M437mm autocannon uses to hold ammunition. V is not a gun person, and so chat is hurting him with gun questions. This is good.
Hurting him with gun questions.
Yes.
Isn't that his opportunity to learn more, though?
We had a thing where the chat tried to explain the differential between a clip and a magazine to V, and that was like a 40-minute conversation, and he still didn't quite grasp it at the end, and so now chat has seen a victim to be bullied.
Well, I mean, if V really wanted to be smart in his retorting, he could have just been like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna call it a clipazine.
A clipazine. That would have triggered chat, if nothing else.
That's what I call him in Tarkov, and this is my clipazine.
McWild11 says, +20 for Dev Commie Flag. Thank you. It is a nice thing. I need one of those good wavy ones, the good wavy PNG ones, with just a dev standing there with his hand over his heart, looking up, a tear slowly rolling out from his eye.
What the fuck?
Scarfield Strange says, is there capitalist communism? Yes, it's every form of communism that has ever been tried has turned to capitalist communism in some way or another. As it turns out, that whole complete command economy just actually doesn't work, and so the black markets provide the capitalist part of it all. No one says, communism and democracy are the cringe side of the spectrum. Monarchy and capitalism are based. Voting is overrated. Maybe. Return to monarchy. I mean, hey, at least then we can have fun with various inbred leaders, and we can see just how many generations of inbred leaders we can get before we get a really bad one. The Habsburg did pretty well, you know?
It's like playing with the Oblivion character creator. And plus, when you are in a democracy and you see the levels of intelligence of some of the people who have the same vote as you, it makes you kind of yearn for a better time.
In the eternal words of Winston Churchill, the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. Shoot Red 555 says, as a black man, I'd rather call y'all vanilla gorillas. To be fair, I like that one better than Mayo Monkey.
Yeah, same.
It has a bit more rhyme to it, you know?
Yeah, it sounds tasty.
Sonic Nitro says, hey Arch, just seen trailer for a game called Last Train Home, Frostpunk plus COH, apparently set during Russian Civil War. I think you should check it out. I absolutely will. It is a criminally underexplored part of history, and a pretty badass one as well. See, the Russian Civil War was pretty shit for everyone involved. There were periods where the whites would come to a village and they'd be like, you're communist, and they'd shoot a handful of people, you know, just to teach them a lesson. And then, a week later, the communists would show up and go like, you're white sympathizers, and shoot a couple of people. And this would kind of just continue until the region was eventually fully conquered by one or the other. And then, if they'd been so unfortunate as to side with the wrong side at the end, or more correctly, be executed by the wrong side at the end, then the communists developed special units designed to siege villages and starve them out. So,
what the fuck?
Yeah, it was pretty shit living in Russia around that time.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Yeah, it was. Genuinely. Halo5678 says, I like the Conspiracy Fox. You should consider giving the Conspiracy Fox a look then. Her link will be in the description down below. I put the Twitch link there, which I presume you would prefer.
Yeah, I am a Twitch main. I don't do too much on YouTube. I used to be streaming every Saturday on YouTube that I started up, but my Donathon put a kink in that, and I haven't gone back to YouTube yet after the Donathon. This is the first Saturday after it ended, so first Saturday I'm back streaming.
You should consider slapping on a restream system and stream both places.
I don't know how I would do that, since I have to, when I stream on Twitch as a partner, I have to wait 24 hours before I can use that content elsewhere. And like,
really?
similar to Pippa, like, I don't care if people make clips or put clips on their own channels, because like, you know, you can do whatever you want. But like, for me, I can't like put it on my channel.
That's right. They did introduce some sort of partner restriction system, didn't they?
Yeah, it used to be that partners couldn't like stream anywhere else, period. And now it's just, you can't use that content for 24 hours after you stream it.
That's a really fucking shitty system, though, because that like locks you in hard to the platform. Like, platforms should have no right to fucking like. What do they provide? Seriously, they provide a fucking website. Like, get over yourself.
Yeah, I agree. And Twitch came out with like a super chat system, like YouTube has. So unlike on YouTube, the way that we get money as Twitch streamers is we have, you know, the subscriptions. You guys have the memberships. They're the same thing. We had bits, and then we had our Stream Elements or Streamlabs like donation link that goes to our PayPal. And so since we didn't have super chats, people would just direct donate. So Twitch did not get a cut of that at all. And then Twitch decided that they wanted a cut of the donation money. So they introduced Hype Chat, which is Twitch's version of super chat. But it's just like, as a Twitch streamer, why would I, instead of getting 100% of a donation from someone in my audience, now take a 70-30 split with you when I could just continue getting 100% of that.
Yep, absolutely. Scarf the Strange says, so that's what the government wants immigrants for. Yes, meld that and voting. Abyssal Tech says, let's just simply mandate beatings for everyone under 15. I mean, it would build character, if nothing else. Troinin says, get Chatto or Midnight's Edge on. Give him a war story. I'm sure I could probably get Midnight's Edge on, because I've been on his show, and he's a fellow Norwegian, so that could probably be arranged. Chatto, I don't know. Sir Envy says, cat girl, which angel is better or priest? I read that correctly. I don't understand it either.
Which angel is better or priest?
Yes, cat girl, which angel is better or priest?
The only thing I can think of is maybe he's asking about panty and stalking, but like, I like stalking better if that's what you were asking.
There you go. Stray Dog says, I don't like VTubers, but this one seems alright. Seems like you should also invite Shoe on Head with her. They would get along like a house on fire. Sadly, Shoe on Head is far too large for me. I am but a humble YouTuber. And I don't like VTubers either, but everyone I've talked to has been fine, so that's something.
I feel like VTubers get a bad rep because, anime woman. And there's for sure a lot of, VTubers, but I look at them as like any other kind of content creator, right? Like, you're going to find content creators and streamers and YouTubers that you like, and there's going to be ones that you find that are shit. And the only difference is, like, instead of being a flesh tuber, I'm an anime woman. And especially if you ran around in the spheres where you watched, like, Sargon back in the day, or Jim, all these people would use, PNGs to represent themselves, like Teal Deer, Harmful Opinions. All of them had PNGs. They were PNG tubers before that was a word.
Mm-hmm. My primary objection to VTubers is the corporate side of things. I loathe the corporate infiltration, quote-unquote, of the YouTube sphere. I hate it, because I see where this is going. Because in reality, as an independent creator, your chances to make it on YouTube are already fucking tiny, because you're competing with the other 5 billion people who are established.
Oh, yeah.
And when you introduce corporations into the mix as well, they create a new crop of VTubers, and overnight they have 300,000 subscribers. Like, okay, well, fuck becoming an independent creator, I guess.
Well, I mean, corpos have a good side and a bad side, and I can understand from an independent view why you're like, it's already hard enough for me here. Why would I want, like, corpos basically propping people up that might not be so great? But when you look at a company like HoloLive, right? HoloLive basically pioneered the YouTubing industry for VTubers. And their first generation, if they weren't really good entertainers, if they weren't good at what they were doing, HoloLive wouldn't have built the name for itself that it has now, where it can take on new creators and they have, thousands of viewers right off the bat because of the power behind their name.
Yep, that is true as well. But it also means that it reinforces success in a very monarchical way, where even if you could argue that the first wave was good, after that, when they arrive at that dominant position, they have the ability to block out everyone else by sheer virtue of mass noise, in essence. And what we're probably eventually going to end up with is the same problem that we have in the rest of the world, where everything is dominated by, like, 3 corporations.
I mean, maybe, but I think I would also disagree with you there, because, I mean, you have different types of corporations. Like, the content that I do... Excuse me, I have hiccups. The content that I do would not be something I could do in HoloLive or in Niji Sanji or even in a corporation like FaZe, where I'm friends with a lot of the talents. There are certain restrictions that would be put on me on what I can and can't say to certain people and who I can and can't do stuff with because they might be bad for the brand, And as an indie, I get to make those decisions. I get to fall in those potholes. I get to make, mistakes as well. But with a corpo, it's a lot different, and some people don't mind having that kind of restriction because they're going to be offered a lot of support on top of already having an audience to break into instead of having to do it all by yourself. Like management in a VTuber company offers you the support of having someone to do marketing for you, having to do someone that
Heresy's
helps
the
you get
question.
collabs and
Fire
talk
is
to
the
other
answer.
people. You have a gen where you have, your gen mates where you already have people you can talk to as coworkers and become friends with. You have merch handled for you by the company. You don't have to worry about getting a manufacturer, getting a distributor, getting a warehouse. Like all of this stuff is just handled for you. And as an indie myself, it is a lot of work to do as a single person. Like, yes, I keep more of the money because I'm just me, but I also have to do so much more work.
Mm-hmm. Those
And
restrictions, though, is also what annoys me, because for me, my naive view, YouTube has always been this personal platform. And it is becoming less personal. And it's not even just the VTubing thing. It's the regular corporations as well. The fact that CNN and the BBC, for example, get preferential treatment over everybody else on the platform. The fact that they removed the down vote, the dislike button, specifically because movie companies were whinging about it. Shit like that.
yeah. And like I understand people being wary of like corporates coming in general, and people in my chat were mentioning like Machinima was something that was on YouTube for ages, and I know Machinima had a lot of bad stuff surrounding it. So I also feel like when people hear about VTuber companies, they kind of equate it to something like Machinima, since we haven't really had an equivalent in the West before.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
And there are bad things, don't get me wrong. There are bad things about the VTuber companies. It came from idol culture, if you know what idol culture is in Japan. So there's a lot of like nonsense restrictions on some talents that I think are really silly, like how talents can't publicly have relationships or talk about a boyfriend or whatever. Like typically they can't talk about anything to do with their private life as well due to like OPSEC reasons. And sometimes this can create issues if anything like slips or whatnot, and that's why it also creates this air of people being schizophrenic fans who try to find out every little detail about the personal life of the VTubers that they can.
It also leads to a fair bit of drama, since the idol industry is very, very, very harsh. Now, Hololive has managed to keep a remarkably tight leash on most of their talents, but many of the other companies have Yito-cheetoed people left, right, and center.
Yeah, there's been some issues specifically surrounding Niji Sanji as a company, and they're like the second large company when you consider the size of like VTuber agencies. So Hololive is like the big one, and then Niji Sanji would be like the second big one. And I cannot
Heresy's
remember
the
off the top of
question.
my head like
Fire
literally
is
all
the
of their
answer.
controversies, but like they've definitely had some issues recently, and people like to dog on the companies for their bad decisions, which please do. But it's also like, remember the people who are behind like the VTuber avatars, like they're people, right? Like this is their job. And so even if you don't like the company, if you like the person, still support them.
Are corpos people? I don't know. A point of disagreement has arisen.
I mean, I guess you could see some of the people behind the corporate avatars as like just doing it for a job and not because they like it, but I think that comes across in their content, right? Like you can tell when someone is doing something just because it's work and that they're not passionate about it.
Conceivably. Nocti Angelus says, that fetish with the woman demeaning men sounds a lot like being married. Yes, well, that is, in essence,
What the heck?
what Findom is. C.T. Thomas, Beep the Peasant, says, Peeper an arch sheriffo, the desk ketchup. That's it's just weird. Why? No, it's wrong. You know it's wrong. You must know. It denies it.
What?
The desk ketchup. It is wrong.
No, it's not wrong. It
is an
tastes
error.
fine. If you eat at a restaurant, they leave their ketchup out on the table too.
It's an aberration.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely an aberration, but like I grew up with fucking room temp ketchup. That's why it tastes the best to me. Cold ketchup is weird.
Viking Kiwi says, Findom, is that some fetish where people want to be dominated by Finnish people? I wish. That would have been a far better fetish.
Yeah, that seems like it would be less degenerate.
Plus, the Finnish are weird to begin with, so I could see them doing it.
That's true.
There is no such thing as the Finnish language. You know that? It's just all made up noises.
I like the like Mongolian throat singing though.
Mongolian throat singing.
Yeah.
That, you know, I remember that was in one of the Star Wars game released recently. I was like, that sounds pretty cool. And people started sending me videos of it, and I was like, yeah, that's cool,
Man,
but weird.
I've been playing a lot of a game recently called Crime Boss Rock A City. It's become a bit of a joke that I'm the #1 crime boss streamer because nobody fucking plays that game. And if you play it, it's basically a Payday clone. And it has Hollywood voice actors in it, like Chuck Norris and oh god, I can't. Danny Glover is in it. I can't remember all the names, but like they have really high-powered actors in that game, and they all sound like they just phoned in their job. So I've been calling it a money laundering scheme this whole time, but like I can't stop playing it, man. I'm a part of the
Service
problem.
guarantees
Gamers are
citizenship.
idiots. We'll pay for anything.
If it's good, it's good.
Oh, that's what I brought it up. I forgot my entire point of bringing it up. I brought it up because during one of the missions, they play the Mongolian throat singing when they're like explaining the brief to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I got so sidetracked by how much fun I had in the game, I forgot to mention why I brought it up.
Charlie says, Kirsche has child militia. Who are you? Zintak?
I like that.
We should all have child militias. I see no reason not to.
Exactly.
Wolf Spain says there was a time when they tried to make tomboy a slur. Hell, they're still trying to erase tomboys from the population. That's true. They're trying to make them into trans boys instead.
Leave the tomboys alone.
Sketch Therapy says, ask Kirsche if insects are animals and about worm sex. We have already had this conversation. It came out rather organically. Abyssal Tech says, Xenogear Remake is needed.
That's true. I don't want them to modernize it, though.
And Boog said, Xenosage without Cosmos and Telos is not Xenosage.
Pippa and Art can bond over their shared hatred for room temp ketchup. I don't need both of them bullying me at the same time for one thing. They can both pick a topic and bully me about something different.
It's a pretty serious thing, though.
Well, even on the bottle, it doesn't say it has to be refrigerated. It just says for best results. So if you want what they think is the best flavor, and do you really want to do what a corporation says is best for you? I don't think so.
See, I mainly object to the fact that it's on your desk. Like, clean it away, woman.
But, like, it's always here. I'm very forgetful. How many times have I gone to my kitchen and gotten my food after it's done cooking and come back to my desk and forgotten my ketchup? Many times. So, like, I just leave it here now.
A journey of 1,000 steps. Kirsche starts with 1. Animate Acumen says, you're making me tap the C.S. Lewis quote. Those who cannot conceive friendship as a substantive love, but only as a disguise or elaboration of eros, betrays the fact that they have never had a friend. True indeed. Not true. Everything has to be about fucking the opposition party.
You would think.
Scarfy the Strange says, ever played Corruption of Champions? It looks like the paradise for transitioning people, right down to selecting genitalia through medicine. That sounds like a hentai video game.
It is a hentai video game. There's a Corruption of Champions 2 on Steam, so maybe they have artwork now. But back in the day, Corruption of Champions was just like a text-based hentai game where you could like get oviposited by bees or fuck short stack goblin girls or have like 8 dog penises. It went kind of wild.
Aha. Well, no, I have never played that. Wargame341 says, Kirsche, your character model reminds me of the character Sakura from the anime Hyper Police. Would recommend.
I've not seen that.
Me neither, actually. Periplanter Missionary says, teach Kirsche Victoria 2, lol. The wrangling.
Can I be Rhodesia in Victoria too?
I don't think Rhodesia has been invented yet.
Oh, unlucky.
You might be able to break away in Victoria too. Possibly. Victoria is only a mildly autistic simulator. It's not too bad. Scarf the Strange says, Arch, would you recommend Subverse? On YouTube, I could not possibly recommend anything that has to do with anything hentai game related.
Wait, is that a rule on YouTube?
Yep, that's a rule on YouTube.
Okay, I have a question now. Honey Pop is a banned game on Twitch, so I can't play Honey Pop on Twitch, but I can talk about Honey Pop and I can recommend people to play Honey Pop. On YouTube, I can play Honey Pop, but you're telling me while I'm playing Honey Pop on YouTube, I can't recommend other people to play it.
Yes, you also cannot say where somebody can find some theoretical video games we're talking about here. And you cannot link to any site that might potentially host erotic material. Which means technically that you can't link to Steam, but details.
What the heck are these? These platform rules make no sense!
That's true. Patricius Fortasio says, 1944, a German walks into a bar. See, I understand that. I get that joke. Do you get that joke?
No.
A German who walks into a bar. It's not a bar filled with alcoholic beverages. Bar stands for Browning Automatic Rifle.
Oh, that makes more sense now.
It
I
does.
thought it was like a bar, like a metal bar, and he hit his head, and I was just like, but is this like that German on-the-nose humor where they just think it's funny that they said the thing bluntly, and that's the joke?
There we go. We have explained the joke.
Thank you.
Nathan Cassidy says, game suggestion, Against the Storm is a city-building rogue-alike. It's easy to learn, but has enough complexity to keep interesting. Easy recommend. I have seen it. It looks too basic for me, but I might be judging the book by its cover. Maybe I'll pick it up at some point. It is by Hooded Horse, and I do have a lot of time for them, so maybe. Patricius Fortasius, 2024. A Russian walks into an H-car. Maybe. See, that one's not as good because it's not bar. Bar means bar in both contexts. You know?
I was unaware, and now I kind of understand why Pippa couldn't tell the joke without laughing.
The Commander 2 Flight says, No, Arch, you did read my message. I got impatient. That's fine. By the way, Bloodscream wanted me to bring a dude into the Discord who called your mods pedo neo-fascist to talk to him. P.S. My Twitter to Dev. Yes, I did send it to Dev, and I'm sure Bloodscreen will have much fun with the individual in question.
Holy shit.
Riley Jampen says, have you ever played Trail Games... Trail Game series? Be happy for my first super chat. I am happy. Thank you very much, sir. It doesn't give me the little balloons, because my thing bugged. I currently can't see the user activity on my stream control panel, so I need to be using the monetization settings, and I can't see your little balloons. Otherwise, I would have said thank you for your first super chat. That is my excuse.
That's cute that you guys get little balloons.
We do. It's like, this person is donating for the first time. That means that you need to turn them into a pay piggy now by praising them and be like, thank you, good boy.
And give them head pets.
Yes, you need to indoctrinate them into the adrenaline shot, like what was the fucking word for it? The endorphin shot. There you go. Have you ever played Trail Game series by Happy? Trail Game series? No, I have never even heard of it. Trail Game series Be Happy. Trail Game series Be Happy. Punctuation marks. Punctuation marks.
I'm glad that I'm not the only one that reads things that way when I can't understand them. Because it's not gonna help me if I reread it a second time without saying it out loud. I gotta try to work through it, you know?
Yes, syntax. I'm dyslexic to begin with. I can't actually understand how words are built up. I have to remember how words are built up. So for me in particular, if the syntax isn't correct, my brain goes burp.
Speaking of building up, it is an hour past my normal stream time, and I have to do a lot of, not super chat readings, but thank yous for people who have subbed and donoed during my stream. So I might have to dip out here, Mr. Mans.
Absolutely, that is
Heresy's the
fine. We
question.
are,
Fire
we're
is the
just about
answer.
at the end here too, so that is entirely okay.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you, and we were having conversations, so.
We all have our commitments.
Yeah. Well, I want to say thank you for having me on. It was a good time.
You're very welcome. It was fun.
And I
Chat
will,
enjoyed it.
Thank you for having me in your space, Mr. Dudes, and I will talk to you another time. Maybe we can do this again.
Absolutely. I'll see you.
Yeah. Have a good evening.
It is just you and me now, chat. No female to save you. No woman to rescue you. Mr. Luckless says, I'm going to drop a dad joke in each stream. You cannot
Service
stop me.
guarantees
I can.
citizenship.
And I cannot be reasoned with. You can be... Well, I don't know. Threats always work sometimes. You can only expect it and prepare mentally. I'll have to call YouTube for bullying and harassment. Ornu says, I always found it interesting back in the day when Arch Warhammer got claimed on Reddit to spite you. Yet whenever you called them out, they vanished into the ether. Then the comments just agreed you don't exist and nothing. Yeah, no, it's been nice and quiet. So that's good. That is good. But yes, I remember when I was on my offensive arc as well. I was like, yeah, no, I'm happy to come debate people. And no one ever responded to that. Not fucking once. Weird that. Oliver Nord says, actually, the president of the assembly invited the Nazi guy. Trudeau and the Liberals had no say or knowledge about it. They did wait 3 days before reacting. Again, giving us a deer in the light impression. Again. Ah, yes. Shit. Was he really a Nazi, though? Can we background check him, maybe, before we speak on this? At least they background checked him first. You know, that's something, instead of just throwing him under the bus. So, you know, good on them. Improv Man, does Kirsche know about the US cheese vaults? I don't even know about the US cheese vaults, but now I do have the urge to Google it. Huh. Okay. Yes, the government really does stash billions of pounds of cheese in Missouri caves. The USDA has kept cheese and other dairy products in cold storage caves for decades, but their purpose has shifted over the years. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Why? Yes, why does the government keep the cheese there? It's awesome. The first market has always been volatile. So it was to be able to dump cheese onto the market in order to regulate milk prices. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, okay, if the price of milk goes up really high, that'll impact all kinds of families, and so they can dump large quantities of dairy products onto the market to stabilize the price. Okay, that makes sense.
I have lost.
Still weird, but it does make sense. Tony the Mighty says, hey, Jersey girl, how's the new digs? Tragically, she has moved on already. God, we have been reading a lot of super chats today. There has been quite a few. Thank you very much for your generosity, by the way. Not complaining. But the only problem is, of course, people will send a super chat to a person, and we'll get to it 3 hours later, and that person has left. Sorry for that. Dean Doman 25 says, if Foxgirl is interested, TLDR, had been looking at a book called Women's Reality, an emerging female system in a white male society by Anne Wilson Schaaf. Could be a fun stream read. Buckle up, though. Women's Reality, an emerging female system in a white male society. That does sound like a trip, absolutely. Mordax Tenebra, have you thought of doing a stream with It's a Gundam? Think your sense of humor would be epic together. I think he's too big for me too, honestly. Maybe, you know. He's more of the our side of the fence kind of guy, so maybe. But, I'm always hesitant to reaching out to bigger people, because I know how I react when somebody who is absolutely tiny reaches out to me. I'm like, are you serious, though? God, I'm not exactly tiny, but still. In my mind, I am tiny. Arch struggles with low self-esteem, regardless of his outward demeanor. Wolfsbane says, had a D&D campaign where I was courting a short-stack goblin waifu. My friend was a bunny girl. She was hunting for tall, furry husbandos. Hunting for as in attempting to kill and eat, or hunting for as in procreate? Important differential in a weird campaign, I would imagine. Shantou Li Yingyang says, have you read the new Cypher's K novel? I have not, and I'm a bit hesitant to do so, as well. I'll probably check it out, but it's like, I have a lot of good memories of Cypher's K, and I hope they haven't modern-dayed it. Wolfsbane says, also, I agree with Kirsche, stockings is best girl, of course. And Adam Unfriended lastly says, I find most VTubers in the West too Americanized or modernized. It's just thought e-girls in anime girl masks. Yeah, that can be a big part of it as well. The whole like, well, I might not be pretty enough to sell my tits on the internet, but with an anime girl, the sky is the limit, which is true. Glowy says, what do a ticket and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both Paris sites. The silence of shame. Why did the employee get fired from the keyboard factory? He wasn't putting in enough shifts.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I wish that was the dev one. A horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, hey. The horse says, you read my mind. This better not become a trend, or I will hurt someone, I swear to God. So he also says, alright lady, what advice would you give Kibbs with his female VTuber channel? What does he need to do to be as successful as a VTuber? Does he need to go full femoid mode, or can he succeed as a man? Well, I can answer that one. He will go full femoid. He won't have a choice. I'll make sure of it, don't worry, don't worry. I have a long-term plan that will succeed. We'll have him on HRT soon, and he'll be fully transitioned within 5 years, in my opinion. And actually, finally, at the end, Black1917 says, Hail Archchrist, our Lord and Saviour. Hi, Kirsche, and welcome. Just missed her. But, with that, we are actually through everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very successful stream, very successful guest. Many requests to bring her back on, and we will certainly consider that, because, hey, if people enjoy her, why not? We had a good flow there as well, up until V was like, what if we talk about underage children again? God damn it, V. I bet you he was just instantly yeeted off the internet, like Discord yeeted him. Discord yeeted, not even YouTube, just Discord, like, because he sinned one too many times. That's what happened, that is the story, and I am going to be sticking to it for the foreseeable future. Right. I will wrap it up there then, and as to the usual agreement, we will raid Dev, who I think is playing a homosexual game right now with pretty male characters, because Dev too is gay. Don't let him get away with all of this bullshit I am bi thing. He is homosexual, and you should treat him as such, with love and respect, of course. Until next time, everyone, thank you very much for watching and your super generous donations, and we will see you all again next week. No Baldur's Gate tomorrow, mind you. I'm taking a day off, because I have to find a day in the week where I can do other stuff. But until next time, we'll pick up Terra Invicta too, I think, probably. Have a good day.